right there.
Yeah, a little bit of a miniature hook echo on that one. So that's coming into Jones, Vine Hill right now, and then it will make a beeline towards Pletcher. So if you live along US 82, really anywhere around Billingsley, on north from there, back into the Maplesville area, get in that tornado safe place now, lowest floor, hallway, bathroom, or closet.
Yeah, and so this popped really quickly. This is an area, though, of rotation that a little bit before 8 o'clock, when we were tracking a different tornado warning in a different county, we were saying, hey, you know, there's a couple of these storms we're keeping an eye on in Dallas County that could start to produce some rotation. And it was calm for 15, 20 minutes, now has quickly ramped up to the point where the National Weather Service office was actually sheltering in place for a tornado warning in Shelby County. They're back on the floor issuing tornado warnings after the National Weather Service office in Atlanta was able to help them in Peachtree City. And this is moving quickly out of Dallas. So this is going to be exclusively a southern Chilton County issue sooner rather than later. But that extreme northwestern corner of Watauga County, you are included in that tornado warning. So you need to get in that tornado safe place. Billingsley down the line. This is going to move probably just west of you. So not a bad idea to get in that tornado safe place. Plantersville, this likely stays east of you, but still lots of heavy rain, damaging wind threat too with that. So not a bad idea to get into that tornado safe place as we speak. But again, Independence, Otaugaville, Prattville, Marbury, you are not in this tornado warning. This cell in particular is heading off towards the north and east, eventually down the line, moving closer to the Clanton community. So we're definitely going to keep our eyes peeled. This is a fast mover, Josh. Once again, I think we have another storm where we're talking winds that are damaging, yes, but then also potential rotation as well. That's very much being indicated on radar. So down the line, here are just a couple of places that could be impacted by this cell. Some of you who live closer to the Clanton community, you probably still have about a 20-minute pad until this area of rotation moves closer to you. That means you have time, but you need to quickly act and get in that tornado safe place. And then down the line, that will cross over I-65 and make its way to the eastern side of the interstate into parts of Chilton County, and then the Thorsby community just a little bit after that. You will be impacted by this as well. But Josh very quickly moved out of Dallas. So if you got that tornado warning for places in northern Dallas County, you'll probably be eliminated from that soon. And again, for Watauga, this is almost exclusively going to be a Chilton County issue. I'd say in about 5-10 minutes, this is out of Watauga too. So stay in that tornado safe place right now. This quickly ramped up from something we were watching down here into Dallas County, and then eventually started to gain a little bit more momentum and a lot more of those identifying markers of when it comes to rotation being detected from the radar beam that's coming just north of us. So still some pretty good, clear information. And oh, don't forget, there's a confirmed tornado on the ground in the northern part of Chilton County. And
we just had a confirmation of a tornado has hit Calera on the south end of Birmingham. And we'll keep checking in. Nick, your parents, everybody okay?
So far.
Okay. His parents are very close to that tornado. So he's chatting with them. Getting reports of maybe significant tornado damage in the Calera area, maybe some injuries involved there in the Calera area. So, yeah, so that's what we're looking at right now. It's that's up in the south side of the Birmingham metro area in Shelby County. But our focus is on our people in Watauga. If you live at Billingsley, you got to get in that tornado safe place, lowest floor, hallway, bathroom, closet. That's going to make a beeline to Clanton. So many of you in Clanton watch us or stream us on all sorts of digital platforms. If you live near Clanton, now's the time to move. Tornado safe place. Get out of mobile homes. This would be the time to go ahead and do that. If you live, really all three of the Clanton exits are sort of in the path of this. Obviously, it won't hit all three of them, but any of the Clanton exits there. Now, once you get back down towards the Watauga-Chilton line, over here along I-65, that's exit 200, the Verbena exit. This will go north of Verbena. So I'm not worried as much about Verbena as I am Billingsley right now. And then I think we're about 10 to 15 minutes out from the Clanton area, getting in the path of this thing as well. So that's that new tornado warning. Yep, that's starting to right now straddle the Chilton and Watauga County line. So this will be moving out of Watauga very soon, and then you can see where it's about to cross over right here as it moves out of Watauga into Chilton County. And one thing we'll do with Nick in a moment is we'll queue up the, and this is just downstream, we don't have to do it right now, but the ALDOT camera at Clanton. There's some cameras there on 65. We'll see if we have any view of this in about 15 to 20 minutes when it goes over the interstate. That's, again, so that's some time now from happening, but so that's where we are with that. broader perspective, let's just sort of welcome you back in. We've been in and out with you a couple of times this evening. So tornado warning for Autauga, Chilton, tornado on the ground northwestern Chilton, tornado on the ground Shelby, additional intense thunderstorms back over southwest Alabama that as they move east and an upper level impulse comes in from the west behind that, we are still predicting an uptick in activity over the course of the next few hours. So, and in fact, the National Weather Service earlier on the Mobile chat, we're talking about the better organized storms are going to develop later this evening between 9 and midnight. So, in this corridor right down here. So if you live at Montgomery, Greenville, Andalusia, Troy, Union Springs, we're not done yet. In fact, it hasn't even started yet. The individual storms that formed out ahead of this have kind of missed a lot of those places and have remained below severe limits so far. We weren't sure that was going to happen. So for instance, Montgomery, we gave you the timeline 4 p.m. to midnight. The first half of that was to account for any of these storms that misbehaved. So far, those have missed Montgomery. But the second half of that timeline, the 8 p.m. to midnight part, was for the main show. And that part is a much more kind of a sure thing, if you will. So there you see it. It's
really starting to see that right there.
I bet that bare and sheer is probably really lighting up now. Right in there. So yeah, you can see that sort of S shape. The velocity product is still not overwhelming. I wonder if Maxwell is any more compelling. Not necessarily. Doesn't mean there's no tornado there. It just means that the velocity product's not showing a super giant amount of rotation, but the shape of the storm itself, certainly there's a lot of mid-level rotation. We may not be seeing a lot of it in the lowest levels, but the mid-levels are spinning like a top right now, and at any moment that could descend down towards the ground there. So that's why we're concerned about that tornado-warned storm there in technically, I guess Autauga's still in it, but that's almost in Chilton.
Almost completely in Chilton. I mean, you're still going to get some rain and some rumbles into parts of Dallas and Autauga. But, I mean, there are parts you head closer to Independence where there's dry weather right now.
Not even rain.
And there's still some rain into parts of Autauga County. So if you're watching us from Autaugaville, from Independence, from Marbury, Pine Level, going down the interstate into Elmore County, yes, there's rain, but this is not a severe weather threat for that particular part of Autauga County. But this is heading almost exclusively now into Chilton County. And a quick mover too, Josh. So this little extent right here that is in Autauga County, I don't think is a severe part. It's this little notch we're getting right here. That's where our area of concern would be.
That's right on the money.
Yep, and it's moved a little bit east, not completely northeast. So that's why we've told you Billingsley, hey, even though this might be out of Autauga County at this moment, if you live near the Billingsley community, you know you're right on that Chilton-Autauga line. So as this moves, if it continues to make a little bit of an easterly
could hit
travel,
that little notch right there.
Exactly, right where you have that northern extent of the county line. So keep that in mind for you guys in Billingsley. Make sure you're still in your tornado safe place.
Yeah, northwestern Autauga to much of Chilton County, really a big chunk of Chilton. Right, Chilton's a tough spot right now. Let's go up here too and show you this one. This one is a different storm, same county. Strong rotation up here in northwestern Chilton. Strong straight line wind coming now across a large part of Shelby and Talladega and Coosa counties. Strong straight line wind there. Even if there's no tornado, there's definitely not a fun day to be out. Let's also go back in here and just sort of roll up and down the line here and get us back into southwest Alabama. So far, those storms still behaving at this hour. Our concern level is the reason we're on right now. The only real concern in our area is Dallas, Autauga, and southern Chilton. We will carry that until it goes north of Clanton.
Just so you know, tornado warning for
Monroe County.
Yeah, Mobile issued that. Yeah.
Okay. Mobile just issued that. Washington, Mobile, Clark, and Mobile County.
Okay, that's a big old tornado warning.
Yes. So
oh, wow. Yep.
Large. So that's the cell earlier that was producing severe thunderstorm.
Back over Gulfport, Mississippi.
So remember we told you we had to be concerned for southern Clark, parts of Monroe. That's the exact storm, and it has started to rotate. I can see just those reds and greens coming together.
So you've got that down there. That's technically right now in the northwestern part of Mobile County. That's near Citronelle along U.S. Highway 45. It's moving northeast, though, and that's going to eventually cross the Tombigbee River here and head into southern Clark County. And then from there, if this holds together, this could get on up into more of Monroe County. Right now, the tornado warning polygon only includes the southwestern corner of Monroe County. But if this holds together, then more of Monroe County would be in play, Monroeville all the way up towards Vredenburg and Beatrice. So no formal tornado warning from Monroeville North right now, but if you live in a mobile or manufactured home, now consider this the warning before the warning. Now is the time for you to go ahead and get out. It may take you a little longer to get to a place of shelter. So if you live in a mobile home in Monroe County, north of Monroeville, go ahead and get into that tornado safe place now. Start that process if you haven't already.
Dallas and Autauga have been taken out of that tornado warning, so this is exclusively a Chilton County issue. So the original warning that we broke into coverage for Dallas, Autauga, and Chilton, our friends in Dallas and Autauga, you are now eliminated from that warning. This is exclusively a Chilton County issue, and we're going to talk to meteorologist Nick Gunner in just a second. He's going to pull out some ALDOT cameras along I-65 so we can get a little bit of a visual of what's happening as this pushes towards the west side of the interstate. But we do want to give a first alert heads up to our friends in southern Clark, parts of southwestern Monroe County. There is currently a storm that's producing a TDS, a tornado debris signature. The National Weather Service office in Mobile is keeping an eye on that in northern Mobile County. So that is technically not in our viewing area yet, but the warning does extend to give y'all a first alert heads up that if this storm holds together, it would move into southern Clark and southwestern Monroe County, areas that we do in fact cover. So not a bad idea if you live in those counties and you've gotten that alert. It may not be on your doorstep as we speak, but it will be sooner rather than later. So get in that tornado safe place, bring your devices with you. These are the reasons why we have you prepare days and hours before. So then in a situation like this, when we say, hey, you have 10, 15 minutes, you don't have to feel like you're in a rush to grab everything. Your tornado safe place is already stocked, ready to go with all the things that you need. You can calmly get there, watch the stream, get updated information from us, and we can keep you informed on what's going on while you're also in your safe place.
Absolutely. Let's check in with Nick now. First off, Nick, your parents okay?
Yes.
All right, very good.
They were okay.
His parents were really close to that tornado that hit Calera there in Shelby County. Quick note before we go to Nick, the TDS was on the Washington-Mobile border. We've already covered that pretty well. So Monroe County, tornado warning, stay in that safe place. If that holds together, which I suspect it will, we will see an additional tornado warning downstream up into Monroe and perhaps Wilcox a little later on. So that's what we're watching there. We're getting some damage.
They issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Coosa.
So severe thunderstorm warning for Coosa. That's that strong straight line wind we were telling you about right up here.
Earlier, yeah. Ooh, large warning.
Big warning.
Kind of just covering a very broad area for damaging wind threat.
So we've got tornado warning for Talladega, Calhoun, severe thunderstorm warning for Coosa, Talladega, and Clay, tornado warning for Shelby, Chilton, Monroe, Washington, northern Mobile is our current lay of the land in Alabama. This is a mess, and I'm afraid it's going to get messier as we go through the next 3 hours or so. The National Weather Service and we're doing the same analysis. There's an upper trough, a little ripple of energy in the upper atmosphere back over parts of Louisiana and South Mississippi. That's going to punch into these storms between now and midnight, and as it does, there's going to be an uptick in activity. We are seeing the beginnings of that now, but we still think 9, 10, 11, midnight, 1, 2 o'clock, it's going to get really busy. And we're going to have multiple rotating storms that we're having to track for you. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that. Let's go over to Nick now. Nick's doing a lot of analysis work over there and also pulling up some cameras. Nick, what are you seeing up there to the north?
Well, this is along Interstate 65 via our Algo cameras. And you can see this is right here at that exit 205. That's the Peach Park exit. There's a lot of restaurants near there, the Whataburger and whatnot, along that exit in portions of Clanton. And you can see rain is coming down, noticing very wet pavement here. Notice this, though. I'm noticing the movement of the street light here as people are heading on the on-ramp there on I-65 northbound at U.S. Highway 31. Again, this is exit 205. And you can see a lot of heavy rain looking okay right now, but the gusts are starting to pick up as the lightning is flickering, and we're seeing those street lights moving around, and the camera is shaking now as the storm cell itself is starting to make its way in that direction. So it's going to be intense. Lots of lightning. We've seen several lightning strikes within this storm cell. So definitely not a good idea to travel at all on Interstate 65. If you have friends or family, tell them to just stay put if they plan on traveling. Just not a good idea in general to travel with this type of ongoing severe weather. that's currently making its way across the state. Let's head a little bit further south. We'll go down to another camera here from our Algo, from our partners with Algo here. This is along mile marker 203, so just a little bit north of the exit 200. That's Verbena there and southern portions of Chilton County. You can see the headlights of cars trying to light up the interstate here, but a lot of lightning lighting up this camera as well. A little bit of shake, heavy rain ongoing at this juncture when it comes to Interstate 65 and mile marker 203. And then let's head a little bit further north. What's ongoing in northern portions of Chilton County. We'll see if some of these cameras are still working. I know some of them, sometimes they go down a bit with the impending strong storms. This is the Jemison exit here. It doesn't look like it wants to work, but as you can see, just not a good idea to be out and about in this. This is the parking right there along I-65 at the Jemison exit. Just see a lot of heavy rain, several cars there in the parking lot. So wind gusts will be something you're going to notice as it makes its way across the state. You're looking at lots of lightning that's just lighting up these cameras that we're seeing across our area as well, and gusting winds as we continue to see those these storms track across our region as we speak. I'm going to go ahead and go back to First Alert Doppler radar and show you what's ongoing across our area right now. Reason why we broke back into severe weather coverage is because of the tornado warning that was issued for portions of Dallas, portions of Watauga, Chilton County. That has expired for Dallas and Watauga now. So if you're watching us there, you are no longer under a tornado warning. It is exclusively for Chilton County right now, which does include the city of Clanton. So we're watching this storm cell very closely. You can see the little bit of a ball at the end of this storm and a little bit of a notch trying to form, and that indicates where we could see that rotation ongoing within the storm cell itself. Let's turn on the rotation detector, and you can see that is where we're watching it very closely at the tail end of this storm cell itself. So if you're in the city of Clanton, go ahead and take shelter. Do it now. I was already seeing the gusting winds at that exit 205 there in Clanton. The streetlights moving around from this thunderstorm cell itself as it continues to make its way in your direction. So right now, that's what we have going on. Of course, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings. You see the Boeing segment here. You see the reds and the greens really butted up next to each other, making its way towards Sylacauga. That could be the damaging wind that we could see within this storm as it's on the northern extent of that tornado warning in portions of Chilton County, and that could cause damage as well. That could cause straight line winds, the Boeing segment, the intense winds rushing out of the thunderstorm, and that could cause some issues as it makes its way across portions, northern portions of Coosa County, eventually into Talladega County and Shelby and down the line from there. And then, of course, we're watching this other storm that is in the portions of, let's see, that's Washington County, southern Clark County, and just a little bit of Monroe County. This one, the National Weather Service in Mobile issued a tornado warning because they were seeing debris within the storm cell itself. The correlation coefficient, the debris detector, as we call it, that shows us where we're seeing different particles lofted in the atmosphere, where we're seeing lumber, trees, things, garbage being lofted up within the storm cell itself, and that could give us an indication on where a tornado could have formed, where it's been, and where it's going. And so that's what we're watching for. The National Weather Service in Mobile saw it the past several scans. I see it too just a little bit, but now it's starting to broaden out just a bit, but still nevertheless, we're seeing a pretty intense thunderstorm. You see this little area, see how there's a lot of heavy rain right here with the purples and the reds. That's indicating the heavy rain could be some hail as well. And then there's a lull in activity, the lighter greens. That's where we're watching the rotation. What we're seeing happen is we're seeing wind rushing into the front of the storm itself and on the backside as well. And as those get together, that's when we start to see some of the rotation just south of McIntosh. And that is why they are keeping that tornado warning down in that part of the state, the National Weather Service in Mobile, a little bit outside of our coverage area that belongs down to the Mobile TV market. But eventually it could move into portions of Clark and downstream of that into Monroe, where many people will watch us in portions of Monroe, and some people too can see us in Clark County as well. So we're just giving you, of course, that first alert for that severe storm threat that's in that part of the state. We talked about it earlier when we had the tornado warnings during the 6 o'clock hour into the 7 o'clock hour, that we could see a ramp up in activity as it moves into a relatively untouched atmosphere in South Alabama and East Alabama, and that's what it seems to be doing right now. If you were outside at any point today, you probably felt the temperatures. It was a lot warmer than normal, well into the 80s. We saw gusting winds at times, and then of course that was transporting a lot of the moisture from the Gulf in our direction, and all this together, along with the strong cold front moving through and low pressure, that aided in the fact that we're seeing these strong to severe storms, and that's why we issued a first alert weather day several days ago to give you the first alert that these storms are on their way and they're playing out now across our region. So a lot of let's kind of reset and show you what's going right now across the area. Here's the latest scans across all of central and south Alabama. Starting to see rain north of Montgomery, so strong to severe storms were ongoing in portions of Shelby County, and that continues in that part of the state. More central, north central Alabama still have that tornado warning that's just outside of our coverage area, but making its way closer to Monroe County. That is down in portions of, I guess that's mainly Washington County now as it moves into southern Clark. And then we're watching these like, and Josh and Amanda, I know we've talked about this before, but you see a storm cell here and a storm cell here and a storm cell here and another one up there. And those could all tap in to this atmosphere that is primed to develop strong to severe storms.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Nick. And great job, by the way. That analysis, that was really good, thorough. Walked us through what was happening up and down that entire line. So the storms are beginning to strengthen. No doubt about that. You look at that one right there.
Yeah, that was going to be my biggest concern before they popped this warning right here. This one, in an environment where it has really not rained a ton. If it has rained, it has been very minimal in coverage and intensity. We really have to keep an eye on this one right here, because down the line it's going to be not only just moving into an environment that hasn't been overworked, but then eventually be crossing just south of where this storm we were tracking in northern Dallas and Talladega County. So I think if we continue to watch that, it could be making a little bit more of a southerly track compared to that. But that one definitely looks like it's starting to gain a little momentum over in Wilcox County. So our friends in Camden, not an official warning, severe or tornadic, but not a bad idea. Heavy rain, probably lots of lightning. Let's check. Yeah, tons of lightning on the west side of Camden right now. This is going to be rolling through the central part of Wilcox County. Not a bad idea to stay away from exterior walls, windows, and try to be ready to go in case for some reason we start to see some rotation. When we've seen rotation, it can ramp up very quickly. A scan or two, it only sometimes takes a minute to 3 minutes before something really starts to ramp up and is really intense and potentially warrants a tornado warning.
Right.
And they canceled the Chilton County warning.
Right.
Chilton County canceled.
So for the bottom crawled, the bug down there, you can say that that's no longer active, the tornado warning for Chilton on the TV. Yeah, there you go. Now it's for Monroe, yeah. That's the one we're worried about.
So just Monroe.
And they did issue a flash flood warning for the intense rain in that storm area that's up there in portions of, north,
Metro.
Yeah, the Birmingham Metro. So you may see that crawl on the bottom of your screen as well.
So you've got an intense cluster of storms here in West Alabama. You've got a supercell here straddling the Monroe-Wilcox line. You've got a supercell embedded into a line down here coming out of Washington County into Clark County. That one has prompted a tornado warning. That's no longer a confirmed tornado. It touched down earlier but has since lifted. The Weather Service tells us they think that storm is cycling. That's a normal thing that happens. They go through life cycles, right? It may cycle back up. I suspect it probably will. And then this one, I think, could start rotating at any moment. Now they're into Wilcox and northern Monroe. Of course, in that part of the world, it may start rotating before we can see it start rotating. So course of least regret, if you live in Wilcox and southern Dallas County, you need to be very close to that tornado safe place. Be able to get to it quickly and just sort of listen, right? Listen to the wind, listen to if you feel uncomfortable, get to that safe spot, because the low-level radar coverage out there is not exceptionally good. It's terrible. And I remember, I guess that was a couple of years ago now, we had the unwarned EF1 tornado that went right through the middle of Camden. I don't want that to happen again, to hit you without a warning. So consider it an unofficial first alert advisory. We don't issue warnings, but we'll give you that for Wilcox County. Be near that tornado safe place just in case this thing spins up. Radar coverage out in that part of the state, not very good.
Yeah, so not only do we have rotation that has been very much evident throughout the late afternoon and early evening. We now are seeing storms that are capable of producing damaging straight line winds. We are seeing storms that are capable of producing hail. And we're also seeing a flooding concern from some of these storms that are really just pouring on one area. So there are all different facets and modes of severe weather that we are going to be dealing with tonight. This is not one of those nights where maybe some of the threats are pretty low and there's one in particular we're monitoring. I think equal playing field for anyone in Central and South Alabama. The ingredients necessary for formation of tornadoes is available for almost everyone. Now, does that mean every
tornado warning just coming out?
Yep, for Wilcox?
This is for Chilton, Dallas, Autauga, Bibb, and Perry.
Oh, that's big.
That right there. So they just issued a huge tornado warning.
All right, let's clear it.
Yep, that's the southern end of the polygon right there.
So we're
that's
going
it right there.
We're going right over the same area and pushing it a little bit farther north and west as well.
Yep, so it's for that rotation there west of Valley Grande. It's along the Perry-Dallas line.
Okay.
Let's pop you in here and see what we see. Yep, there you go. So you've got some rotation now northwest of Selma. The polygon goes down into Selma. Selma, get in your safe place and stay there for 5 minutes, and then this will be past downtown Selma. It probably already is, but just as a course of least regret, if you live in Selma, get in your safe spot, stay there until 8:45. Then you can come out and we will reevaluate. They've issued the tornado warning, though, for this right here, over the Augustin community. That is along 219 running north, back towards into Perry County there. So your possible tornado is near Augustin, moving towards the northeast. Plantersville, you got to get in that tornado safe place. This is going to move straight towards Plantersville. If you live at Dallas, if you live near Dallas County High School, if you live near the Panhandle community, if you live at Osborne or Sprott, anywhere there just west of the Perry line, you're in the path of this as well. And yes, northwestern Autauga County, also in the path of this, in that tornado warning polygon. We will again note, though, Prattville, Pine Level, Marbury, not included in this. Those are some of the major population centers in Autauga. This is the northwestern part of the county. We're talking Billingsley, Milton, and Jones, and points west from there.
Yeah, and this is the same area right here where we just broke into coverage at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. So less than an hour ago, we broke in for a confirmed area of rotation on radar that was likely producing a tornado on the ground where Dallas, Autauga, and Chilton all come together. That storm has now rushed off towards the north and east, but these are the same areas. So if you're getting another tornado warning from your NOAA weather radio or your First Alert weather app, this is a new storm, a new area of rotation. This one, again, looks like it's making a little bit of an easterly extent. It's not moving exclusively northeast. So that's why our friends in Valley Grande, you need to be in that tornado safe place. This could move very close to where we just saw this storm track. So if you let your guard down, you came out of your tornado safe place, you need to get back in your tornado safe place.
And some of those people out there may have lost power. So if you have family or friends who live in the path of this in northern Dallas, northwestern Autauga, southern Chilton, shoot them a text message. Don't call. Calling helps kind of clog up the lines of communication. If you can just shoot them a text message and say, there's another one coming, hunker down. Just get that message out. Nick?
South of Camden right now. go down there and look at that and see what it looks like on reflective.
That's the one we were, oh wow, yeah okay.
Just I was noticing that. It looks a little intense there.
Yeah, that's exactly the storm we were looking at.
Where's the cutoff between the offices? Because that's
Wilcox is Mobile.
I was going to say, because there is a handoff here. We talk about our National Weather Service offices. So who's responsible for issuing what? We have to look at Mobile. They are responsible for covering Wilcox. So if they feel the need to issue, but then you get into the point where we go north of Wilcox, and that is no longer Mobile's area. So they might be on the phone or communicating with the National Weather Service office in Birmingham, because that's sometimes where you get a disconnect. If they don't communicate, they can only issue for the counties that they cover. So Wilcox County, we told you there is not an official warning, not a bad time to get in that tornado safe place for the central part of Wilcox County, south side of Camden, as you head closer to the Monroeville County line. If you live anywhere between Monroeville and Camden, there's going to be activity, I think, back here as well that we keep an eye on. But not a bad idea to treat all storms.
Just go ahead and go. Get in that tornado safe place. Especially out here, low-level radar coverage is not good in that part of the state, so it's difficult to see. So stay in that safe spot there. Wilcox County. We were in the process of kind of first alerting you about that when this new warning popped.
I'm going to ask them about that.
Okay.
What they say.
I like it.
They might be in the process of trying to communicate so that they can have a warning out that makes sense. But
Right.
obviously, different offices, different meteorologists, sometimes people see different things.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, and we don't have good low-level radar coverage in that part of the world. So we have to think about that as well before we issue a warning. Still keeping an eye on this new tornado warning that came out moments ago. This is going to include southern and eastern portions of Perry, the northern extent of Dallas as it heads up to Chilton, and that extreme northwest corner of Watauga County. Very similar to where we just saw a tornado warning be issued at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. So if you were in your tornado safe place, you came out of your tornado safe place, you need to get back in your tornado safe place.
And there's more storms behind this one. You may end up
Yep.
playing whack-a-mole a few more times by the time.
Severe thunderstorm warning
All
for
right.
Wilcox. They're
So-
watching the rotation closely, but still broad overall, which is
Right. That's
difficult
true.
because of the fact that we don't have great low-level radar coverage. So what we are seeing is very high up in the atmosphere. And you see how this goes right to the Wilcox-Dallas County border. They cannot extend that. Birmingham would then have to be responsible for issuing for the Dallas County area. So just a little bit of a tidbit of why that warning maybe is a little bit smaller.
So you've got to confirm, and we're just kind of bouncing between storms here. Confirmed tornado warning polygon still for Shelby, and that's not confirmed, but
That should be.
that probably will be in a matter of seconds. Let's go in and see if we can confirm it. Not yet, but give me another scan or two, and I can. That's in Talladega County. That's headed right for Talladega itself. Now, interestingly enough, you know the name from NASCAR. The actual racetrack is not anywhere near the town of Talladega. It's much closer to Lincoln. But the town of Talladega, Talladega College, in the path of this. So if you have family or friends that live anywhere between Sycamore and Talladega along Alabama Highway 21, call, text, preferably text, and let them know there is a tornado on their way. So they did just confirm it.
Yep, they're saying that there is a tornado debris signature, a TDS.
TDS for this storm is in Talladega County. This is out of our coverage area, but there's so many things happening right now. We're enlisting your help to help people across the state. So Talladega County, tornado on the ground. Shelby County, earlier tornado on the ground. That polygon still flashing the outline in black there. Then a possible tornado coming out of Dallas County, clipping northwestern Watauga, southern Chilton, and eastern Perry. Then we have yet another storm back down to the south that's beginning to tighten up down here. This is Wilcox County. That rotation's getting a little tighter. The National Weather Service in Mobile saying it is broad rotation. They're right, but the trend here is for it to slowly tighten up. And as we pointed out, the Weather Service doesn't have a ton of great radar data out here either. So if you live in Camden, this is coming right up 41, by the way. There's Beatrice and Vredenburg. This is coming right up 41. This will be just a little bit. That's 41 right there. So Vredenburg's right here. The rotation right now is due south of downtown Camden, moving right towards Camden itself. So if you're in Camden, my advice to you would be just go ahead and shelter like it's a tornado. If you live in a site-built home, lowest floor, hallway, bathroom, closet, in a mobile home, get out of it and get to the closest site-built structure you can find. Protect your head and neck and just ride it out. In the event that this were to spin up, we don't want anyone to get caught off guard here. So it's a severe thunderstorm warning polygon, but due to radar coverage and the volatility of the atmosphere today, treat it like a tornado warning. So that's where we are now. What was that one that just popped up?
That was Shelby County, St. Clair County, tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning canceled. They're continuing severe thunderstorm warning for Talladega, Clay, Coosa.
Hey, Coosa, you need to be paying attention too, right
Yeah,
here.
northern little extent.
Right up in the northern Coosa.
Yeah, damaging wind threat with that for sure. That line right there.
Right, and then the way it hangs down right there, you have to kind of keep an eye on that just in case.
For sure.
Nothing, and you don't need to be in your safe place in Coosa County. You just need to be paying attention.
So continued confirm, and then this is all for damaging wind threat behind. This is really
nasty
this is
looking tornado.
cranking up for sure in Talladega County.
Yeah, let's go up there. Actually, that seems to be getting a little.
Yeah, that seems like it's trying to organize.
Too. So this is for the tornado warned storm in Dallas. Starting to see signs of stronger rotation on the north end of Valley Grande right now. So that is Alabama 22 that runs north. This will be pretty close to Grist State Park. If you come north out of Selma there, coming up 22, it's headed essentially just east of Highway 22. So if you live around Plantersville, Dallas County High School, on over to Billingsley, get in and stay in that tornado safe place.
So a couple of different things. We start from southwest and make our way up. Our friends in Mobile are keeping an eye on southern Clark County. So this tornado warning that was issued a little while ago as it was coming out of Mobile, moved through Washington, they are saying this rotation down here in southwestern portions of Clark County is still very broad. They're going to continue that tornado warning for now in hopes that it stays broad, but if it tightens up, then we have that warning. So southern Clark, far southwestern Monroe, you are still under that tornado warning. Then we go farther north and east. That Wilcox County storm, we're keeping a very close eye on that. Severe thunderstorm warning as we watch that broad area of rotation. Go even more off towards the north and west. Northern portions of Dallas, just to the east of Perry County, right where Chilton comes with Dallas and Perry. We have an area of rotation that looks like it's starting to pick up a little bit of momentum. And then even more activity just north of our viewing area, closer to places like Talladega County. But Coosa, you have a damaging wind threat as that line of activity rolls on in. So we have 4 different clusters that we're keeping an eye on right now. So definitely a lot of moving parts right now. There are still plenty of people who have not seen wet weather yet, have not seen their storm threat yet. The storm threat is just now ramping up. It's not anywhere close to being over. Eventually we'll start to trim West Alabama, but for now, while it's all ducks in a row, these are individual ducks. They're not necessarily all in a straight line with each other and connected. That's why they're having a really easy time of gaining a momentum and having these areas of rotation. If they were in a linear line together, I think it would be a lot more difficult for them to have that area of rotation. But see how this is a cluster and this is a cluster. This looks like a line, but we still have this really predominant supercell that's trying to get sucked up into a line and then a damaging wind threat. So definitely going to keep an eye on this. We still have pockets of rotation. This isn't a full linear line, but then some really discrete cells by themselves, I think, are going to kind of thrive in this environment in southwest Alabama.
That's right. This, I think, is a great example of something. We actually had Kevin Laws from the National Weather Service in Birmingham come and do a little kind of science operations workshop for us, and he was talking about a lot of these things that look like lines in Alabama. They're probably actually HP supercells that just happen to be embedded within a line. So that's what that is. This is part of a line, yes, but it's a supercell. You got to treat it with a lot of respect. And the reflectivity there, this thing in the mid-levels is spinning like a top. Let's pop back in and show the rotation there. If we don't have a tornado on the ground, I bet we will soon. This is in Dallas County, approaching where Autauga, Chilton, and Dallas come together.
Where we literally were an hour ago. This is almost
the more things change,
this is almost exactly where that last storm was an hour ago. So you have to be in that tornado safe place. Northern Dallas, southern Chilton, the far northwestern corner of Autauga County. This is the same area that we dealt with earlier. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit closer so we can give a little bit of an idea of communities. The Vine Hill, the Jones community, Plantersville, you need to be in that tornado safe place now, as that area of rotation is either right on top of you or is going to be moving right on top of you within just a couple of moments.
Absolutely. So that's Plantersville up there. This is Mulberry Creek running south back down towards the county line there. That's Autauga County Road 83 that runs north and south. The possible tornado right now is actually on the Dallas County side of the border, though. It is, if we have a tornado, and this is going to be right here, very near State Route 22, south of Plantersville. So movement with this is towards the northeast. We've called out Plantersville and Dallas County High School several times. We'll keep doing it. If you live near Dallas County High School, there's a tornado. If it's not on the ground yet, it will be momentarily, very near you. So if you live along Autauga County Road 103 there's a bridge that crosses over the creek right there coming into Plantersville. Get in that tornado safe spot and stay in it. Jones, Vine Hill, Plantersville, and then from there this will head on up into Chilton. So Pletcher and eventually Clanton, I think, would start to get in the mix here. But you can sort of see this green right here. That's where the wind is blowing back up into the storm, and the net there is kind of this rotation that looks like that. Bottom line, very strong rotation right there south of Plantersville. It's starting to wrap up, and my suspicion is over the next few scans you'd probably start to see a little more of a very distinct tornado signature in that. I'll take you down into Wilcox as well. We got to keep an eye on that one. Let's pop back to the Mobile radar for that.
Still keeping an eye on broad rotation. That's what the National Weather Service office is saying, but we're getting pretty close to the southern Dallas line, so Birmingham's going to have to make a decision. We continue severe thunderstorm warning. Do we go tornado?
Right.
They'll have to keep an eye on that. They're obviously very busy. There is confirmed debris in the Talladega County area and also moving close to the city of Talladega. So they're obviously very busy with that. We have this area of concern moving right over a spot that an hour ago was dealing with a very similar thing of rotation. This one, I think, a little bit more robust. So definitely have to get back in that tornado safe place. And then obviously this one down the line. So 3 areas of concern. I'd say of the 4, this one's probably the one that is broadest and not the most concerning. But southern Clark and southwestern Monroe, we were not forgetting about you. This is a storm we're keeping a very close eye on as well.
Absolutely. Let's take you back up here.
I think
there
for
it is.
our
That's
area,
tightening up.
this is the most concerning right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we, again, to repeat, if we don't have a tornado on the ground yet, I think we will within the next 5 minutes, where Autauga, Chilton, and Dallas come together very near Plantersville and Dallas County High School. So
this is all damage from Calera. National Weather Service is telling people, let's focus on the warnings. We'll talk about damage later.
Right.
Because there are obviously multiple warnings, but obviously we're getting a lot of confirmed damage from the previous storm that moved through Calera, which is just an indicator of what these storms are capable of doing and have already done earlier in the evening.
So that confirmed tornado near Talladega.
Yes.
That's headed up towards Anniston and maybe Jacksonville. So if I have any family or friends watching this in Montgomery, you need to be getting ready to get to that safe place. You don't have to be there yet in Calhoun, but in Talladega, you definitely do. And then closer to home, we've got that one where Dallas, Autauga, and Chilton come together. Broad rotation in Wilcox, we're watching like a hawk. And then down in southwest Alabama, that's the other active tornado warning down here. We'll switch over to the Mobile radar and take a look down into that. That one's broadened out, as you mentioned, Amanda. That one probably the broadest one yet. They're maintaining that tornado warning. Yeah, that's messy.
For good reason, because we know how quickly something that's broad and cycling can then ramp back up very quickly. So they're erring on the side of caution just because we've seen what storms in this environment can do. Obviously, other storms are producing tornadoes and have throughout the evening. So just being safe, the National Weather Service office in Mobile covering that.
TDS in Plantersville.
Okay, so now we officially have a tornado debris signature in the Plantersville community.
Right over Dallas County High School. I mean, it's on top of the high school right now. So safe place right now, southern Chilton, northwestern Autauga, northern Dallas County, Plantersville. We've been calling your name for 20 minutes now, saying we thought this thing would be on the ground momentarily, and now we can confirm it is. It's moving essentially along Autauga 103 and Dallas 63. It's right along the creek there. That's the county line between Dallas and Autauga. This is going to move pretty quickly towards the northeast. So let's zoom in here. And do a little bit of a tracker on this. This is moving towards the northeast very rapidly. We'll clear this and redo it, but your confirmed tornado now is over Plantersville. It's going to cross over U.S. Highway 82 between Billingsley and Maplesfield. So southwestern Chilton County, get in that tornado safe place right now. There is a tornado on the ground. It is moving to you. The National Weather Service just telling us major velocities in Dallas. So what they're seeing there is what we're seeing and what we kind of thought would happen with this. Let me show you what they're talking about here. When that is an inbound wind of 12 miles per hour. That can't be right. 9. What's going on there? That's very interesting.
What is this coming from? Birmingham?
Birmingham. Yeah,
Birmingham. Okay.
Yeah. So those numbers are. I wonder if it's range folded.
It might be.
Might be. So
that's how intense it is.
That's how intense it is. So the numbers that don't make sense. That's a bad thing. We won't get too deep into the science of all of that, but just understand there is likely a very intense tornado on the ground now in northwestern Autauga County. You have got to take this thing seriously. Coming into Plantersville now, there you see the new scan.
Yep.
So this is now along the Chilton-Autauga line. So it's leaving Plantersville now, headed towards Pletcher. If you live anywhere along U.S. Highway 82 between Billingsley and Maplesville, this is a life-threatening situation. Stop what you're doing. Get in that tornado safe place. Do not stop for anything. Get there immediately. And that's what's happening. It's range folded right there. You can see it. So what's happening there, the wind is blowing so fast it actually fools the radar into thinking the wind's blowing the opposite direction in a much lower magnitude. We won't go into the deep science on that, but when you see this signature as meteorologists, we know, that thing is spinning very, very rapidly.
On a scale of 0 to whatever the max end is, it's going over the max, so it goes goes back to the beginning. And so that is how high the winds are right now, to the point where the radar is indicating it's on the low end. It's actually gone over the limit of the radar and is coming back to the beginning. So that tells you that is a very intense, strong tornado couplet. I actually have a friend who lives right over there by Dallas. I was texting her, so we're not on our phones for fun or playing any kind of games, but she said she's in her tornado shelter with her kids right now, and she's going to let us know what's happening. But this is moving away from Plantersville, but likely a tornado forming right over there, touching down on the ground. Can we see debris? Do we think anything?
Yeah. Ooh, man.
Now, this is exclusively in Chilton County now, with debris being lofted, so this likely caused some damage in the Plantersville
Absolutely
area
it did.
as well.
Yeah, Plantersville's been hit. So we can confirm Plantersville has been hit with a tornado tonight. We have obviously this has happened within the last 10 minutes, but no idea about any kind of injuries or structural damage. But I can tell you that is a distinct debris signature, and you're getting a lot of debris lofted very high into the air. So now it is in Chilton, but it's headed towards 82. If you live anywhere along US 82 from Billingsley to Maplesville, get in your safe place. Don't mess around with this thing. This thing, it's not messing around. I promise you that. So it's moving northeast at 55. What I don't want you to do is stand there and wait on this little ball thing to get to where you are, because radar, the way it works, we're taking a picture of something that is flying through the air 55 miles an hour or greater. So radar shows it right now being right here. It's actually a little ahead of that. If you sit there and wait till this gets on top of you, it's too late. If you go stick your head out the window and wait until you think you're going to see it or hear it, it's too late. You will not have time. It's moving 55 miles an hour, and it has no stop signs, no red lights, and no logging truck in front of it. It just goes. So it's moving fast. The sun is down. It's dark. There's nothing but pine trees out here. You're not going to see it. So if you live up in those pine trees up there and along 82, Maplesville to Billingsley, get in that safe spot. Don't delay. Don't wait. Just go. Go, 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 go. National Weather Service now telling us they've issued a considerable damage threat tag on that tornado warning coming out of Dallas County. And that clipped Autauga, too, by the way. So
yep, and they've now trimmed our friends in Dallas and Autauga out. So, again, this isn't exclusively just a Chilton County issue. This is a lot more robust than the first one we saw about an hour and 10 minutes ago. You need to be back in that tornado safe place right now. This is probably the most tight couplet and the most robust.
Absolutely.
With the debris signature to match as well. So we are able to confirm with the data we have in the Vance Law Firm Storm Track Zone, there's a tornado on the ground in southern Chilton County that is going to be heading between Maplesville and Billingsley. You need to be in that tornado safe place right now. Stay there until we give you the all clear. This is heading off towards the north and east. So again, holding together, this is going to make a run right for Clanton and I-65. We still have some time before then, but this is moving very quickly. So our time is not going to be abundant. It is going to be limited. We're keeping an eye on this and obviously other storms too, but this is the most concerning of all. Josh, confirmed tornado on the ground in Chilton County. Yeah,
this is a life-threatening situation up in Chilton.
Why have they not gone confirmed tornado yet, do you think? Well, put the considerable tag.
I'm not sure. They may be in the process of drawing it up.
Okay.
It's definitely confirmed. So
everything that we
northeast
need to
to 55, that puts it in Clanton. You got about 15 minutes, Clanton. Don't use all of them. Tornadoes speed up. Do not use all of the minutes you see here. You need to, if you live in Clanton, the time to act is right now. Get in that tornado safe place, lowest floor, hallway, bathroom, or closet if you're in a site-built home. If you are in a mobile or manufactured home, get out of it. Closest site-built structure you can get to, community storm shelter, nearby neighbor who has a basement, nearby neighbor who lives in a site-built home. When I say site-built, I mean your standard stick-built house. It can be a crawl space, foundation, slab, that doesn't matter. It's built on site right there. That's what I'm talking about. So Chilton County, downstream, this could clip northwestern Coosa. Look, there it is.
Yeah, okay, so they're keeping the original tornado warning, having the considerable damage tag on it, issuing a new confirmed tornado warning to prepare for the rest of Chilton County.
And that does include Coosa.
That does include the northwestern corner of Coosa County, so not a bad idea. We have the time. We don't have unlimited time, but we do have enough time to calmly get where we need to go and get in our tornado safe place. So great idea. Jemison, Clanton, points north and east going into northwestern parts of Coosa County. Get in that tornado safe place right now. Confirmed tornado on the ground. That's crossing over the road right now. So when you look northwards, you have Interstate 65 in blue that cuts through Clanton. And everybody knows that 31 kind of bobs and weaves on either side. Eventually, this is going to cross over both the interstate and 31. But look at that. That is...
It's on 82 right now.
It's on top of US 82 as we speak. Now, not US 82 in Autauga County, US
Chilton.
82 in Chilton County. I know Autauga, Dallas, you've been in tornado warnings multiple times tonight. This is no longer a concern for you. That area of rotation has now been exclusively in Chilton County over Highway 82 as we speak. New confirmed tornado warning being issued down the line. So our friends throughout the rest of Chilton County into Coosa as well need to get in that tornado safe place as we speak. Most of you have about 10-15 minutes max to get in that spot. And you need to be in your tornado safe place and hunker down and ready so you can make sure you have your streaming devices, your tablet, your phone, whatever you can do to watch and stream our coverage, and sit and wait until we give you the all clear. But the sooner you can get in there, the better you will be off.
Absolutely, yeah. Chilton now, Coosa next. So, and the part of Coosa I'm talking about is around Weogufka and Flag Mountain. If you live along County Road 55, if you live around really anywhere from Clanton, if you head out 22 near the lake and points north, back along the Coosa River, all the way up to the Shelby line. So that's northwestern sliver of Coosa County and then much of Chilton County. Confirmed tornado down on the ground right now. Just crossed 82. It's just crossed 82. This would be near Maplesville. Now there's an old rest area. It's one of the only rest areas in Alabama that's not on an interstate, and it's right out here. It's very close to that rest area as you're coming into Maplesville. It's on the right. It's on the east side of the road there. Very close to that. Just south of downtown Maplesville. Movement here northeast. This is going to end up very close to Clanton and Isabella downstream. Now, quickly, I want to, while we're doing this, let's go back into Wilcox too. I don't want us to take our eye off the ball, but I also want to make sure we're not missing anything to the south. So that storm's still showing broad rotation. The Weather Service in Birmingham doing the same thing Mobile did with it, issuing kind of that severe thunderstorm warning to cover the damaging wind threat, and also to sort of alert everyone that there's a storm around in case it drops a tornado with little or no warning. So, Nick, what are you seeing over there? Meteorologist Nick Gunner's doing all kinds of analysis on all the storms right now. We've got one on the ground now in Chilton. We're watching rotation coming out of Dallas, or out of Wilcox into Dallas, and then we have more storms building back to the southwest. Nick, we told people earlier we thought there would be an uptick, and here we are ticking.
Yeah, you're about that, Josh and Amanda. We are continuing to watch this line of showers and storms work its way into this area that has really been untouched as we move through the day today. Very warm, and it's tapping into it. Those storms are, and that's the reason why we're seeing that very strong storm now that has the debris signature associated with it moving through portions of Chilton County. And then we're watching the severe thunderstorm warning, as you just mentioned, down there in portions of Wilcox and Dallas counties. And we're still watching more showers and storms down south of that. That is sub-severe right now, but of course at any moment could tap in this volatile atmosphere and cause some of those strong rotational signatures. We'll see how that plays out, but right now we're watching all of these very closely. Of course, the most significant storm that we're still watching that you need to be in your safe place now is this confirmed tornado warning that is crossed 82 and still tracking its way toward Interstate 65, and these things are hauling as well, moving very quickly as they work their way across Chilton County as we speak. Latest radar scans continue to show the rotation just south of Maplesville. And keep in mind, this is a snapshot of a moving object. So we're getting radar scans coming in, and this is constantly moving. That's why we say downstream of this, you need to get into your safe spot right now. That's why the National Weather Service issues tornado warnings downstream to get everyone prepared for this. Another just note, hopefully no one's traveling, but if you know someone that's like, should I travel along Interstate 65? I'm trying to get home. Don't do it. Wait for these storms to pass and then consider traveling. Maybe just wait till tomorrow when things are a lot calmer across our region. So here's the tornado warned storm. That's the latest rotation scans of just along Highway 82 here between Maplesville and Pletcher, just north of Billingsley as it moves across Chilton County. Still seeing some debris signature with it. You see right here, most of it's red, but then you start to see blues and greens. That's indicating the different objects being lobbed up into the atmosphere from the rotation of this storm. But keep in mind, this lags behind the storm cell itself. So this is giving us an image of after the fact. So this is why you need to take action now as we continue to see the National Weather Service adjust and the movement of this debris signature move across Chilton County, still showing up. So that's the reason why they're keeping it confirmed right now. So let's go back to the reflectivity. And the one thing we talk about with these storms is there is just a ton of rain. So these are rain wrapped. It's not, you're not going to see anything. So that's why we're saying you need to stay inside and go to your safe spot. Where is that? Interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. A windowless room at that. If you have a basement, go to that. If you have storm shelter, hopefully you're already in it as these storms are racing off across parts of central Alabama right now. Of course, they issued a warning downstream, which includes Clanton, Mineral Springs, and then eventually toward Weogufka there in northern portions of Coosa County, just giving you the first alert for those storms that's heading in that direction. So definitely something we're watching closely as those storms move through. Just the newest scan coming in because we're getting more and more scans as these storms are getting closer and closer. And you can see that the storm cell itself still showing some signs of rotation. That's the reason why they're keeping this tornado warning, confirmed tornado warning, ongoing right now. I want to show you the big picture again of what's going down to our south. Still watching what's happening out of Wilcox County and into portions of Dallas County. We're seeing very difficult to see a lot of things just because the radar not the best in that part of the state. We know that, but of course we're watching that severe thunderstorm warning. And just a little bit of note, there was a tornado warning earlier down in portions of Washington, Clark, and portions of Monroe County. National Weather Service says that the rotation has broadened, so they decided to let that expire and reissue a severe thunderstorm warning for that same cell. That does include Monroeville, Beatrice, and places like that in portions of Monroe County. So we'll watch that very closely. But of course, Josh and Amanda, the most concerning storm that's still ongoing is what's taking place right now in Chilton County, and it's still showing signs of rotation as it's racing toward Interstate 65 right now. Yeah, look at that. It is just really starting to ramp up again.
Indeed. Yeah, that's it's on the ground. Let's go in and see the debris signature, kind of covering it with the old TDS there. I'll knock that off in a moment. But yeah, so that's your debris signature right there, clear as a bell. This thing is lofting debris into the air. I'll do some quick analysis and figure out if we can see just how high up the debris is. That's one indicator of a tornado's intensity. How high is it lofting the debris up into the air? So it's up there. We do know that. This is exclusively in Chilton now. So Talladega County, this is already done. I do think that tornado clipped the northwestern corner of Talladega.
For sure.
It definitely hit Dallas. I think it clipped northwestern Talladega, and now it is definitely on the ground in Chilton, moving into the general direction of Clanton. So we have heard reports of tornadoes on the ground across many sections of North Alabama. Calera's been hit. Gordo was hit. And we think there's still additional tornadoes on the ground up there. So the much waited on uptick is now very much swinging in here. And unfortunately, I think the next 3 to 6 hours are going to be very active across our area. But there's your debris signature, confirmed tornado warning, Chilton.
This is south of Alabama Highway 22. It's crossing, and we say crossing because this has already happened. This is a snapshot of what's happened. So some roads that this debris is being lofted over: County Road 15 in Chilton County, County Road 30, County Road 340. So these are all areas where the debris has already been indicated, and the debris is already off towards the north and east. You can see new skip. So this is where it was. This is how quickly it's moving. Still south of Alabama Highway 22. This is heading closer to and on the northern extent of County Road 230, continuing to head off towards the north and east. And Josh, that rotation still very well defined. That area of debris, very easy to indicate. When we look at debris, we're able to see particle sizes in the atmosphere. And when we get these bright blips, it's telling us that we're getting different sized particles all moving together. together. So when we get all this light to moderate pink, everything is the same. We start to add in all these bright colors. Things are changing in size. That is debris. That could be a multitude of different things. That could be tree branches. That could be wood from a house. That could be metals. That could be shingles. It could literally be anything that a tornado is going over, lifting up, and then lofting up in the atmosphere. The radar is then sending the beam out, measuring so many different parts of the atmosphere, but can tell us, hey, right here where we see this bright spot, none of these things are the same size. They are all different sizes, which tells us that all of these things that are being lofted up in the atmosphere are also moving at the same speed as the winds of the tornado, which means you do not want to be near an exterior part of your site-built home because these things could get thrown at exterior walls. That's why we tell you to be as far away and put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. These, whatever these things are that are being lofted up and causing debris, are literally getting thrown throughout the tornado. So then when it makes its way closer to you, those things basically become projectiles. I don't want to sound too dramatic with that. I know that sounds a little intense, but that is true. We've seen so many things of 2x4s just rushing through a house because of the speed in which it's projecting because of the winds of the tornado. You do not want to be near exterior walls. And
or windows.
Or windows, too. We've seen things get thrown through windows because they're moving 90, 100, 110 plus miles an hour like projectiles. We get all these different size particles. We don't know what these particles are. This could be any form of debris. I know that's part of Chilton County. There's a lot of pine trees. That could be a bunch of wood branches. You do not want to have one of those come through a window because you're standing near an exterior wall trying to see what's going on outside.
A 2x4 at 90 miles an hour is a day ender. So away from windows. Don't go outside and look at it because she's right. The air will be filled with, this stuff will be like missiles. I mean, just flying through the air, sideways, up, down, left, right, all of it. So stay indoors. And that, again, as she said, as Amanda said, that's why we give you that advice, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Like a 2x4 going 100 miles an hour could very well go through an exterior wall, but it might not go through two.
You played baseball. Did you ever get hit with a fastball at 95 miles an hour?
Not that fast, but close.
Say, does it hurt?
Yes.
I wouldn't want to have that happen.
And a baseball's round.
Yeah.
You know? What if it's a stick?
Trying to put it into perspective, that's not us trying to hype that. That's not us. That's just the magnitude of this storm in particular and what it's producing right now. A very clear-cut sign of debris being lofted in the atmosphere as this tornado is moving off towards the north and east. And hey, west side of Clanton, this is knocking on your doorstep. So remember 15 minutes ago when we said you had 15 minutes, you were running out of time to be in that tornado safe place for the west side of Clanton.
Yep, there it is right there. So your tornado's right out here, crossing over County Road 230 now. This will cross 22 a little west of downtown Clanton. Now, out on Highway 22, there's a hill out here that has a bunch of radio transmission towers. If you're familiar with this part of Chilton County, you know exactly where I'm talking about. It's near that. So the hill out there with the transmission towers on it, the radio towers, it's very near that. It's going to keep moving northeast. So Lomax, 31 north from Clanton, exit 212, McKinnon, there's a car dealership up here. You're going to be very near the path of this. McKinnon Toyota there. Gap of the Mountain. And then eventually, as we told you 20 minutes ago, this is going to threaten Coosa County. We already have the tornado warning in effect for Coosa. You should already be in your safe place. But if you've been waiting, right, go ahead and get moving because this is still showing signs of rotation. It's not as strong as it was, but it's still showing signs of rotation. There's still debris in the air. We have to treat it like there's still a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, and not that we want to take our attention away from this. This is obviously a life-threatening situation, but Josh, if we could just clear the screen really quick. I just got news from our news director that we are welcoming our friends down in Dothan, the WTVY viewers, until 10 p.m. So if you are watching us for the next 45 minutes down in the Wiregrass, do know that we are keeping an eye on your severe weather risk, but what is actively happening is well north of you. So we don't want you to be concerned if you live down in the Wiregrass and maybe that's the channel that you prefer to watch. We are going to take coverage till about 10 p.m. and then their local meteorologists will pick up any severe weather coverage. So just want to say hello to those viewers who are tuning in.
Howdy.
And also that we are keeping a very close eye on everyone else. Severe thunderstorm warning taking up a big chunk of Monroe County, including Monroeville. Severe thunderstorm warning now out of Wilcox exclusively into the eastern part of Dallas, and a confirmed tornado on the ground in Chilton County. And this activity all pushing east and northeast. So that means our friends in Montgomery Remember how it hasn't rained all day? Remember how you said nothing's happened? Remember how you said the severe weather was a bust? It is about to be in your area soon. So make sure that you have your severe weather plan in place. You know where to go if a tornado warning was to be issued, and we will be monitoring that situation. But just kind of wanted to set the scene for those who are watching down in the Wiregrass. If you're in Ozark or Enterprise or Dothan, Geneva, Houston, Coffee, Henry, Dale County, if you're watching us, thank you so much for tuning in. But the active threat, the biggest impact, is in Chilton County.
It is. And let's see, too, do we have any sort of damage video that's come in yet from the Birmingham area? If we can get some of that, I think that could be useful in terms of that. And we have some from North Alabama in the Sipsey area. We're going to show you that momentarily. That's up in the Winston County area. Here you see it now. That's definitely tornado damage. You can kind of look at it and tell. Those trees snapped off halfway up, pretty intense structural damage. That looks like the frame to a mobile home. There you see a tree that obviously didn't make it, got snapped off there too. So this is from North Alabama a little bit earlier, but this is the kind of damage we have seen with this, right? Really not just in Alabama. You know, this severe weather outbreak, we've got 25 people dead already, not in Alabama, but across the country. We have significant damage across Alabama. We have significant damage across Mississippi. We have significant damage in Arkansas. The video you're seeing now comes to us from Pickens County, Alabama. This is in northwest Alabama. That's one county northwest of Tuscaloosa. This would be in the Gordo area. They were hit with a tornado as well.
Look at those trees.
That's a telltale giveaway, too. Straight line wind can snap a tree halfway up, but it's really rare.
Yep.
9 out of 10 times you see that tree snapped off halfway up like that. That's going to be a tornado.
And see how they're all laying in different directions. Some of them are laying to the right, to the left, up, down. That is a sign of rotation rolling through an area, and those trees are kind of wobbling back and forth as they're losing their strength and then getting snapped. And so whatever point they snap is the direction in which they fall. And there's a reason why all the trees are pointing in different directions, because not all of them snap at the exact same time. Some of them are thicker or thinner, and that is a very telltale sign of tornado damage. So this is something that we're keeping an eye on too, and not necessarily in the point to scare you and say that this is going to happen everywhere, but I think the environment is giving us an equal opportunity for every part of our viewing area to say, if the right storm sets up where you live, you have all the ingredients necessary that not only could tornadoes form, but potentially destructive tornadoes, long track tornadoes. Those are all things that are on the table. So we don't say that to scare you, because not every storm tonight will produce a guaranteed tornado. Those that are starting to rotate, like this one that is right now on the west side of Clanton, is showing signs of probably lofting debris, causing damage, and potentially putting people's lives at risk. Now, I will say that's maybe not as bright.
Kind of starting to flatten out a little, I think.
I like that. That's good. Less debris signature does not mean no tornado. It maybe means the tornado is broadening out. Could be cycling. There's a lot of different things that are at play there. That doesn't mean we eliminate the tornado risks. That just means that could be losing momentum. That could be going through a cycle, and it could ramp right back up. So we do not need to come out of our tornado safe place yet. We're talking you in Chilton County. And again, we were able to give you 15, 20 minutes of leeway. Same thing for our friends in far northern western portions of Coosa. You have the luxury of a little bit of time right now. Not a lot, but a little bit of time. Get in that tornado safe place right now. If you're not already there. You should be, but if you're not, now's your time.
Cycle right back up, and you're starting to see a little bit of a bow segment there too. So even if the tornado threat does go away, and it hasn't, but if it does, there's still a pretty significant damaging wind situation likely unfolding in Chilton and Coosa.
For sure.
Let's go back down to the south here. We'll pop over to the Maxwell radar so we're getting the best data, but take you into Dallas and Lowndes. We've got some storms here lined up right along the Alabama River there, coming into western parts of Lowndes County, southwestern Autauga, eastern Dallas. We'll watch for any rotation with these. So far, as these storms lift north, this is about where they start rotating. Yep. We've seen that essentially all afternoon. There's probably some sort of boundary out there.
We've seen this area right here, northern Dallas, southern Chilton, far northwestern Autauga. So this is probably not going to track too far away from that. The environment has been favorable, not once, but twice so far, for development of rotation. So we really have to keep an eye right here on this corridor. So that's going to be far southern and eastern portions of Dallas, moving into extreme western and northwestern portions of Lowndes, and then crawling through parts of Autauga. Not necessarily saying Prattville, Millbrook, Marbury, but I think our friends Independence, Autaugaville, you need to be ready to
level.
You need to be ready to move.
Yes.
We're not saying you got to move right now. We're not saying you got to put your shoes on yet. But what I'm saying is you got to have them untied and ready to put them on soon, because you might need to go to your tornado safe place sooner rather than later.
That's right. That's exactly right. And that's the storm that came up through Wilcox.
Yep, that we kept an eye on.
So,
and that one started back here, right where this one started too, where it saw signs of rotation.
That one's
so we're getting
it, so it's
cluster, cluster,
boom,
cluster.
boom, boom,
yep.
boom.
They're all in a line, but they're not in a line.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Right. They're lined up.
Yes.
But they're not in. They're not a line.
linked. They're not linked together completely.
Exactly. Right. So. Monroe County, severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. That's coming up through Monroeville, Beatrice, Vredenburg. We'll watch it for any signs of rotation. Then the mess there in Dallas, you got a severe thunderstorm warning for that one as well. We'll do a quick rotation check on that just to make sure we're not missing anything. Yeah. A little, not much.
Not off the charts.
Nothing crazy, but just
like we
enough.
said, I think you need to get ready to move. I'm not saying move yet, but I think you need to think long and hard about, if we tell you a tornado warning pops in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, can you get to your safe place?
Right. Especially if you're in a mobile or manufactured home.
Yep,
because
100%.
It takes you longer to do. Now, look, some mobile homes, you got a storm shelter right out the back door. You had that put in, you're good. Some of you have to drive 10 or 15 minutes to grandma's house. So we're trying to kind of minister to you and make sure you're in a position to get yourself safe out of this.
For sure.
So I want to go over to meteorologist Nick Gunter. Nick is doing all sorts of analysis over there in the Nick zone.
Yeah.
Nick, what you got over there?
Well, I'm just watching the same things that y'all are. Of course, the thunderstorm that's currently making its way very close to Clanton toward Interstate 65. Tornado warned still. So definitely stay in your safe zone. And then a little bit further south, we're still watching that broad rotation down there in Dallas County. Severe thunderstorm warning right now, but something that we're watching closely as it could strengthen. So something downstream of it that you need to be aware of, that it could make its way toward portions of Loudon's, Autauga County as well. And then I'm still watching this that's down in Monroe County, making its way very close to Monroeville as we speak. That mainly looks to be a wind threat at the moment, but this has had signs, or in the past, when it was in Washington County, the same storm had rotation and was tornado warned at one point. So definitely something we're watching very closely there as we continue to see these storms develop, moving into this atmosphere that has been relatively untouched throughout the day today. That's very volatile right now. I know Amanda mentioned earlier that our friends down in Dothan on WTVY was joining us. Now we're having our friends with the local radio stations. Cumulus Radio now is streaming all of our coverage and all of their radio partners. So if you lose power, you can go to one of the Cumulus radio stations and continue to listen to our coverage if in case one of your streaming devices ends up losing battery there. So definitely something to keep in mind there. All right, let's go ahead and zoom things out and show you the big picture of ongoing. I want to do a little radar check with what's happening near Clanton right now. It looks to be a very strong thunderstorm. Still seeing the tornado warnings active for portions of Chilton, portions of northern Coosa, and a little sliver of southern Shelby County right now. We'll turn on the rotation detector. A little bit more broad than what we were seeing a little earlier with the tight rotation and the debris signature going along with it. But still, nevertheless, you need to stay into your tornado safe spot until this tornado warning is allowed to expire, as we continue to see this storm cell work its way off. Most of these storms have been racing. Some of them were up to 65 miles per hour. This one's roughly about 45 miles per hour. But still, nevertheless, it is a very fast-moving storm. I want to put a little bit of a storm track on it just so we can see who's downstream of the most significant part of the storm itself. So here's the latest timing. Here's the time that's right now. It's 9:25 p.m. And then we put this out about 45 miles per hour ahead of it. And we're getting times like 9:53 in Weogufka, Sylacauga at 10:05, and then points away from there, points to the north and east of there. So these are some times, some rough estimates. So if you live near Weogufka, I know you've seen some intense thunderstorms already, but this rotation that has been confirmed earlier will make its way toward you as we head toward 9:53, and again, as mentioned, near Sylacauga as we head toward 10:05 p.m. I want to clear that off, head a little bit further south, and show you what's happening ongoing right now as it moves. These thunderstorms move closer to other areas. We're still watching this area right here that is in portions of Dallas County right now, making its way closer to Whitehall. That's northern Lowndes County. We're watching the broad rotation with this storm itself, and you can see where the reds and greens, they're close, but they're not tight. So we're not seeing any significant rotation at the moment, but that could change at any point. So if you're downstream of this warning, which is a severe thunderstorm warning, go ahead and take your safety precautions now. Know where to go if this tightens up and they decide to, the National Weather Service decides to issue a tornado warning. Haven't done it yet, but something we're watching. As you've seen, and as we mentioned throughout the night, we could see these storms strengthen fairly quickly, and that seems to be the case that's ongoing right now. And then I'm still watching this storm that's down a little bit further south. This is just close to Monroeville. This is portions of Monroe County. So a severe thunderstorm warning, very intense thunderstorm itself, but notice I'm seeing a lot of red, not much green. That means we're not seeing as much rotation within the storm. Mainly a damaging wind threat with this one down here in Monroe County. Definitely something we'll keep a close eye out on to our friends in Monroeville and northern Monroe County. We know a lot of people watch us down there and eventually downstream of this, which could move into northern portions of Conecuh, eventually downstream into Butler County as well. So ongoing, the most intense thunderstorm, most significant one is the one that's very close to Clanton as we speak. Seeing a lot of strong winds that's ongoing over Clanton right along Interstate 65 in the heart of the city. Of course, you know, U.S. Highway 31 jets off away from the interstate, goes through the city of Clanton, then kind of moves back toward I-65 north of the city as it moves north toward Jemison, eventually Calera. And as mentioned, we were talking about damage reports. We did have those damage reports up in and around Calera coming in. And then, of course, you saw those images just a minute ago of all the damage that's already taken place in the state of Alabama from this same storm system as it moved off through northern portions of our state. So a very significant storm setup currently ongoing as this line continues to work its way across Alabama. Generally speaking, moving in roughly around the timing we said. We went hour by hour, and it showed getting close to Montgomery as we head toward 10 o'clock, and we're about 30 minutes away from that now, and these showers and thunderstorms are knocking on the door as we speak. Seeing a lot of lightning within these storm cells as well. These are electric storms, and they're dumping intense rain. So it's at night, you're not going to see anything. You're going to hear the heavy rain, could have some hail within the storm cells, and you're going to hear those gusts of winds as these storm cells move across our state. So definitely something we're going to keep a close eye out on, especially that storm up there in Clanton right now. Looks to be a little bit broader, Josh and Amanda, but still something significant that we need to keep a close eye out on as it moves closer to northern Coosa County. Absolutely.
Nick, great job. Great analysis on all of that. Couple of things. They're continuing the tornado warning for Chilton and Coosa. That's for the storm in Clanton. They suggest that the rotation has weakened slightly, but not enough to cancel the tornado warning, which I think is right. I mean, this is a really volatile environment. But
so new tornado warning not confirmed.
Right.
Underneath what was already that confirmed tornado warning. So that still includes far northeastern portions of Chilton and our friends in northwest Coosa County. So that doesn't mean that you no longer have to be in that tornado safe place. That just means that the indicators on radar that show us that we can confirm a tornado on the ground are not all there at the same magnitude as they were before.
That's
but
right.
There's still going to be signs of potential damage and the opportunity for this storm to cycle back up and potentially produce another tornado or a repeat of what we've already seen from that system.
Absolutely. Quick update from the Storm Prediction Center. This is as of just a few minutes ago. They say the risk of strong tornadoes persist, especially over central Alabama. I hate it when they call us by name.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I'll just read you the entire kind of technical discussion, and I'll do my best to. In the wake of tornadic storms which went across the radar, a residual region of tornadoes shall be Chilton, Coosa. Meanwhile, this is the important part. A very large complex of storms is coming up from the southwest, Exhibit A. Very strong inflow winds exist ahead of this complex, which will continue to feed these storms and possibly enhance lift along the residual outflow from earlier storms. So the wind's kicking up ahead of these storms from the southeast. Given strong wind shear, it's possible that any interaction with the boundary could result in a strong tornado. So as these what they're saying is there's a boundary. We talked about this. When these storms have made it to Perry, Dallas, Autauga, Chilton, they've started rotating. The reason for that is there is a little boundary, right? North of it, the air's a little drier. South of it, the air's a little muggier. There's a boundary right up here. And when these storms are reaching that boundary, they are beginning to rotate. And almost immediately, that rotation becomes intense, and they drop tornadoes. So that's what the Storm Prediction Center is saying. And they also add the environment remains tornado favorable farther south as well. Up and down the cold front, and including the Wilcox County cell. So that's
they really called us out by by name. I don't like that.
I feel like they're going to name Champ and Lucy.
I mean, I like that they know who we are,
out,
but
guys.
not
Right.
like this.
No. Miss me with that.
So just a couple of observations from data sites across the area. Dew point, not temperature, dew point at Craig Field and Selma, 72.
Whoa.
Woo, that's some muggy
wicked
air.
high, yeah.
Places around Montgomery, Prattville, mid-60s. We have upper 60s to 70 along I-65 south of Montgomery, including Greenville, Evergreen. I mean, dew points down into Baldwin and Mobile are in the low 70s. So definitely some air there that is very much supportive of these stronger storms. Temperature is not far ahead of them either, which means we are still very mild. I mean, it's 9:30 at night and it's 75 degrees in Montgomery.
Right.
Mild.
In March.
In
Right.
March.
Normal low this time of year is in the 40s.
I was going to say, if that was a high for the day, we'd be like, okay near normal,
that's
but it's
about right.
9:30 at night. So that, along with the dew point in the mid-60s, could be enough for these storms. And we've seen that boundary. There's also a little bit of a wind shift. Places now like Selma and Mobile are seeing more of a slight southwesterly wind. And then the farther north and east you go, that goes almost due south and then southeast. So that's going to be that area of concern where we're getting that rush of warmer air ahead of these cells that could potentially fuel them as they head eastward. And we've seen a lot of evidence of that already, especially north of Montgomery, between the Autauga, Dallas, Chilton County activity we've seen, and then points north as well. So that's kind of that sweet spot, it seems like, right now, which doesn't mean if you live south of Montgomery, you're in the clear.
Right.
It just means as of right now, the storms that have been misbehaving the most in the most impactful way with signs of rotation and potentially strong rotation too have been right here in central Alabama. We cannot let our guard down though in southern portions of the state. We've seen several severe thunderstorm warnings capable of producing damaging wind as well, but I will say these storms are behaving a little bit more. Doesn't necessarily mean though that they will continue to behave. So
That's right.
We're definitely monitoring that, and remember where that high risk was. Stretched across western portions of central Alabama, extended to right about Montgomery.
Yeah, it was like Alex City to Montgomery to
Yep.
Camden, right there.
Now,
So,
level 5, level 4 doesn't matter. High risk is a high risk, and we're on the upper end of the risk scale. So keep that in mind, that doesn't necessarily make the difference between tornado yes, tornado no. It just means strong, violent, potentially damaging tornadoes in a big way. Yes, maybe some lower end tornadoes that aren't on the ground as long, or maybe ebb and flow a little bit more. Still possibility of tornadoes on the table for everyone.
right.
Can we eliminate a severe weather risk, you think, for anybody yet?
What you got, Nick?
It looks like they issued
A new tornado warning for Coosa for the southern extent, because it looks like the storm itself is shifting a little bit further south.
That tracks.
Right. So I want to give you a quick first alert. I'm watching that right there. Lowndes County. That's going to come up through central Autauga. So Prattville, Pine Level, Marbury. You don't need to get to the safe spot yet, but you need to be watching it. Definitely Autaugaville, Independence, Boone's Chapel, places like that. And then Nick's pointing out the new tornado warning a little farther south into Coosa here. You've got what looks like a confirmed tornado there, right there. See it?
Yep.
That's probably on the ground. And then you've got a developing rotation back down to the south of that. So Rockford, Weoguvka, Flag Mountain, get in and stay in that tornado safe place. You should have already been in it, right? We've had a tornado warning up for Coosa County for some time now, but make sure that you are in that tornado safe spot there in Coosa. Let's see if we see any tornado debris. Yeah, there it is, right there.
Really
It's on the
small,
ground.
but still mighty.
Definitely on the ground. That's coming up towards Flag Mountain. So there's Gold Branch right there. Hidden Valley, Weoguvka would be back over here. So that's your confirmed tornado right there, southwest of Weoguvka. Movement's northeast. So if you live at Weoguvka, Flag Mountain, County Road 55, any of those big landmarks up there in Coosa County, get in that tornado safe place. This thing's on the ground. Got to take this one seriously as it moves across Coosa County. zoom back out here, pop up the rotation. So that's your confirmed tornado right there between Gold Branch and Lake Mitchell. Movement on this is towards the northeast. This is moving northeast at 55. So this will be out of Coosa County in the not so distant future and heading on up towards Ashland and Lineville. That's in Clay County downstream. So that's one thing we're watching there. Coosa County tornado warning. Chilton County, how many tornado warning polygons can one county have in a night?
A lot.
Chilton's had a bunch.
Yeah,
Chilton's
the limit does
definitely
not
had a bunch.
exist.
Right, yeah. So nice math joke. Got a lot of respect for that. So there's your confirmed tornado.
I was going to say, you can see that kind of, the little yin and yang
That's right.
signature, which is not very yin and yang at all. It's not yin or yang. It's not calm and zen. It's kind of the exact opposite.
I wish it was gone.
I do want to let you know, Josh, while we're looking at this as well, I'm getting information from our digital team right now saying that trees are down in the 17,000 block of Troy Highway. This is being reported by MCSO, so in Montgomery County. So the 17,000 block of Troy Highway, I'll look that up in a second. It's power lines down from wind.
Just regular old wind.
Just regular old wind, so a big portion of the storms have not moved in yet. So let me, I'm not 100% familiar with the 17,000 block of Troy Highway.
Now, one thing I'll point out while you're doing that is, we talked about this last night on the Facebook Live, windy, dry conditions ahead of the rain knock down trees, those hit power lines hit the ground, and we end up with wildfires. That's actually happened a couple of times today in Alabama. So if you live in a spot like this where it really hasn't rained much and you get some wind out ahead of a storm, that could potentially be a fire concern, a fire hazard. So as if we needed one more thing to worry about, why not just add that too, right? There you go. I want to show you this. We're getting some pretty wild lightning shots now coming into downtown. I was looking at this camera a moment ago, and the sky just lit up. So we'll do a little quick survey here. This is the ASC Credit Union Camera Network. This is the RSA Tower looking back to the northwest into Talladega County. This is downtown Montgomery. And oh, wow, that was a big cloud ground strike right there. Back a little bit on the south end of Prattville. That's that storm we're watching coming out of Lowndes into Watauga. So the night sky beginning to light up here in downtown Montgomery as powerful thunderstorms rush into the area from the west, prompting tornado warnings now in Chilton and Coosa County. Look at that.
Wow, yeah.
Just another series of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes there as you look back into that storm back to the northwest.
The airport camera is shaking around a bit.
Is it?
Breezy at Montgomery's Regional Airport. That's the place where we measure all things Montgomery. Yep. We rocking and rolling over there.
We are. We've knocked the focus out, it looks like, too, a little bit.
That happens a lot at night, too.
It does, yeah. The Christmas lights formation. They're
This
not
is
Christmas
what it, in
lights,
case
they
you
just
want to
look like
know,
it.
this is what it looks like when I drive at night when you have astigmatism. This is what you see. So if you see this when you're driving at night, go get glasses. You have astigmatism. Who knew that you were going to get...
Come for the weather forecast, stay for the medical diagnosis.
You know what?
All right, so...
I do what I can.
Chilton and Coosa.
I want everybody to see clearly, okay?
I can see clearly now. The rain is not gone yet.
Not quite yet.
So tornado here. This is in northwestern Coosa. This will be coming into Weogufka and Flag Mountain. Flag Mountain is it's a beautiful place to go hike. They have a old CCC, Civilian Conservation Corps, was a big Great Depression era program. Big fire tower was constructed up there. They've renovated it all. That's the southernmost 1,000-foot peak on the entire Appalachian Trail, or chain of mountains. Southernmost 1,000-foot peak right here, Coosa County. This tornado is going to go very near it, and then from there it heads on up. This may clip southeastern Talladega, but really I think more so up into parts of Clay County. So Weogufka to Goodwater, north of Rockford, stay in that tornado safe place. Lowest floor, hallway, bathroom, or closet if you live in a site-built home. You live in a mobile or manufactured home, you need to get out of it. There is no such thing as a safe place inside a mobile home. It just doesn't exist. And it actually has nothing to do with the home itself. Those homes are made out of metal. They're sturdy. It's how they're anchored to the ground. A tornado can get the wind underneath them. The anchorage system is not sufficient to hold them to the ground, so they end up rolling, or in worst case scenario, they get thrown through the air, and that becomes unsurvivable, or you need a miracle to survive it. And part of our job is to keep you from needing a miracle. We want you to just do it the easy way, right? So get out of the mobile home, get out of the manufactured home, save your miracle for something later. You might need it. So that's your confirmed tornado there. Coosa County coming on up into Weogufka.
Yeah, and I can't tell you how many times, Josh, we've been out in Storm Tracker before, even with these low-end EF0, EF1s, where the stairs are in the perfect spot and the mobile home is nowhere close to where those are. So even these lower-end tornadoes can uplift a mobile home. They are great places to live. It's just the way in which they are anchored into the ground that is just not a perfect science, to the point where we can say with 100% certainty that even the lowest-end tornado can hold it in its spot. We do not want you to be lofted up and lifted up and become tornado debris. We need you to be in a site-built home, something that's sturdy, a tornado shelter, a safer place. I can't tell you how many times we've gone out in Storm Tracker and we've seen that, and that is a product of the fact that it is just not anchored properly to the ground in the same kind of fashion or form that you would find with your site-built homes, where you're either on a slab or you have a crawl space, or maybe you have a cemented-in basement. I know that's not a luxury a lot of people have around here, right, but that's the main reason why we say that when it comes to living in a mobile home, is that you need to make sure that you are putting yourself in the safest possible situation. And most days, that is a great place to be. It's a great place to live, but it is not a great place to be if you are under a tornado warning or a strong storm is coming towards you.
Absolutely.
And speaking of strong storms coming towards you,
Prattville, we should talk.
Hey, Millbrook. Hi, Montgomery.
We should chat. So we've got this really intense cluster of storms now rotating on in here. Whitehall, Otagoville, Prattville. We will watch for any rotation. Right now we don't see any, but if you live at Montgomery, Prattville, Millbrook, Coosa, Wetumpka, Marbury, it's about to start raining torrentially. Thunder, lightning, gusty wind are going to power through. The power will go out in some places. So that will push on through here, and we'll keep a close eye on this storm because it's in a favorable area now. There's not a lot happening immediately south of it, so it's got some pretty open air to kind of get to warm air to help fuel it, pull it in there. So that's a storm that'll bear watching, as is this cluster down here, back down into parts of Wilcox County.
I said earlier, but do you think there are some places in West Alabama we can call the all clear and say severe weather threat has ended?
Marengo. Yeah.
Yep. So Marengo, you were the first to start. You were the first to end, which is good.
Congratulations.
So go to sleep. Have a great rest of your Saturday night.
Yep, absolutely. Marengo County, this is all past you now. Pardon me. So we'll watch for, this is kind of a little bit of a linear look to this individual cell. It's not a line, but what you have to watch for there are these little pockets of rotation up on the comma head there. So we'll keep a close eye peeled up here, kind of on the north side of Otagoville. Right now, it's not enough to make me think there's a tornado there. It's just an area that we need to watch. So we'll do that. If you live in Otaga, Elmore, Montgomery, northern Montgomery, this storm will bring heavy rain, gusty winds, thunder, and lightning with them in through it. We talked a little bit about power outages. Let's dive into that a little more.
Were you reading my mind? I have the numbers right here. I was going to read to you. Yes.
Okay, there you go. 55,000 statewide.
Wow.
You know, we talked about this too, that this storm system would probably knock the power out at a lower rate than the last two. The last two had these giant swaths of damaging straight line wind, and we had two storm systems ago, we had 200,000 power outages.
Wild, yes.
This one is this storm system's a lot worse, but it's a lot more localized. So 55,000 without power. For a county breakdown here, we'll pop in there. You'll notice Chilton. Yeah, that's telling that we've almost certainly had a series of tornadoes in Chilton County. So they've got 10,000 people without power in Chilton County. I don't of those 4,600 people are serviced by Alabama Power. Okay.
So those are the numbers we're getting from Alabama Power. So we can corroborate that 4,600 people in Chilton County alone who are serviced by Alabama Power are without power. That means the rest of the 5,400 of that number are power co-ops, yes. So 10,000 people in Chilton County.
That's a large percentage of the population.
For Chilton County, yes.
Actually, we have the ability
to tell you the percentage.
Law firm Storm Track
That's almost 50%.
Look at that. 42.5% of the population of Chilton County sitting in the dark. Nick, what you got?
Yes, heading toward Weogufka.
That's that same storm.
That same storm is heading right toward Weogufka in northern Coosa County.
Yeah, you have got to stay on you got to stay in that tornado safe place there. We'll pop back in there and show you that one. We've been tracking it for you. It's coming into Weogufka now. This is in northern Coosa County. So north of Rockford. Rockford, you're in the tornado warning polygon, but the tornado on the ground is south of Weogufka, very close to Flag Mountain. This is going to cross US 231 north of Rockford near Hanover and Stewartville, and then from there head on up towards Mount Olive and the Clay County line. So if you live in northern Coosa County, you need to stay in that tornado safe place that we've been telling you about for a while now. Latest update from the National Weather Service. This is again a broader update. The severe threat is increasing as an upper level disturbance pushes into the area. So I'm kind of parsing this as we do it here. Storms within this band will intensify over the next few hours and could bring an increased threat for a few tornadoes, some of which could be strong, with damaging winds and large hail. So that's that tornado warning for Coosa. They've canceled the Chilton part for that storm. So this is exclusively Coosa now. It's been exclusively in Coosa for a while now. That's just kind of a little bit of housekeeping here. But Coosa County, the northern part of the county, tornado on the ground. We'll see if we see any tornado debris here.
Yep.
Yeah, very clearly. Yeah, that's it right there.
That looks like it's getting bigger.
It does.
Right over County Road 29 right now. That's probably crossing over County Road 29 as we speak, heading towards County Road 56, just south of Weogufka.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that's 55's right up there, so Flag Mountain will be over there. That's Weogufka. This is a tornado on the ground now, passing just south of Weogufka. So that's in Coosa County. Coosa County is one north of Elmore, one east of Chilton. So that's your tornado right there. You've got the outbound wind. It shows up as red on this image. Inbound wind shows up as green. When you get the two kind of locking together, we call that a couplet. When they kind of couple up like that, that's trouble, right? So you've got a tornado on the ground now in Coosa County.
Closer they get, the stronger that couplet is, the stronger the couple is. Think about when they're really close versus if they're kind of spread out and farther apart. It's a little bit more of a broader couplet. They're still together. They still like each other.
Right.
Maybe they're just keeping their distance a little bit. But when they get real close like this, and you can see a newest scan just came in, so it is still moving quickly right over County Road 29. That's County Road 56. That's going to be on top of you within a minute or so.
Yeah, this is very hilly terrain up here, by the way. Lots of hills, lots of trees. So you're not going to see this thing coming. Don't go outside and look for it. This is a confirmed tornado now coming into Weogufka, headed towards Hanover and Stewartville from there. So tornado on the ground in Coosa. If you live along 231 from Hanover to Stewartville, if you live along County Road 56 over here towards Weogufka, you need to be in that tornado safe place immediately and stay in it. This will be out of Coosa County by around 10 to 10:05. So you don't have to stay there all night, right? This specific storm will be out of Coosa County not long after 10 o'clock, and we'll be able to kind of start to clear you out a little bit. Also, I would suggest probably a decent straight line wind threat south of the tornado. So let's go back over to the reflectivity, and we'll be able to kind of show you that. Yeah, so your tornado's wrapped in rain up there. Then you got a very sharp edge to that leading bow echo right there. A little miniature bow echo with a tornado there kind of back in the midst of it. So strong straight line wind with an embedded tornado all a part of that. So Coosa County, significant tree damage likely ongoing now with a lot of power distribution issues up there as well because of the, this will be a significant amount of tree damage in central and northern Coosa. So, yeah, our friends, our power linemen who do the Lord's work, they're going to have that work cut out for them tonight, I'm afraid, in Coosa County.
Do you want to scoot back down to southern Otaga? Let's just make sure everything's behaving there.
Yep,
as this heads closer to Prattville. A lot of people probably, and then on top of that too, lots of lightning. So that's probably going to be a loud one.
Loud and scary and rowdy, but not rotating. So loud, scary, rowdy.
I like that.
Not rotating. That's a good thing. We're all about that. So that's coming into Otaga, northern Lowndes, northern Montgomery, and Elmore right now. We don't see any rotation. This is not the only storm that will affect those counties, by the way.
Additional right here.
These storms, the way they're moving, the entire mess is moving east. The individual storms are coming towards the northeast. This entire mess down here is going to come through Montgomery County. See that right there? That's going to come straight up through Lowndes, northern Butler, Montgomery, Elmore, into Macon. So things are going to go downhill. For Montgomery, the core of this is the next 2.5 hours. So from roughly now through about midnight or 1 a.m. is when it's going to be at its worst there in the city of Montgomery and for Montgomery County as a whole. Big storms down into Covington as well. We'll take you there. Let me stop the animation here and quickly pop over to a different radar. And then we'll slide you down south here. These storms, again, similar to the Prattville storm, loud and rowdy, not rotating.
Not as much lightning, picking up some momentum though.
Those are intensifying. That's that short wave coming in on the backside there.
Yep.
Let's flip over to the Mobile radar too and see what it looks like. That's a pretty intense little supercell on the far southern end there over the city of Mobile now. That's a rough storm. They're going to have some power outages out of that one, some wind damage. No rotation with it, but a rough storm, no less.
We do have our perspective in Andalusia, downtown square. Think fondly of that perspective because less than 2 months ago I was there for snow. Yeah. I know Nick Gunner is over, and he's got a picture of that. Maybe we'll toss things over to Nick, see what he's looking at. And, oh, man, I would not want to be that camera on top of that building.
That camera may not be on top of that building much longer.
This is downtown Andalusia. There's, of course, the Covington County Courthouse right there at the square. And this camera is just shaking around. This storm cell you just mentioned that's making its way toward Covington County is providing some very strong winds. And we've already had reports of some down power lines because of the winds that's gusting ahead of this storm system as it works its way into the river region itself. And this camera is just bouncing around. I want to go to another vantage point again. We'll go to our Fly MGM camera here at Montgomery Regional Airport and see what's going on right here. And this one is also bouncing around. See some rain droplets flying around. Of course, this is the airport lit up, all the lights, so airplanes know where to fly, what runways to go to. And we're just continuing to see this bounce around as that intense storm cluster that we were watching starting to make its way through Talladega County is making its way very closely here to the city of Montgomery itself. I want to go back to what's happening with the track and the movement of these storms. I went ahead and pulled up First Alert by hour. This is just kind of a forecast of where these storms could go over the next several minutes. And as we look at Saturday, that's today at 10 o'clock, we're seeing those showers and storms move closer here to the river region itself, up toward Alexander City and Greenville. A lot of this is ongoing now as we are really, really close to the top of the hour here at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night. As we continue to move forward in time, this is midnight now on Sunday morning. A lot of our area in East Alabama who hasn't seen much yet, this will arrive as we head through the early morning hours on Sunday and down toward the Wiregrass region as well. And then as we continue to advance forward, this is now 2 a.m. on Sunday morning, and we're seeing this over near Union Springs, over toward Phoenix City, down toward Enterprise, and eventually toward the Wiregrass region. And this whole system will push off into the state of Georgia as we roll throughout the morning time on Sunday. And then a lot calmer conditions, a lot calmer weather is in store for us as we head toward our Sunday morning. So definitely get through the night. We'll be here with you throughout the night, watching these showers and storms, these severe storms as they roll through. And once they exit, we'll give you the all clear, and then we can go about our life and our days. So let's go ahead and show you what's happening right now on First Alert Doppler radar here. And we're still watching that severe storm that's currently ongoing in northern portions of Coosa County. It looks like we just now, that very strong thunderstorm. And I want to go ahead and turn on our First Alert mode so we can give you the latest information. It looks like the National Weather Service in Birmingham has decided to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. This does include places like just north of Prattville, south of Marbury, Titus, Slap Out, those areas. Let's see, we'll go back home here and I'll click on another vantage point. We'll see, click on that, give us the latest information. And then I'll zoom in a little bit closer. Yeah, that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 11 o'clock tonight. That includes Autauga, Coosa, and Elmore County. Cities like Deatsville, Marbury, Titus, Slap Out, those areas. This is an intense storm. Could have some gusting winds, damaging wind gusts within it. Has frequent lightning and also could have some hail. So something we're watching. Not only that, but intense rain. I know a lot of these storm cells have been going over the same areas. We've seen some flash flood warnings issued around the Birmingham Metro. So wouldn't be shocked to see some very heavy rain ongoing with some of these storms as well. And so zooming in on it, I want to go ahead and show you how much lightning was in this storm cell because it is electric right now, just south of Marbury, north of Prattville along Interstate 65. And we can go ahead and pinpoint how many lightning strikes we're currently seeing now. And it is about 147. So that just goes to show you, and they're just continuing to pop off. And this is what's heading toward Wetumpka right now. So let's see if I can pull up our Wing Creek Casino and Hotel camera up there in Wetumpka in Elmore County. and see what it's looking like right now outside the door. It looks like it doesn't want to pop up for me, but we'll eventually get that for you so we can give you a perspective outside. This is what's happening. That's kind of our ASC Credit Union camera networks, our window to the world, so we can see what's going on in your neighborhood. And so it's a good perspective for us to see. But this is just an electric storm, Josh, that's making its way closer to a heavily populated area here of the River Region Metro, heading toward Wetumpka. I know Prattville, you're just getting inundated right now with rain and lightning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, so not a tornado warning. We're not seeing rotation with the storm, but we are seeing a severe thunderstorm warning right now as we continue to see this line of showers and thunderstorms as well. It looks like they did issue a flash flood warning just now, just north of the storm. We talked about the flooding potential for Coosa, Chilton, Shelby, and Talladega. So not only are we dealing with tornado warnings where we've seen confirmed tornadoes on the ground, we're dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings with intense lightning, gusting winds, and we're dealing with flash flood warnings where we're seeing intense rain and water over roadways. So I always say this: turn around, don't drown. So I know we're getting close to the top of the hour. WSFA 12 News at 10 o'clock usually starts at the top of the hour, about 4 minutes now. So it may be time for us to reset and welcome everyone in, Josh, as we head back to the news time that happens at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. Feels like we've been on the air a while now.
Yeah.
I guess we have. So if you're just joining us, if you're turning on the TV looking for the 10 o'clock news, this is going to be a lot of weather that you're going to see and hear because you are seeing and hearing it out there too. This is the ASC Credit Union camera network, as Nick mentioned, looking back towards Prattville. We're watching that complex of storms come into Prattville, Millbrook, Wetumpka, and parts of the city of Montgomery. The core of that storm a little north of Montgomery itself, but it's one that we're watching. So far, so good in terms of rotation. This storm is not rotating yet. The boundary that has really been spinning up rotation tonight, we still have it a tick north of Montgomery. So my suspicion is, as this storm crosses that boundary and gets up into northern Autauga, Elmore, Coosa, Chilton, you're probably going to get chapter 6 of the same book, which is Chilton, Coosa, Autauga tornadoes again, part 26. So, but we'll see, right? Boundaries tend to move. This one's doing the same, right? Kind of flapping, going up, down a little bit there. So we'll keep an eye on it. Woo, man. I got out when the getting was good. Okay, so active tornado warnings continue back up here for this giant mess. Just kind of one after the other. It's probably a lot easier to see if I take the lightning off and put the rotation on. How many of those are still valid? Do we know? I think the Chilton should have cleared.
Chilton
has been cleared.
Yeah.
So it just hadn't cleared off the Barron system yet.
Yes.
Right. So the only valid one is for Coosa.
Yes.
And then we have the severe for Autauga and northern Elmore.
Yes.
And northern Coosa. There's another severe.
Southern Coosa, yeah.
Southern Coosa.
Southeastern Coosa.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, that's perfect. So damaging wind threat now coming through Autauga and Elmore, headed into southeastern Coosa. Tornado threat in northeastern Coosa up near Goodwater. Nothing on the ground right now, I don't think. I don't see enough evidence there to make me think, gosh, that thing's still on the ground. It may have been. It may still even be lofting debris. Let's see what we can see with this whole thing. So there was your debris signature. It's definitely becoming diffuse. If it's still on the ground, it probably won't be much longer. Not much of a signature there left. However, it has a history of producing damage and lofting debris into the air. So Goodwater, Hanover, Stewartville, stay in your safe place. We'll see what they elect to do. The next county over with this would be southern Clay and northern Tallapoosa. They've already issued a severe out ahead of it, so that probably telegraphs their intent a little bit. They're not going to cancel this tornado warning per se, but actually they just did, right as I said that. Canceled the tornado warning.
They're not going to do that.
Which one was that they canceled, though? That was the big one, right?
I think it was the big one.
Yep.
I will say, too, the storm that's about to move towards slap out Deatsville, it's looking pretty intense.
That damaging wind threat is...
So I wouldn't be shocked to see intense wind in northern Elmore County here very soon.
Yep, right there. So what I'll do, I'll go over to Maxwell, switch over to the base velocity. That'll be the best kind of assessment of the damaging wind threat here. There you see it right there. That's what Nick's talking about. The radar here sampling winds above the ground 40, 45 miles per hour at times. So the damaging wind threat starting to ramp up, and where you really sort of see it is the reflectivity. You can see that almost like a backward C shape there, a little bit of a bowing segment, a little bow echo embedded within this thing. We'll keep an eye out for any rotation too. Again, as this moves north, it's it's going to run into that boundary up here, somewhere in northern Elmore, northern Watauga, Coosa, maybe Tallapoosa. So my suspicion is, the way this event has played out so far, you will start to see some rotation with this in the next 20, 25 minutes. So severe thunderstorm warning for that. We will keep a close eye peeled because that's the next storm that I think will start to rotate. We will also, though, respect what's happening back down to the south. We have additional storms back down here. Who's that from? Gotcha. Okay. So we've got additional storms back down to the southwest. So far, so good there. Not a ton of rotation in that, but that could change at any moment now. So tornado warning continues for Coosa, or does it? Actually, I don't think it does anymore. So we may need to address the lower third there. So there's no more.
Coosa tornado warning has been canceled as of 2 minutes ago.
All of them, right?
Yes, all of them have been canceled.
And the map is updated.
Yes, so just severe thunderstorm warnings now.
Hallelujah. How long will it last? I put the over-under at 18 minutes. We'll see. Fingers crossed.
You going to put a parlay on that?
No, I do not. I want to put a head on the pillow and go to bed. I know everyone else does too, right? So we're starting to see this go a little more linear. That's an initial good wave that we're seeing there. And then we'll keep watching this as it all moves towards the northeast. Another thing we're watching down here, big, mean, ugly cell coming out of Mobile and Baldwin. That'll head on towards Covington pretty soon.
Yep. I will say, like you mentioned, can you go back to the home perspective just so we can show people where that boundary is, kind of hovering just north of Montgomery? Storm south of it behaving, damaging wind threat, heavy rain.
Not fun, but
not
producing
but
tornadoes.
So far, no major rotation. And I say major rotation, there have been weak, broad areas of rotation higher up in the atmosphere, but there has not been a lot of low-level data suggesting there's rotation. You go north of Montgomery where that boundary is, and it's like these storms are lifting, hit that boundary, start spinning very quickly. So I will say, in particular, if we want to give a heads up to anybody, not that I want to eliminate Montgomery, I don't think that you can, but especially places in Elmore, southern Tallapoosa, Lee, northern Macon, I think you need to be on your toes for sure, Josh.
Absolutely. So we'll keep tracking all of this. What she's talking about there's kind of a little bit of a boundary. We think somewhere just north of Montgomery. We don't have enough of a kind of network of weather data sensors to know exactly where it is, but we know it's there based on the behavior of the storms, right? When a storm hits a boundary like that on a night like tonight, it instantly begins to rotate. It enhances the low-level wind shear in the local storm environment, and that then produces a tornado relatively quickly. So that has been the history of this. So again, storms are a little like people. When they show you who they are, believe them. And when these are moving north of that boundary, they're spinning up and producing tornadoes. So that's the reason our concern level is highest right now, right up in here. Yeah, as this storm moves northeast into northern Elmore, Coosa, Tallapoosa counties, maybe even northern Watauga, we think it will begin to rotate and potentially even produce a tornado.
Two things of housekeeping. I know that Shelby and Bibb are not necessarily our counties, but if you know anybody who lives there, they have been removed from the tornado watch. So their severe weather risk in Bibb and Shelby County has now ended. That's from the National Weather Service office in Birmingham. National Weather Service office in Mobile. We are getting reports of hail from some of these storms. I'd say that probably looks like quarter-sized hail. It's hard when you don't have a reference next to it when it's in someone's hand, obviously.
It's in someone's hand. Is like, does he have Shaquille O'Neal hands or like tiny
What
hands?
I think is interesting, and we'll try to see if we can share this with y'all on social media and get permission from these pictures. You can see it's very clear.
Right.
Like an ice cube, you can see through, and you can see what started off as a very small hail core. Right. And it fell and then got the updraft to bring it back up, which means more water droplets accumulated on the outside of it, froze again, started to fall, updraft, took it back up again, and you can see there's actually multiple layers to that hail until it gets to the point where it's too heavy, the updraft can't keep it up there, and that's when it falls in the form of hail. So that shows you how strong some of these updrafts are in some of these stronger storms in southwest Alabama. So I think wind, hail potential, probably a lot higher south of Montgomery. Tornado threat continues for everyone, but I think the stronger of the tornado threat were the long-lived, potentially violent storms, mostly north of Montgomery at this point. I don't think we can eliminate anybody from a tornado threat at this point, though.
I agree with that.
Unless your severe weather threat is just completely over in far west Alabama. Perry County, you'll be out of the woods very soon. Marengo County is done. Clark County looks like you're coming to the tail end of this. Almost done for places like Dallas and Wilcox and Perry County. Not quite, almost. We'll be able to give you the all clear sooner rather than later.
That storm caught my eye. It's funny you say that because what I did was went and checked. The wind has gone southwest at Selma.
Really?
So that means behind this, there's a wind shift. And that storm right there would have to do some really weird stuff to produce a tornado because you've now got southwesterly surface winds. That helps to reduce the amount of wind shear, right? So on a night like tonight, we look for south and especially southeasterly surface winds. Now, look, you can have a tornado with surface winds coming out of the southwest, but the fact that that storm's back there behind that wind shift line, it's probably more of a damaging wind play with that one.
Still impactful,
specific.
and
Still
especially because look where it's going over.
It's going to hit that boundary soon.
Northern Dallas, northwestern Autauga, southern Chilton.
Right.
What do we have 2 of so far tonight?
At least.
Likely confirmed tornadoes on the ground. So additional damage in the form of straight line wind would not be a great story for you, but I do think that as this moves,
have to watch it.
Done.
Right, yeah. Once that's passed, it's over. Like Marion, Uniontown, Faunsdale, Demopolis, you're done.
Maplesville, Valley Grande, Plantersville,
Give us
not done yet.
30 minutes.
Specifically, if you're still watching us in places like Plantersville, people are probably trying to go out, evaluate what's going on. Might be a good idea. Let's see, lightning. There's lightning. You need to get back. Not necessarily in your tornado-safe place, but get inside a shelter where you're not outdoors and exposed. I'd hate for people to go out and try to survey damage of what's going on and then have an issue with lightning.
And particularly first responders, because what we believe there has been significant tornado damage in Plantersville. We don't know yet the extent of that damage, but we believe it has been pretty serious. There are likely first responders in that area operating now. If you are one of them or you know them, text them, call them, email them, whatever, let them know there's lightning coming in with this next storm and probably some gusty wind. And stay inside the vehicles there in the Plantersville area and with all that tornado damage we had there in northern Dallas, northwestern Autauga, southwestern Chilton. So that's a little bit of a kind of just a public service we like to do because we try to help everybody, right? Especially those who are trying to help other people that were affected by the weather tonight. So severe thunderstorm warnings up to the north with this large cluster of storms now that runs from Coosa, Elmore, back into Autauga. It is terrible now. Prattville to Millbrook.
Yep.
Yuck.
Lots of lightning?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, look at, okay, so some lightning in the Autauga County side of things. You cross the interstate. Can we say hello to our friends in Slap Out?
It's a Slap Out special if I've ever seen it.
Yep. Hi, Hopeville. Wetumpka, get ready. It's about eclectic. Woo, Lake Martin.
Yep.
Get ready.
That whole thing, really.
Western side.
Damaging wind up in that.
Yeah, the western side of Lake Martin, that's about to come right for you.
So still seeing some significant outage numbers. Chilton leading the way at 12,000.
Yep.
Autauga 300, that number's going to go up.
Yep.
Coosa in at 300, that number's going to go up.
Dallas 1,000.
Montgomery County now in there at about 1,000 people. So that was expected, by the way. We thought there would be some outages, but not as many as the last two. Damaging wind tends to produce more power outages than tornadoes because tornadoes are small. Damaging wind can affect an entire county.
Yeah.
Your tornado typically half mile across the worst. So that's where we are with that. We'll keep you posted on that.
Tons of lightning in Elmore County.
I mean, just brutal. Sky lit up like the 4th of July. Let's look at it.
Wetumpka.
This is the Wind Creek Casino and Hotel in downtown. We'll watch this for a while there. You see the wind whipping around already there in Wetumpka. You see the sky flashing back and forth a bit with lightning in the distance. Again, this is the view from downtown Wetumpka, specifically the Wind Creek Casino and Hotel. Looks like we're looking back down towards Highway 231 down below there. So, yeah, tough night. Lots of storms. Ooh. There you see it flashing. Yep. So the storms are just now coming into Wetumpka, kind of from the other direction, from the west. So we'll keep an eye on this camera and keep popping back into it. So, yeah, see that.
Lots of power lines down. We're getting reports of that in parts of the Plantersville area.
We'll come back to that camera momentarily.
So another thing too, power lines being down, that's very dangerous. You have to assume every single power line that is down is a live, active line. Do not touch them. the first responders who know what they're doing, let the power companies who know how to handle those things. I understand that people, especially after something very impactful and destructive, want to go out and help people. You have to be very, very careful. Down power lines, in a puddle of water, you step in that. You don't know what power lines are charged, which ones are not. So definitely be aware of that. We're getting reports of lots of power lines down.
And honestly, just if you're not a first responder, don't go out yet.
Yeah.
The people who have been hit by tornadoes tonight, they are going to need your help. I know.
Sorry.
I think that singed the hair on the back of my head, what's left of it.
You said it, not me.
Truth hurts. So if you're not a first responder, don't go out, because there's been damage tonight. We think some of it's been pretty serious. Those people will need your help tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. Right now, they need the help of trained professionals.
Yeah, and we still have storms with lightning coming through, damaging wind
threat. Don't go joyriding.
Trees
Bad idea.
And structures that are already damaged could be compromised in their strength. So a little gust of wind that maybe wouldn't produce. Woo! I think your phone's ringing.
That lightning is near continuous.
Yeah. You need to get that?
No, I do not.
Okay. Is it about your car's extended warranty?
Well, no. Somehow my Facebook page has allowed people to call via Facebook Business.
Please don't call.
Well, now
Josh.
everybody's going to do it, so that may be eventful for me. I may just turn my phone off. It's going to get ugly.
Do not disturb.
Right. Yeah. So. I mean, it's just, I literally keep kind of like instinctively kind of twitching a little bit with all that lightning. That is wild. That, again, is the Wind Creek Casino and Hotel in downtown Wetumpka. This is the ASC Credit Union Camera Network. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Elmore County right now due to the risk of damaging wind gust within this storm. So this is a pretty tough one there coming into downtown Wetumpka right now. This is what it looks like at ground level. This is what it looks like on radar. That storm coming into Wetumpka now. Right up here, tons and tons and tons of lightning. We are going to watch like a hawk for any rotation, because this storm is getting close to that boundary, which means that that we've got some risk here over the next few minutes for this to start to rotate. So that's kind of where we are right now with that. So we'll see.
I'm trying to get some updates from Plantersville. I think that's where we've seen the most destructive storm right now. I have a friend who actually was in their storm shelter right there where that storm dropped a tornado. So I'm just trying to get some updates from her, making sure she's okay, making sure everything's good, telling them that there's still some activity rolling through the area. So,
yeah, so we think the tornado damage is serious in Plantersville, and we're working on verifying a lot of information about that. So. This is Facebook people.
Facebook people.
I'm going to go back and see who did it, and you're probably going to get. I'm going to call you at midnight when the weather's calm.
That's fun.
I know. I'll get them. Sick them. All right. So intense thunderstorms coming through Elmore now. Over Prattville, too. The core of it now coming through Prattville. It's starting to. Life will get better in Prattville pretty soon. There are more storms behind this, but this initial wave will go past you there. Strong updraft with that right over Holtville and Slap Out. Damaging wind, the main concern there. Let's go back out a little bit.
If you live in places like Redland Elementary, going all the way up to the lake, you're kind of on that leading edge of that line. So places like Titus, this will come to an end soon. Not your severe weather threat total, but you're kind of on the back edge of that. Wetumpka, that's coming up on you. Redland Elementary, I know there's a lot of housing communities near those schools over there. So those are going to be marching close to you. Eclectic, heading to the west side of Lake Martin, all of those things.
That's where she's
This is where the most robust lightning is. So Wetumpka to Eclectic, places south and east of that, like the Redland Elementary area and all of those places that are close to South Elmore, northern Montgomery County. So be prepared for that. This likely starts to head off towards the north and east, and so there's more that's going to lift through Montgomery soon.
All right. Well, it is 10:14 on a Saturday night. Isn't this how we all wanted to spend our Saturday night? Hanging out, talking about storms. Also hearing the damage in Calera is pretty rough.
Yep,
so,
we've been getting reports of that as well, with pictures and stuff coming through on the National Weather Service chat. Cancels severe thunderstorm warning. Talladega, Coosa continues for Clay, Talladega.
So that's for that northern storm, I think.
Yes.
And this one's still in effect.
And thankfully, as of 10:15, we do not have an active tornado warning.
Why you said it.
So keep that in mind that we are in wall-to-wall coverage for active storms that are causing a damaging wind threat, lots of lightning, but also the possibility of rotation has not completely exited our area. So we are closely monitoring every storm for that as well.
Absolutely. And there are a lot of them to monitor. And as they go north, they get up into that boundary we've talked about all night. And that's what we're waiting for now is this Elmore Tallapoosa storm. There's a very real chance it too is going to begin to rotate as it approaches that boundary, wherever it exactly is. So we'll keep a close eye peeled out for that too. So that's kind of what we're looking at right there with that storm. Let's go over to meteorologist Nick Gunner. He's doing some analysis kind of on the broader look to this whole thing. We're starting to see this get a little more linear. That's the good news.
Right.
The not so good news is that boundary north of Montgomery seems to be spinning up a lot of tornadoes that have already done some pretty serious things tonight, Nick.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of reports coming out of Shelby County and various other counties here in central Alabama and the northern half of the state where we've seen a lot of severe weather already and still see some severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing right now. Here's the latest on First Alert Doppler radar, and you can see a wide swath of showers and thunderstorms starting to make their way into the river region and down into central South Alabama, South Central Alabama as we speak. I want to go into a little bit of details. We'll go county by county and show you what's happening right now. Of course, the most significant storm that's currently happening is the severe thunderstorm warning that does include portions of Autaga and really starting to include mainly Elmore County right now. I'll go ahead and show you how much longer this storm cell will last. And the severe thunderstorm warning is until 11 o'clock tonight. We'll see if I can move that so you can see that just a little bit better. There you go. Until 11 o'clock tonight. Of course, it includes Autaga, Coosa, and Elmore. Cities include Deatsville, Marbury, Titus. You're getting some intense wind right now. We've seen lots of lightning from our ASC Credit Union camera network over in Wetumpka, and this continues to make its way toward Lake Martin. Eventually, along US Highway 280, it'll make its way toward Dadeville and up toward Alexander City. So that's the first, the main storm we're watching very closely because it is severe warned at the moment. Then I want to go ahead a little bit further south. We're watching clusters of showers and storms now ongoing here in Montgomery County. Thankfully, these are all below severe limits, but we're watching that boundary closely. And as they cross it, we'll see how that plays out as this marches off toward the east. So intense rain. And Amanda and Josh have been noticing the lightning on those on the camera network across the region. And we're seeing it here too. Tons of lightning right now in southern Montgomery County between 231 and US Highway 31, really close to our transmitter site there, the WSFA transmitter, the tall tower in the southern part of Montgomery County. A lot of rain and heavy rain right now in Highland Home. I want to get a little bit further south, give you that little first alert. Rain and storms are on the cusp of Troy right now. A lot of lightning just off towards your west, over toward Rutledge as we go out of northern Crenshaw County and then into portions of Pike County right now. Again, everything south of Montgomery is below severe limits, but there's still intense thunderstorms stretching all the way toward Red Level, Gant, north of Andalusia. You're okay right now, but if you off to the north, you have a pretty intense thunderstorm with a lot of lightning right now, really close to Gant Lake and over toward Dozier there. That's in southern portions of Crenshaw County. And then we're still watching what's happening off toward our west, Monroeville. Lots of lightning, lots of intense rain. That stretches all the way into northern portions of Butler County, Loudons County, far eastern portions of Wilcox, and really up and down the county line there between Conecuh and Monroe County right now. A lot of lightning currently over Monroeville. There was a severe thunderstorm warning and still is for northern Baldwin County. I know this is in the Mobile television market, but a very, very intense thunderstorm making its way toward Atmore right now. A lot of intense lightning, a lot of heavy rain, probably seeing some intense winds within this storm cell, maybe some hail as well. And we're continuing to watch this as it moves closer to Escambia County, not only in Alabama, but Escambia County, Florida, as those two counties, same name, different states, are right next to one another. I want to broaden this out, show you the big picture of what's happening off into East Alabama. A lot of people have been asking, what about Auburn? What about Opelika down toward Tuskegee? We're seeing some rain right now along Interstate 85, Auburn, Opelika area along the US Highway 280 corridor, but the most intense storm cells are still off toward your west right now, and that's what's tracking in your direction. We talked about this getting into the midnight hour and the early morning hours on Sunday when a lot of this intense storm will move in your direction. And so it's on the way. It just hasn't made itself there yet, just hasn't tracked itself in your direction yet. And just north of our region as well, where they've seen several tornado warnings, we're now seeing several severe thunderstorm warnings as this is trying to become a little bit more linear. We're seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings stretching through east central Alabama, moving into west central Georgia along the Interstate 20 corridor between Birmingham and Atlanta. So very intense thunderstorms in that direction right now. I want to go and show you the latest hour by hour, first alert by hour, just where these storm cells are going. And as we move through the nighttime hours into the morning on Sunday, you can see those clusters of showers and storms start to work their way into East Alabama toward Tuskegee, Auburn, Alex City, Union Springs. I know you're seeing rain right now, light rain at that, but the heavy rain, the intense thunderstorms will make their way in your direction. This is midnight in the morning, tomorrow morning, as we approach the end of the day and into the new day when we're starting to see those showers and storms. Now, as we continue to push this off into East Alabama toward the state of Georgia, it'll make its way toward Phoenix City on the cusp of Eufaula, places like Enterprise, as we head toward 2 o'clock in the morning. And then eventually it'll push out into Georgia. Could see some leftover showers and storms in around the Wiregrass at 4 a.m. But the bulk of this activity will move out and we start to clear out, dry out, and become a lot calmer, but cooler as we head through the day on Sunday and into the day on Monday. So just a lot of intense thunderstorms ongoing. Of course, we have that severe thunderstorm warning for portions of really Elmore and portions of Coosa County right now. It seems like the most intense thunderstorm. A lot of lightning, some heavy rain in Autauga, but the intense part of the storm that prompted the warning is now exclusively in Elmore and Coosa counties. And so we're seeing that intense thunderstorm right now in that part of our area. So just a lot of stuff ongoing. Just make it with us through tonight. And this is a lot calmer and clearer as we head towards 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. We talked about it, Josh and Amanda, these thunderstorms just tapping into this intense environment. That's why we issued the first alert weather day several days ago, just so people are prepared. And it's playing out as expected, especially with that high risk that we had issued, very rare high risk for parts of our area. Yeah, it is. Nick, great job. Appreciate the analysis there. We've been watching this storm and telling you now for 20 minutes it's approaching that boundary. We're concerned. We just heard from the National Weather Service. They're closely watching the Elmore County storm for tornado potential as it moves towards Tallapoosa, getting close to that boundary. You know what happened, though? It said not slap out. We got to wait until we move out of slap out. And for everybody on social media who said thank you for the shout out, you're welcome, slap out. But we're going to shout out a couple extra people because as we start to see, earlier you see this Boeing segment, that backwards C, that's a damaging wind threat. Now we're seeing kind of this C signature right now. And so a lot of that is going to be on the west side of eclectic, and that is where we're starting to see that possibility of rotation starting to gain a little bit of shape and momentum. So remember, we're not completely out of the woods just yet. Not a tornado warning right now, but not a bad idea. Eclectic, the northeastern corner of Elmore County, and then down the line too, just to be safe, that southeastern corner of Coosa and moving into central and south Tallapoosa. You live anywhere on the west side of Lake Martin, make sure you know where your safe place is. I'm not telling you to go there right now, but I'm telling you that this cell could potentially at any point start rotating. We've seen some signs of that, and we just want to give you a first alert heads up to that. Absolutely. Great job with that. And this is crossing 231 now. That's what we're looking at right there, down on that southern side. Getting a new scan in now. Looks like that initial wave might have occluded there, and now you'll have to watch back down near Wallsboro. Yeah, so far so good. There's some, I don't even call that rotation. There's some shenanigans going on there, but not quite enough to make me think there's a tornado. New storm is still popping back here to the west. Yep. The good news is the wind has shifted around to the southwest, so the tornado threat is lower with these storms west of Clanton. You see them back over here. It's not zero, though, so we really can't. Outside of Marengo County and Perry County, we can't give anyone else in our area an all clear at this point. So are those dew points or temperatures? These are temperatures, but just wanted to look at some wind. So places like Troy, Montgomery at Maxwell Air Force Base,
Places down in the Wiregrass, Covington County, you still have a either southerly wind or southeasterly component. Places, though, along I-65 south of Montgomery, Greenville, Evergreen, you have a south or southwesterly wind, and that becomes even more west in nature, in direction, if you are in West Alabama. Demopolis, even the difference between, and they're not very far away from each other, but the difference between being Maxwell, so northern Montgomery, and then you go to the Prattville Airport. Maxwell is a southeasterly component. The Prattville Airport is a southwesterly component. So those are two very close places. You can see that we still have that southeasterly right along that boundary, and then along and behind it, it's more of a southwesterly component, which doesn't eliminate a severe risk. It does help eliminate the potential of us dealing with a lot of rotation in the atmosphere. It doesn't completely take away that rotation is off the table completely, but I do think that that is going to hinder additional rotation with a southwesterly wind.
Right, she's talking about everything behind this line, all the storms you see back here. It would take, I think it would take a fluke to get a tornado. It's not to say it couldn't happen. It would take something weird.
Straight line winds, yes.
Sure, right.
Heavy rain, lots of lightning, but not as widespread and impactful as this.
The storm's ahead of the line. Some of these we're sitting here going any minute now. This could rotate any minute. The ones behind the line, it would take a shocking turn of events for those to begin to rotate and drop tornadoes. So it's now 10:26 Saturday night. I'm Josh Johnson. This is Amanda Curran. Nick Gunner's over there. Meteorologist Madeline Banks has been the wind beneath the wings of the WSFA First Alert weather app all evening. I've been watching the push notifications come in. She's been updating our digital audience there. So she's been doing a phenomenal job with that, and you're going to get to meet her soon, by the way. So that will be good. Scattered storms now run from Alex City to Montgomery to Greenville. Behind the red line, there's a wind shift, right? If you live east of that red line, the wind's blowing in out of the south and southeast. Behind it, it's blowing in more out of the west. That means the tornado risk is greatest along and east of that line. Let's go into Elmore County right now. That's the storm that we're watching closest because it is approaching a boundary that has a history of spinning up tornadoes. And what do you know? Would you look at that? Starting to see a little bit of broad rotation there in the northern part of Elmore County. This would be northwest of Eclectic. So it's not enough to prompt a tornado warning. It's just enough to have our attention. So we will watch the new data come in and report it to you as it comes in. But that's what we're talking about right there.
There's a new severe thunderstorm warning
down in
South
Escambia.
Alabama. Yeah, it's Escambia and Conecuh.
All right, new severe that's a whopper of a storm. By the way.
It's an intense storm.
That's probably a hill dropper for sure. Yeah, so we'll keep watching this. We're not going away. This is going towards the lake, by the way. So strong gusty wind, lots of lightning, maybe even some rotation there. Heading for Lake Martin. No tornado threat right at this moment, but we think that could change. So we will keep a very careful eye peeled on that storm in Elmore. This is the storm Nick was telling you about down here. It's in far southwest Alabama. This one, again, probably producing some nickel to quarter-sized hail south of Atmore. It's in Florida now, but the way it's moving, this is going to go right across East Bruton, Atmore, Bruton, and then head on over towards Andalusia later on. Main threat so far with this has been damaging wind gust and hail, but it's in a favorable spot. This thing could start rotating at any moment now.
For sure.
Absolutely. So there you have that. Let's head back up. I want to head to Elmore County kind of literally here. This is the ASC Credit Union Camera Network.
Still rocking and rolling.
Where it is raining sideways now. And this is downtown Wetumpka. And you see the wind blowing in there pretty intensely right now as well. So I want to go over to meteorologist Nick Gunner. He's the first person who saw that storm in South Alabama. And Nick, that one is in a favorable storm environment. Do you think there's any chance that that thing starts to rotate as we go through the next half hour?
Yeah, we'll have to watch how this plays out, Josh, because as you mentioned, South Alabama, very moist. We're talking temperatures very warm. And of course, this is moving into that favorable environment for the potential for rotation when it comes to the possibility of those tornadoes. We've seen that happen already in the central parts of the state. Not much down here in South Alabama, but this one could tap into. It's right over Atmore right now. And I was reading what the National Weather Service in Mobile said about this storm, and they're saying it's hauling. It's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. And the main hazards that they have with this storm is hail sized up to golf balls, so that's quite a bit, very large hailstones, and then also 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And as we know and as we've seen before, wind gusts could be just as severe and damaging as a tornado, especially if they get moving into an environment. And this covers a large portion, almost all of Escambia County, that's down there in South Alabama, and a little bit of Conecuh County, just south of Evergreen, but it does include Castleberry. So we're going to watch this storm very closely. I'm seeing intense rain, and turn on the lightning on it as well. Just a lot of lightning. Look at all of them pop up there over Admore. So it's just an intense storm right now, impacting the other Wind Creek Casino that's in Atmore. Many people see that along Interstate 65 if you're heading down to the beach. So definitely a storm cell that we're going to keep a close eye out on, because as mentioned, it would eventually downstream be closer to Andalusia. Andalusia, you're right here. You see that right there on the map in Covington County. I want to put a storm track on it just to give you that earliest first alert. It's moving about 55 miles per hour, so I'll zoom this out. Oops, 55 right there. Doesn't make it all the way to Andalusia just yet, but does include Flomaton at 10:44 p.m., Bruton about 10:58 p.m. Then we go to Roberts at 11:08. And keep in mind, this thing is moving at 55 miles per hour. The time now is 10:31. You see it right here, just under my iPad here, 10:31 p.m. as we continue to see this intense thunderstorm move through southern parts of Alabama. So we're going to continue watching that one pretty closely. And then, of course, we have our eyes on the storm that's currently impacting Elmore County, making its way toward Tallapoosa County. So I'm going to clear off all of this data, and we can zoom a little bit further north now and show you what's happening there. I also want to take note before we head north. You could see Laverne down toward Andalusia. Andalusia, you're already getting in some intense rain and some gusting winds from this initial band that's moving through. This is what's behind it as it's heading closer to your region. Laverne, you're getting in on some heavy rain. These thunderstorms in South Alabama, minus the one in Escambia County, sub-severe right now, but still causing some gusting winds, some frequent lightning, as well as some heavy rain, potential flooding as these storms are moving over the same area. Some of these storms are, so we'll have to watch that with this next band that's moving toward Greenville. Eventually would head toward Troy after that. And then, of course, here in the Montgomery area, if you're watching us in the river region, lots of intense thunderstorms ongoing, lots of lightning here in Montgomery, heavy downpours on the Southern Boulevard over toward the Interstate 85 area. Of course, the initial start of the Montgomery bypass that makes its way toward Pike Road, and then also down into portions of Lowndes County that stretches toward Braggs, Pineapple, and Greenville and Butler County, getting some heavy rain and also some gusting winds. Wetumpka, we've seen our Wind Creek Casino and Hotel camera in Wetumpka shaking around just a bit. And then I'm watching this thunderstorm very closely here just south of Alexander City, and then in northern portions of Elmore County. That's Tallapoosa County there. Alex City is kind of on the edge of Tallapoosa County along Highway 280. Dadeville is kind of in the center there. That's the county seat. And eventually this will cross over Lake Martin. You know, a lot of people live around the lake, so that's where this is heading right now. Alex City, you're getting inundated with just some heavy rain and frequent lightning. And then the severe thunderstorm warning is very, very compact now. The National Weather Service in Birmingham continues to adjust it and move it as we see the storm continue to race off across that portion of Coosa and Elmore counties. I want to turn on the kind of the velocity signature. This kind of indicates the wind inside the storm itself, and we're seeing some very intense winds. That's the reason why the National Weather Service continues to watch this storm closely, because of the wind gusts. I want to go ahead and turn on the first alert mode so we can see how much wind speed, 60 miles per hour within this storm cell. You see that here, all the data of Coosa, Elmore is where this severe thunderstorm warning is. Radar indicated winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. And of course, this severe thunderstorm warning will continue until 11 o'clock tonight. So that's what time it is. At 10:34 p.m. is the current time. We'll see. This storm is moving fairly quickly. So we'll see if they issue a warning downstream of this right now. That would include portions of Tallapoosa County. Right now, no indication, but I can double check with the National Weather Service in Birmingham to see what they're thinking about this storm cell. And of course, they're still getting a lot of damage reports coming in from all those storms that were off toward our west a little bit earlier that impacted places like Shelby County, northern portions of Dallas County, eventually moving into Chilton County as well. And we're working very hard to get information that we can relay to you. Once we get confirmation of all that, of course, we'll let you know. The people, our friends back in the newsroom, are working very hard on getting that information, and we'll relay it to you as soon as possible. All right, so what's happening right now? Time now is 10:34. And there we go. New tornado warning just issued for Coosa and Talladega County. That goes until 11:30 p.m. It does include the cities of Alexander City, Dadeville, Jackson's Gap, and New Site. Winds with this gusting quite a bit. Let's go and see what they're watching very closely here. This is our rotation now, and you can see where the reds and greens are getting close together, and we'll kind of go back to just the radar mode so we can get the most information for you. And we're watching this potential rotation now. I want to get the latest from the National Weather Service in Birmingham. Tornado for Talladega County. They say that it's moving, let's see, producing tornado over western Lake Martin are near equality, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So if you live along Lake Martin, or if you live in places like Jackson Gap, anywhere between Alex City and Dadeville along US Highway 280, or downstream of that, New Site, over toward Davidson, you need to get into your safe place now, because we have a tornado warning that was just issued for Coosa and Talladega County for that storm that we've been watching, giving you the first alert for initially a severe thunderstorm warning that now has a tornado warning issued for it for potential rotation as it pushes into Talladega County. Here's the latest information, the latest data that I'm watching very closely, and this is there's Fish Pond right there. See where the reds and greens are really close to one another? That is the potential rotation that the National Weather Service is watching. That's really over Lake Martin right now as it moves over into Talladega County. I want to put a storm track on it real quickly so we can show you who's downstream of it and where it will go over the next several minutes as it's moving off 45, 55 miles per hour. So here's the latest timing. It's 10:36 p.m. right now. It'll make its way toward Jackson's Gap, 10:54, eventually down toward Shiloh at 11:21, if it all holds together. What's been happening is these have been crossing a boundary that we've been talking to you about that's been north of the city of Montgomery. And as it does, it then has rotation. It causes rotation within the storm, and then that is why we could see these tornadoes start to form. As you know, we've seen that happen time and time again, and we're seeing that happen right now as we now have a new tornado warning for Coosa and Talladega County. So if you are watching or listening in Lake Martin, get into your safe spot right now. Where is that? That is the lowest level of your home, an interior room. Put as many walls between you and outside. Protect your head from flying debris and go to your safe spot as we speak. Downstream of this, as this is making its way toward US Highway 280, you have time to get into your safe place, but you have to do it now as we now have this new tornado warning that was just issued for portions of Talladega and Coosa counties. And it looks like we have another tornado warning for Crenshaw County. You know, we're watching the storms to the south. So now we have two tornado warnings active. Let's go back. I'll go back to reflectivity. We will zoom things out and we'll try to bounce around for all these tornado warnings. So the National Weather Service in Mobile has decided to issue a tornado warning, which includes the city of Brantley, Bullock, and Glenwood for this storm that's currently moving through Crenshaw County. I want to turn on the velocity signature, and they're seeing some rotation in Crenshaw County as this moves closer to 331. Let me get the latest information from the National Weather Service in Mobile. So we have two National Weather Service offices issuing various tornado warnings for different parts of our area. And so this one is a radar indicated tornado. It was capable of producing, it was about located over Brantley and about 10 miles south of Luverne, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So let's put a storm track on this one. So if you're in Brantley, this is over you. You need to get in your safe spot now. It's heading toward a southern. If it holds together, it would head over towards southern portions of Pike County, which would include Henderson. So definitely a kind of that first alert for southern Pike County. If this tornado warned storm holds together, the National Weather Service in Birmingham would then issue a tornado warning for that. Haven't done it yet, but we're going to watch it closely. So I'm going to put a storm track on this one as it's moving off about 50 miles per hour. These storms are racing now. We're looking at it moving toward Henderson. That would be in Pike County at about 11 o'clock. And of course, these could speed up, slow down. They could continue rotating, or they could loosen up. So definitely something you'll have to watch very closely. So now we went from having 0 tornado warned storms to having 2 separate ones in different parts of our area. If you're in Coosa or Talladega counties, you need to be in your safe spot. If you're in Crenshaw County, especially the southern part of the county, you need to be in your safe spot as well, as we continue to have these 2 tornado warned storms. Just a lot going on right now as we continue to watch these storms progress across the area. And then of course we have the severe thunderstorm warning that's down here in Escambia County that's currently ongoing because of large hail and gusting winds. So these storms are now getting into an environment that has been relatively untouched in southern portions of our area, and they're having enough dynamics within them to produce spin that's currently ongoing right now. So of course, if you're just joining us, time now is 10:40 p.m. I'm meteorologist Dick Gunner, meteorologist Josh Johnson, Amanda Curran, Madeline Banks. We're all here on this first alert weather day tracking severe weather, and we currently have 2 tornado warnings ongoing right now. They're both radar indicated, but nevertheless, we've seen radar indicated tornadoes turn into confirmed tornadoes fairly quickly, and we want you to be prepared and be safe right now as these 2 tornado warned storms are ongoing. So if you live over Lake Martin, if you live in Dadeville, Alexander City, our new site, those areas, you need to be in your tornado safe zone as we have this tornado warned storm for your area. That's the first one. And then we have another one that's just a little bit further south of Laverne, but right over Brantley right now, a tornado warned storm in southern portions of Crenshaw County. So that's what's going on right now. I want to send it over to meteorologist Amanda Curran. She's in the Vance Law Firm Storm Track Zone, had a little bit more technology. Amanda, it was relatively quiet, and then all of a sudden these storms are entering this environment very favorable for severe weather and tornadic activity, and now we have 2 tornado warnings.
Yeah, and you can't sleep on these tornado warnings at all. You think that risk is maybe starting to downtrend, and then how quickly things start to ramp back up. The latest information on this storm in particular that we're keeping an eye on in the northern extent of our viewing area, now moving almost exclusively into Talladega County. Looks like we're trying to tighten things up. This is near the Wind Creek State Park area. Very easy to identify where those greens and reds are coming together. Latest scan, I think, exclusively takes us into Talladega County. So I want to draw a little bit of a circle to show you exactly where this is, that area of rotation, that couplet really tightening up. So I would not be surprised if the National Weather Service office in Birmingham ends up throwing a confirmed tornado warning on this. Let me shut off everything on radar so I can show you just inside of that area of rotation where we're tracking. Everything kind of muddles everything together. South side of the lake, it is rough right now. But if you're in the R-Town community, south side of Alex City, or you live near the Jackson Gap area of Lake Martin, you need to be prepared and already in your tornado safe place. I do want to also include our friends in the Dadeville community. If you're closer to maybe Cherokee Bluff and Bama Park or Sardis, you're not included in this tornado warning. That area of rotation is on the northwest side of Lake Martin and will continue to move over the northern extent of Lake Martin. I still don't want our friends in Children's Harbor to be on the lookout for not only the damaging wind threat, but also the potential of this as it's rolling through your area. You kind of get the wraparound of that system. So still a damaging wind threat with that as well. But this area of concern is now moving over the western side of the lake and is heading for the north side of Lake Martin. If you know anybody who lives there, or you are somebody who lives there, you already need to be in that tornado safe place. The area of rotation, very well pronounced. We're looking at that rotation on radar where those reds and greens are coming together. Significant of the fact that we have the southeasterly wind that helps that vertical profile rotate. And once we start to get that rotation, you are able to see how it's clearly causing major concern. And with this being pretty close to the radar, we are getting some real ground truth information. We're not looking several thousand feet above the ground and seeing some mid-level rotations in the atmosphere. We're seeing in real time how things are starting to rotate and potentially translating to the ground. That is just one storm. So anywhere near the Lake Martin area, north, south, east, west side of the lake, especially the northern side of the lake, you need to already be in that tornado safe place. But if you have an address that is anywhere close to Lake Martin, be in that tornado safe place as we speak. And hey, down the line, northeastern corner of Talladega County, including the new site area, you need to be in that tornado safe place as well. That's not,
the southern storm, the National Weather Service in Birmingham says they're watching it to issue a tornado warning potentially for southern portions of Pike County.
Yep, I think that's a good idea.
So definitely one that we're watching closely as that rotation is noticeable as you look at the velocity signature of it.
For sure. We're keeping an eye on that tornado warning right now. That's in that southern half of Crenshaw County. Laverne, you're not included, but our friends in Brantley, they are. This is moving off towards the north and east. So this will move into the southwest corner of Pike County. Our friends in Goshen will be impacted first. Down the line, this looks like it could be heading towards Troy, right over 231. So everyone who lives in central or southern portions of Pike County, you need to get in that tornado safe place. We'll keep an eye on what's going on. New scan coming in right now from the radar so we can get a better picture and perspective of what's going on. Area of rotation is almost out of Crenshaw County. Not quite. You can kind of see where those reds and greens are coming together. So that's what Nick was just talking about. The National Weather Service office needs to make a decision. What are we going to do when we extend that warning? We have concern for this to be impactful and potentially threatening to property and life. So do we issue a tornado warning, or are we going to do a confirmed tornado warning? What we're looking at are those rotations in the atmosphere that we've been seeing all night long. Velocity measures the direction and the intensity of the wind versus the radar beam. So the radar beam is coming from southeast Alabama. And in theory, if all of the winds were moving in the same direction, we would get all the same color, either moving towards or away from the radar. But you see these areas of rotation where red and green come together. Here's that radar beam. Everything should be moving in the same direction. This indicates that there is rotation on the ground. So if you live in southwest Pike County, you are not under a tornado warning. You could be at any moment. So what I need you to do is take precaution now and get ready to move in that tornado safe place. Sooner rather than later would be best. We don't always have to wait for a tornado warning to be issued. If we have high confidence that this is something that is remaining on the ground, we can give you a first alert heads up. We do not issue warnings. That is not something that we do, but we do give you precautions to tell you, hey, you know, if this has a history of producing rotation and could potentially be causing damage on the ground, our job is to give you as much padding and time to safely get into your tornado shelter, whether that is the most interior room of your house, whether that's actually a tornado shelter you have in your garage or outside, or whether that is staying somewhere else. You need to act now, especially in that southwestern corner of Pike County. We're watching as new scans come, and this is very much closing in right on the Crenshaw-Pike County line, southwestern corner of Pike County. So down the road, our friends in Troy, you need to be ready to get in that tornado safe place.
Could you pull up the Lake Martin camera?
Yes.
It feels like that's like bouncing around real quickly. And I noticed they're talking about another cell in southern Montgomery County.
Yep, and they're going to put a tour on Pike County as well. So we told you that there wasn't a tornado warning yet. Well, guess what? Now one is being issued for southern and western portions of Pike County. So now you for sure need to get in that tornado safe place. Josh is back with us. We're tracking 2 cells in particular, Josh, and also we're keeping an eye on a potential third. So there are definitely a lot of moving parts that are happening in the Vance Law Firm Storm Track Zone. A tornado warning in southern Crenshaw, now an extension that slices right through central portions of Pike. So if you live along 231 in the Troy community, both north and south of the city, or on the northeast or southeast side of town, you need to get in that tornado safe place. Nick also made mention of the fact there was another one we're keeping an eye on.
Little notch there in South Montgomery
County.
Yep, you couple of them, I think.
Yep, we're keeping an eye on those. And then obviously we're not forgetting about y'all on the lake, Lake Martin, from New Site to Alex City down into the Dadeville community. These are places that are all going to be impacted in a big way. New scan coming in. Our town seeing a lot of heavy rain. This is going to push towards the Jackson Gap side and the Dadeville side of the lake soon. This is right over the northern part of Lake Martin. So if you live near the lake and you have an Alex City address, you already need to be in that tornado safe place. This is rolling through your area as we speak. So a lot of things we're trying to duel right now. So we're definitely going to kind of work the parts and pieces of what's going on. So we said it looked like the couplet was trying to tighten up near Wind Creek State Park. That is going to be on the north side of that. The sports complex in Alex City, that's the south side. So if you head down to the south and east and you're heading towards Midway, that's where that area of concern and rotation is right now. Jackson's Gap, especially north of that, if you live between Eagle Creek and Jackson's Gap, you need to be in that tornado safe place 5 minutes ago. But
Absolutely.
getting in there now, hey, better late than never.
That's
but
right.
never late is better.
So Wind Creek State Park is here. This is crossing over the state park right now. So this is the North River Bridge that goes over the north side of Lake Martin near the Tallapoosa River kind of entrance into the north end of the lake. There's the marina. There's a big marina up here. River North Marina would be right up here. This is crossing over the marina right now. So this is Bay Pines right down here. This is Wind Creek State Park. That would be Alabama 163. Running back that way. This is US 280 that runs north and south, or east and west technically, but the possible tornado would be right out here near Midway, and that's moving up towards Eagle Creek. Eagle Creek, you know tornadoes. You remember March 1st, 2012, Eagle Creek was hit. We had loss of life there back 13 years ago, almost to the day, 13 years ago in a couple of weeks. So central and north central Tallapoosa County, now is the time to act. Get in that tornado safe place and stay in it until the danger is past. Really on the north side of the lake, up towards Eagle Creek, Buxton, Horseshoe Bend. Those are all some of the communities that are in the path of this. This will end up crossing the Tallapoosa River again out towards Eagle Creek and Buxton. So if you live there, that's where this is going. It's going right there. So Eagle Creek, Daviston, New Site, Horseshoe Bend, Buxton, Jackson's Gap, all in the path of this possible tornado that is rotating pretty significantly. The other thing I'll point out here, this is a significant area of straight line wind now. Running back south, back towards Chuck's Marina and Bama Park and Bluffs, Daiquiri Bar there on the east side of the lake, and the Landing's new place over there on the east side of the lake. Lots and lots of wind in this. This is a hateful little storm. No other way to put it. So you've got a possible tornado
Plus
here.
tons of lightning.
And then you've got a streak of wind damage running back down the side of it there. That'll affect a big part of Tallapoosa.
Yeah, Birmingham's saying the Tallapoosa circulation is crossing 280 and it's tightening up right now.
Our camera at Boondocks at Bay Pine looks like it's probably frozen. That wind probably taking out internet, which is not to be unexpected. So that's one storm in particular we're watching. We also want to remember our friends that are down in East Alabama. Turn that lightning off. There's tons of it. We're hearing rumbles of thunders here at 445 Dexter Avenue here in downtown Montgomery. So in particular, I will say this is almost exclusively going to be a Pike County issue in just a second, but let's take a look at what we're tracking.
Ooh.
Another, two areas of concern, Josh, that we're keeping an eye on. One closer to the Lake Martin community.
All right, they're going confirmed on the one in Tallapoosa County.
They're going confirmed on that. I think they need to go confirmed on both. We were talking about this one into parts of Crenshaw County. This is crossing over. This is now in
That's going to head right for Troy.
It is.
Troy, get in that safe spot right now. Don't wait on us to say it's confirmed. Move now, act now. The decisions you make in the next minute, 2 minutes, could literally be the difference between life and death. We don't say that often. Most of the time the weather's not like this, but it is now. So make the right choice for you and your family. Get in that tornado safe spot. There are a lot of mobile homes in Troy, right? It's a college town. If you have family or friends who are on campus at Troy University, make sure they understand the gravity of the situation here. We can take you now live into Troy. The storm hasn't made it there yet, but this is the ASC Credit Union camera network. Their lightning is flashing across the sky. The actual tornado producing part of this storm still about 15 to 20 miles southwest of downtown Troy, but it is moving in that direction. You can see lots of rain falling there now in Troy.
I don't like to give personal shout outs, but our coworker Julia Avance, she lives in Troy. Julia, you and your boys get in your tornado safe place right now. If you live anywhere in Troy.
A TDS over Jackson's Gap.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. So we have very much a defined signature here, but we're now having a tornado debris signature popping. Oh, wow. This is definitely ramping up. So not only are we trimming out parts of Tallapoosa County, so we're able to say that our town and the south side of Lake Martin no longer included in that. But, oof, man, that is some bright
Got a tornado on the ground in Tallapoosa County now. This is south of Alex City. It's right over Jackson's Gap. So Jackson's Gap, Eagle Creek, Daviston, New Site, Horseshoe Bend, Buttston. Move now. Get in your tornado safe place. Don't waste any time. Don't wait on it. Don't wait to hear it. You're not going to hear it. You're not going to see it. It's wrapped in rain. This part of the world is covered in pine trees. If you're outside on your front porch waiting to hear it, you're not going to hear anything. You're just going to go flying through the air. Don't do that. If you live in a mobile or manufactured home in northern Tallapoosa County, get out of it now. Hopefully you are already out of it. This tornado warning was issued several minutes ago. We've been on for it for a while now, but now we can confirm there is indeed a tornado on the ground. This isn't a maybe, this is a definite. There is a tornado on the ground in Tallapoosa County, and there will likely soon be one on the ground in Pike County. So 2 storms we're watching, one with a confirmed tornado, an additional one with a soon-to-be tornado most likely.
Debris tracker showing the fact that we are getting lofted debris. So you see how everything is that magenta-y pink, and then we get that bright burst of yellow and green. That means the particle sizes that the radar is picking up on, which is very good data. This is very close to the radar site. So Josh, not only are we talking debris, but we're talking debris being lofted in the atmosphere right now. This would be the location as of the last scan. So this is moving quickly off towards the north and east. So north side of Jackson's Gap. And like you said, our friends in Eagle Creek, especially on the south side of Eagle Creek, you know what tornado damage can do. You need to be in that tornado safe place as we speak. This is now a confirmed tornado debris signature on the ground north of Jackson's Gap, making its way to the south side of Eagle Creek. You need to be in that spot. And look how quickly, Josh, this is rushed in just one scan. This last scan that just came up over County Road 83. This is going to continue to make its way closer to the west side of Eagle Creek. But if you have an Eagle Creek address, you need to be in that tornado safe place, 100%.
So north side of Jackson's Gap.
This looks like it got even brighter too. Before yellow and green, now we're incorporating some blue. If you look at this, I know this might be hard to see, but when we get all these pinks and magenta, those are all of the same size particles. And then when you get these bright bursts of colors, this is a lot of different things probably, but they're all different sizes. And we talked about this earlier with a couple of storms. When you have debris being lofted, the measurable wind we're getting from radar can give you a kind of idea of how quickly those pieces of debris could be turned in projectiles. That's why we say stay interior rooms as far away from windows and doors and exterior walls as possible, because this kind of stuff as it moves close to your house could be flying debris all over the place. And not to be dramatic, but I mean 90, 100 mile per hour, whatever particle it is, if it's a 2x4, it's a rock. It could be wood, it could be branches, it could be sheets of metal, it could be shingles from a roof. There are tons of different things that tornadoes on the ground are going to produce debris from. So keep that in mind as we look at what's going on. Some major shear going on.
They're upgrading Tallapoosa to considerable.
Considerable.
So that means not only do we have a tornado on the ground, it is likely that it is a strong tornado, EF2 or greater, on the ground now headed towards Eagle Creek. So northern Tallapoosa County, Eagle Creek, Buttston, New Site, Horseshoe Bend, get in that safe place now. Do not stop. Do not dilly-dally. You've got to get in it now. This is a life or death situation in Tallapoosa County. Look at that, getting some range folding there.
I was going to say State Route 49. This is to the west of you right now. If you live near the Freeman Road, State Route 49 area, Eagle Creek, this is going to be on top of you within 10, 15 seconds.
It's there.
It's already there.
Birmingham says Troy needs to get in their shelter now.
Yeah.
So that one's not confirmed yet, but we think any minute now it will be. So
I don't know. It looks like it should be confirmed,
It's starting to get really wrapped up.
It is. Okay, if you live in Troy, you live near Pike Liberal Arts, you live anywhere along 231 north or south of Troy, you need to be in that tornado safe place. We are tracking 2 very active situations right now. A confirmed debris signature on radar here in the Vance Law Firm Storm Track Zone for our friends in parts of Tallapoosa County. Not quite radar confirmed, but it's getting there. So we're going to treat it like it's a confirmed tornado on the ground because it likely is causing major damage. We're going to check on you guys in Pike County, but I will say of the 2, this one's the one causing, we know, considerable damage. And
so this will cross the Tallapoosa River just upstream from Eagle Creek, and then from there it's going to cross the river and go a little northwest of Buttston. So Eagle Creek back up towards Frog Eye is a community that sits out there. This will be a little on the south side of Horseshoe Bend, south side of Cowpens, south side of Newside. So if you live in any of those places, get in that tornado safe place right now. This is not a maybe. This is a definite tornado, and likely a strong tornado on the ground now in Tallapoosa County. So
point it toward the town.
Yep, Nick's mic's hot. So, all right. So tornado on the ground, Tallapoosa, right there. This is as clear as it gets. This is
it's right over State Route 49, probably moving. Yep.
So 95 mile per hour. Inbound, 22 out, so you've got 117 miles per hour of gate-to-gate shear. That means the radar is sampling 117 mile per hour rotation in this tornado. That would be an EF3. Now, radar is not sampling it down at ground level, so we can't make that determination solely using radar data, but we can use that to tell you this is a strong tornado. You have to take this seriously, and you have to do it right now.
This debris ball is getting brighter and bigger, Josh.
Yeah,
brighter and bigger means more particles of different sizes, larger in its space. So this is lofting debris right now, or as of the last
right over
scan.
Lightsey Road. It's on Lightsey Road.
Yep.
On the west end of Eagle Creek, Freeman Road, and then it's going to go right up 49. If you leave Eagle Creek and go north on 49, you'll eventually run into the Tallapoosa River. A lot of shoals. It's a beautiful little bridge there. This is going to go right up that stretch of roadway right there towards the Tallapoosa. So, again, you have got to take this thing seriously. We have a history. We have fatalities all across the South from this day and the day yesterday. We don't want any more of them, but we do our part. You do our part. If you're in Tallapoosa County, get in that safe spot right now. If you are in Pike County, get in that safe spot right now. We can't yet confirm the Troy one, but we can tell you the rotation's tightening up. It's in a favorable environment. The storms today most of them have been very efficient tornado producers. The shape of the storm is very suspicious. The signature is there. There's broad rotation now coming up towards the Schoolhouse Restaurant. Sits right there. That's 231 South. So that's Highway 10 running back towards Laverne. This would be 231 right there. There's Pike Lib. There's Troy. Troy University sits right there. So this is coming now onto the southwest side of town.
Toward the town to try to see if we can see it.
Of Troy University? Okay, let's go to there. And we're not forgetting about you, Tallapoosa County. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground near Eagle Creek. You need to continue to stay in that tornado safe place. We are not forgetting about you.
Trying to see the light and try to light up the
Clouds to see what we're seeing.
Right. And then maybe if you can see transformers, sometimes that's kind of a little bit of a giveaway. So you're looking live now at the ASC Credit Union camera network. We're all watching it together. Us, you, we're looking for a possible tornado coming into the city of Troy. This camera is mounted on top of John Robert Lewis Hall on the campus of Troy University. We're pointing it back down towards town and back off towards the west and southwest in an attempt to see an approaching tornado. Radar data right now supports the idea of a tornado. We can't yet confirm it, though. We haven't seen the debris in the air yet. So the Weather Service just now saying no confirmation on Troy storm yet, but concerning radar signature. So they're speaking the same language we are. They see the same thing we see, which is a soon-to-be tornado. If it's not on the ground yet, it probably will be soon in Pike County down here, approaching the city of Troy right now. If you live in Troy, get in that safe spot.
Nick, can you give us a check on what's going on in Tallapoosa County?
Yeah, I'm keeping a check on that right now. We're still seeing that intense the debris signature that's currently moving through Tallapoosa County in the northern part, the northeastern part. So this is new site here, Highway 49. So we're watching that very closely, and it still looks very tight right now. I want to turn on the velocity, the spin in the storm. You can see it sitting right here, just south of new site. So they're tightening up this tornado warning right now. So I want to put this into motion and show you what's going on with this storm cell. It was very tight, and it continues to show some signs of debris. So we talk about debris being lofted. A tornado is lofting debris into the atmosphere, and the radar can show us that. And so that's why they've gone confirmed with this storm that continues to see very strong rotational signs as it moves its way toward this portion of Tallapoosa County. So this has done already past Jackson's Gap. This has done past past Lake Martin. This is mainly confined to the far northeastern section of Tallapoosa County and eventually would move downstream of that. And then not only that, we're continuing to watch what's happening ongoing right now in Troy. And I don't know about you, but that signature looks a little bit more intense than what it did earlier. So we're continuing to watch this. Still radar indicated, but it's making its way very close, of course, to Highway 231, Troy itself. So stay in your safe spot. You should already be in it. If you haven't, get in it now as this storm cell is continuing to push closer to Troy. So we have 2 tornado warnings, 1 confirmed, 1 radar indicated. And then just a quick note, we have an intense thunderstorm moving through Montgomery County. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. These 2 tornado warnings are the more concerning items we're watching right now, Josh and Amanda.
Hey, I would point out too on the Pike storm. Sure. So what it's doing to create a tornado, you need 2 things. You got to have not just intense rotation, but kind of intense and tight rotation. This is rotating intensely. The velocities here, we have a very broad but intense area of rotation. Now here's the rub. It means that may not be a tornado with it right now. But storms that do that tend to produce very large tornadoes if they do. So Pike County, you got to take this thing seriously. Understand, no, we can't confirm that it's on the ground yet, but I can tell you storms with large, intense mesocyclones, like the signature we see right now, if they produce tornadoes, they tend to be big ones. So Pike County, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to get you in that safe spot. Do it now.
Yeah, rotation, something we're keeping an eye on. Tons of lightning. This perspective from our TroyPublicRadio.org campus camera. Haven't been able to visualize anything just yet. That's one of the many ways we can identify if and where a tornado might be. We can do some of that with radar elements, but as of right now, we cannot confirm with just the radar elements alone that there is actually a tornado on the ground. So trying to see if we can visualize. Let's show you exactly where that is, and we can go back to the camera. You can see that area of concern where those reds and greens are coming together right near Troy, downtown Troy, where the university is, Pike Liberal Arts, making its way from 231 into the east of the state route. 65. So
you're getting 153 miles per hour of rotation in that. That's what I mean. The reason we can't confirm a tornado is these are not closer together, but it's spinning very fast.
Yeah.
And it moved, so the values changed there. But you just exit out and just clear out of it. But that's the situation there in Pike County right now.
Okay, still not getting a confirmation of a clear debris signature. We do, though, have that
up in Tallapoosa.
Out in Tallapoosa. Still very small, but impactful and very bright with the differing of colors. So I would say that not only do we have debris being lofted, but you can kind of see how we're getting a little bit ahead of that as well. Sorry, we have those sirens that go off, so sometimes we're listening to see if new things are happening. So this is
issue a new tornado warning downstream of it.
Chambers and Randolph.
Confirmed they just did radar.
They just okay. So
for Tallapoosa.
For Tallapoosa, yes.
Yeah, the Tallapoosa
storm, they issued a downstream warning.
Right. Yeah.
So here's where the storm is right now. Flashing,
Chambers.
that means it's confirmed. Down the line, we're talking about our friends in Chambers and Randolph County. And then eventually that would cross over into Georgia.
Right, and that's headed for Wadley. So if you have family or friends at Southern Union in Wadley, they have a campus there, get them in that safe spot. Send them a text, let them know if they live anywhere near Wadley. That's not technically in our coverage area, but this is going to go right up towards Daviston and then clip the far northwestern part of Chambers County. Now look, Chambers County, your weather radio went off because the county went under a tornado warning. We have the big population centers in Chambers are Valley and Lynette.
Yes.
This is way far away from you. So it's across the county from you. So Valley and Lynette are down here.
Valley,
there's your tornado. It's going to clip that northwestern side. So Valley and Lynette, it's not at all clear, but this storm misses you. Some later may clip you. Weather Service telling us now, tornado could form imminently along 87/231 south side of Troy. We agree. Nick and Amanda and I have been banging that drum for a while now.
Woo. This is moving to the east side of Troy University. Let's take a look from our camera again while we still have this perspective.
Can we turn is this camera facing south or southeast?
The city.
Yeah, if we can move it around a little bit. So
Okay, they just went confirmed on it.
They just went confirmed in Pike? Okay.
All right, tornado on the ground in Pike. This is probably a big tornado, guys. South side of Troy.
Ooh. This lightning is literally all right on top of Troy University right now, downtown Troy, up and down 231 in central Pike County.
Nick,
so this is looking
still
back towards
radar
the quad.
indicated, but they tagged it considerable. That's probably why it showed up that way.
That's exactly what I was saying a minute ago. If this thing drops a tornado, it's going to be a big one.
Yeah.
We don't know if it has yet, but if it does, it's going to be a big tornado.
That camera's rocking and ooh, man.
Nick, can you see the AlDOT cams down in Troy?
Sure, I'll pull them up and see.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be great because it's crossing over 231, and I know there's a bunch of them on that. So this is crossing 231 now, just south of Troy. This would be near Sister's Restaurant. This would be near Pike Lib. This would be down on the south side of Troy, right over Pike Lib. Goodness gracious. Okay, so we'll get to that in a moment. So there is your likely tornado is what we're calling it right now. This is a likely tornado.
Banks, you need to be in your safe place. This is coming right towards you. North side of Banks.
Linwood, Josie, Sandfield, Catalpa. If you live along 223, back to the Bullock line, Monticello. And by the way, hey, First Alert over there in Jamback and in southern Bullock County.
Be ready to move.
Go ahead. If you live in a mobile home in southern Bullock County, get in your tornado safe place now. Get moving. I'm giving you extra time here because this thing, this is a tornado. It's probably a significant tornado. And I think this is the kind of storm that could produce a tornado that's on the ground for a pretty long time.
Yep. Still going to wait for some debris. Obviously, this is something that could get a little bit delayed. We have to wait to see how that works. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on that.
All right, let's go to Nick. He's got over there. He's got the cameras pulled up now for the AlDOT cameras.
And Tallapoosa, we're still keeping an eye on you. Don't worry, we haven't forgotten about you. We have two very active situations right now, still lofting debris.
I'll say it looks like. I mean, we still have camera at this site, but I'm not really seeing lights all that much of the city, minus the car that's driving. That should not be driving there. This is near the Days Inn here in Troy along U.S. Highway 231. Very difficult to see anything except for when the lightning lights up, but I'm noticing the, whoa, look at that flash. Man. I'm just seeing the drifts of rain that's currently ongoing there along U.S. Highway 231. I'll try to pull up another camera a little bit further south, see if we can see some more. I know they mentioned 87 here. Let's see if we can pull up this one. This is 231 at the Elba Highway. Seeing just lots of rain. Looks like the power is still working here. Seeing a lot of the traffic lights are still ongoing.
Got a TDS on the Troy storm now.
Do we?
Yep.
Yeah.
So tornado on the ground in Troy. This is moving towards Highway 15 on the west side of Banks.
And it looks like they issued a new tornado warning downstream of this.
That'll be into Bullock and probably northwestern Barber.
Yes, Bullock and Barber.
Exactly. Jinx. Yeah, we have that tornado. We have that tornado debris signature. See how quickly that popped. See how quickly we went from all singular colors. Yep, this is going to be right. This is going to be right on the east side of downtown Troy.
All right, if you live near the Banks by right, you know exactly where I'm talking about. If you're not from there, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Banks by right, get in that safe spot right now. If you live along 223, which runs from the by right back up towards the county line with Bullock County, get in that safe spot. Monticello, Harrison Homestead, hunker down. This thing's coming close to you. I think it'll go a little west of you, but it's close enough. You need to get in that safe spot too. This is crossing County Road 26 now. It heads on from there back up towards 130 and Alabama 93. This will cross over both those roads, and then essentially this is going to go up 223 for a while, back up towards Catalpa, Sandfield, and on the north side of Banks. So that's where this is moving. So right up 223, eventually Saco, Corinth, Perote, Aberfoyle, Inverness, Jamback, Red Tray Hill, all those communities in southern Bullock, you're going to get in this as well. So tornado on the ground now in Pike County on the east end of Troy, moving northeast rapidly. This will go across northeastern. Ooh. Goodness gracious.
Yep, that is a tornado debris signature if we've ever seen one. Bright blue right here. That's so not only are we lofting debris, but this is very much going to be large pieces of whatever this tornado is picking up right now, but this is telling us with guarantee there is an active tornado threat on the ground right now. You need to be in your tornado safe place. If you're remaining in Pike County, north and east of Troy, or you are in the extended tornado warning that goes into southern Bullock, you need to be in that tornado safe place. In 2 scans, this has gone from not lofting debris to lofting debris. This is a destructive, potentially life-threatening situation that you are putting yourself in if you are not in your tornado safe place. This is likely not only going to be a tornado that's causing damage, but it is very violent and is probably very large. You need to be in that tornado safe place. Troy, if you live in downtown Troy near the university, near Pike Lib, we will be able to give you the all clear soon. Not quite yet. Stay in your tornado safe place. Yeah, that is wild stuff. I'm just going to click over really quick, see what we can see. Yeah, still a very active situation. We haven't been able to see anything with this, which we don't need to see it on a camera. We can see it right here.
Yep, this is
with debris tracker.
You couldn't. This is a slam dunk. There's a significant tornado on the ground in Pike County.
I don't need to see anything else. I see this. I know right. Tornado is on the ground.
Check out the rotation product there.
Yep. Oh, yep. Okay. So this is moving. It
is spinning violently.
Yes, very much so.
So strong tornado on the ground in Pike. It's probably range folded. So yeah, there's a very significant tornado there, very near the Banks by right. That's Banks right there. That's 223 that shoots off north towards Catalpa. Got to get in that safe spot if you live along Alabama Highway 223 from Banks to the Bullock County line, and then from there all the way up into southern Bullock County. You are in a life-threatening situation. The decisions you make in the next few minutes could mean the difference between life and death for you and that of your family. It is vital. It is important. I am begging you, I am urging you, get in your safe place right now. Take this thing seriously. It's on the ground. It's strong. This is the kind of tornado that kills people. This is the kind of tornado that's on the ground for a long time and hurts a lot of people. We don't want that to happen. Get in that safe spot. Northeastern Pike County, Catalpa, Linwood, Banks, Josie, and then over into southern Bullock County, Aberfoyle, Inverness, Perote, Blues Old Stand, Catalpa, Jamback. Get in that safe spot. And then eventually this will head on up towards the east end of the county there, towards Three Notch and Midway. It's not quite there yet, but downstream, that's where this is going. This will end up towards, there's a Union Springs correctional facilities out here. There's a Christian school out there. 82 east of downtown Union Springs. Get in that safe spot as well. This is a life-threatening situation with a confirmed significant tornado on the ground.
Nick, can you tell us how fast the storm in Pike County is moving? I'm going to put a track on there.
Sure, I'll go about. They're saying that the TDS is over 10,000 feet being lifted in the air. So
they're saying significant tornado possible. TDS over 10,000 feet, like you said, that's
quickly moving toward Bullock County. So if you're in Bullock County, as you mentioned, you've got to
take this thing super
You've got
seriously.
to move.
Here are some places in southern portions of Bullock and northwestern portions of Barber to give you an idea of when this could be knocking on your doorstep. Obviously, Banks, this is already here for you. It's going to cut the difference between that and then move its way into southern Bullock County. New scan. I'm going to take this track off.
This is hauling 60 miles per hour. This one says.
Yeah, this thing is fast,
so
and we still have a very noticeable debris signature.
It's right on 223.
Yep.
Just center
right in between these two.
So this is producing significant damage now. Catalpa to Sandfield. It's on the ground. It is doing damage. Velocity product shows that it's producing damage. Debris is being lofted to 10,000 feet in the air. So that's bricks, boards, glass, nails, tree limbs.
That's almost 2 miles up.
Almost 2 miles straight up in the air. So this is a strong tornado.
They're going confirmed now. They've changed that tornado warning for our friends in southern portions of Bullock and northern and western portions of Barber. You're now going to be confirmed tornado. So National Weather Service office in Birmingham saying this looks like it's going to hold together. This is going to be damaging and destructive. Confirmed tornado on the ground heading towards the southern portion of Bullock County within the next 5 to 10 minutes. You are running out of time. You need to get in that tornado safe place now if you live in southern portions of Bullock County. And northwestern Barber, too. If you live northwest of Clayton, get in that safe spot, too. Hey, we're not forgetting about you in Tallapoosa County. That rotation this is almost gone.
Is starting to weaken a little there. It's still producing tornado debris, but the actual velocity product there, this tornado is almost to Wadley now if it's still on the ground, right? We know there's still debris in the air, but the tornado itself may have lifted based on what we're seeing in the rotation tracker here. It's broadened out a little bit. Still treat it like there's a tornado on the ground there in northeastern Tallapoosa. But Daviston, Frog Eye, Wadley, we had already given you that alert. We had already talked you through this, so we're just kind of checking back in with you. We've got you covered, I promise. This is heading towards Wadley now, and then from there, this heads on up towards the south end of Wedowee, north end of Roanoke. That's 431 running north and south through Chambers County up into Randolph County. So Randolph County, new tornado warning for you. That's technically in the Atlanta television market, but I can tell you, I worked in Atlanta. There are not a lot of bosses in Atlanta who know where Randolph County is. I promise. They don't know much about Wedowee there.
Nick, are there any other rotations? I know we were talking about some in Montgomery that were causing some concern. Is there anything else that is a pressing issue besides the two confirms?
No, I think the two confirms the most significant. There are two severe thunderstorm warnings. One does include Montgomery County, but they're just issuing that for the wind. And then there's another severe thunderstorm warning that includes places like Andalusia, Dozier, southern portions of Butler, parts of Crenshaw, and down toward Conecuh, and portions of Escambia County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for hail, gusting, damaging winds, and lots of lightning, lots of intense rain. So there are a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings, but the most significant storm cell we're still watching is the one that's right here coming out of Pike County into northern portions of Barber and far southern portions of Bullock counties. Midway, you need to get your safe spot now. You're under that tornado warning with that debris signature still being shown. Let's check it. Still seeing the debris signature here in Pike County as it moved out of southern portions of Troy and now moving into that northern portions, I guess northeastern portions of Pike County, eventually hauling at 60 miles per hour into Bullock County. So we need to get to that safe spot yesterday, 2 minutes ago. You need to get to a safe spot now as we're continuing to see this rotation tighten up here and stay tight. We talked about it was broad at first. They gave you the downstream tornado warnings downstream of this, and it tightened up as it moved closer to the city of Troy, and now it's moving into Bullock County. Does not include Union Springs, does not include Clayton, it does not include Eufaula in Barber County, but it does include Midway here. So definitely something we're watching very closely as we have this tornado that's on the ground and continuing to work its way into Bullock County as we speak. So get into that safe spot as it moves out of Pike County and into Barber County. This is a significant event, a significant tornado, and we want everyone to be safe and in their safe spot now with a helmet on their head. Get into the interior rooms, put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. If you have a basement, get in it now until we give you the all clear, as this storm cell is very significant now and very strong as it's moving into portions of Bullock County. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. It does include Pike Road, Tallahassee, portions of Montgomery, portions of Elmore, but this is for wind. And then, of course, we're still watching this. Now the tornado warning for portions of Tallapoosa County has expired, so this is out of our coverage area for now. We'll still watch the storm because it was very tight, very significant along the Lake Martin area and portions of 280, but the only tornado warning that we have now include Pike, portions of Bullock, and then portions of Barber County here as this storm is continuing to work its way. So I want to put a storm track on it so we can get as many cities, as much first alert as we can as this storm cell moves downstream. It's moving about 60 miles per hour. So we'll put this out about 60. And here's the latest timing. Mount Andrew about 11:36. We're seeing Midway at 11:41, Omaha at 1:08 in the morning, and then eventually it would make its way into Georgia as we head toward 1:18 a.m. So this is a storm cell not to play around with, as it's already showing signs of damage and it's continuing to push into portions of Bullock County. It does look like they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning a little bit downstream, or they may have updated it, but still, Josh, the most significant storm is the one coming out of Pike County now moving into Bullock.
Yeah, this thing's a monster.
Yeah.
On the ground now, heading towards the Bullock line. This is close to Sandfield now. This is headed towards P. Road, Blues Old Stand. Really, this is that's 223. This is 239 that runs back north up here. So this is going to cross Alabama Highway 239 next. US 29 rather next. So that's 223. That's 29, and that's 239 over there. So this is going to cross all those highways there in southern Bullock County. If you live south of Union Springs in Bullock County, any of these small communities out here, now is the time to act. You have to take this seriously. There's a significant, dangerous tornado on the ground coming now out of Pike County into Bullock County. This could still clip northwestern Barber. We'll keep an eye on it, looks like a lot of this, the strongest part of this is going to go right through here. So it's Union Springs, downtown Union Springs, this is south of you. But if you live out Three Notch, Midway, Aberfoyle, Inverness, P Road, Jamback, Blues Old Stand, get in that safe spot.
Yeah, and I mean, this, I would say, is probably the most robust, strongest storm we've seen all night. I would have said an hour ago that that was probably going to be the one in Dallas, Otaga, Chilton, Plantersville. That was very impactful. I think this one is causing just as much potential damage. I think this tornado is probably larger in size. Its debris field is very impressive in the sense, not in a positive way, impressive in the sense how it pops here in the Vance Law Firm Storm Track Zone, giving us that surefire way of saying, hey, I know there is a tornado on the ground right here, debris being lofted upwards of 10,000 plus feet. That's almost 2 miles up above the surface of the earth where we are talking debris being lofted. This is a major catastrophic tornado on the ground, continuing to bring life-threatening damage to you in southern portions of Bullock County. You need to be in that tornado safe place. And if you have that tornado warning issued for you in far northern and western portions of Barber, take that seriously. No, that doesn't include our friends in Eufaula, but yes, there is a small little sliver right here where that storm is going to move, and there's still a little wiggle room for it to make that maybe a little bit of an easterly turn. So this is not a true northeast. This is more of a northeast to east rotation. You can see that area right there, that small little blip of blue that will start to slowly climb through that southern and eastern corner of Bullock County. And are we able to say that we can eliminate that tornado threat in Tallapoosa?
Yeah,
that's gone.
It's out.
And I would say that's lost a lot of momentum.
It has, yeah. And the farther northeast you go, you run.
Yeah.
It's cooler. They've had some rain up there today.
For sure. So the active tornado threat in Tallapoosa County is no more. We have severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down this line. Southeastern Elmore, far eastern Montgomery County, all of Macon, the rest of Bullock that is not under that tornado warning, extending into southern Tallapoosa, far western portions of Lee, and also Chambers to that southwestern corner. But the area of concern, I will say this is promising. That doesn't mean we're eliminating it, but that debris signature is starting to become a little bit more quiet. So maybe the particle size difference shows maybe that less debris is being lofted. It's not that no debris is being lofted, but maybe it's not being lofted as high. Maybe there's not as much of it. This could be a storm that is showing signs of potentially weakening. I'm not saying it's completely off of radar now and it's no longer a threat. It is still an impactful
system. Doesn't look as bad as it did 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, and it caused debris from Troy all the way to the Bullock County line. So it had consistent, very persistent debris. So you had a strong tornado on the ground from really just outside of Troy all the way up to the line. Yeah, as if on cue, the National Weather Service confirming what Amanda just told you. Circulation in Bullock appears to be weakening. But again, don't get wound up on that. We have to respect the fact this thing has produced a big tornado and may still be producing a big tornado. And even if that big tornado is gone, it could drop another one any moment now. So as long as this thing's rotating, you need to be taking it seriously. They canceled Pike out of the warning. So for Pike County, the risk from that storm has passed. I was watching, though, with a little interest, this back here. Back down on the south side of Troy, west into Brundage. That's trying to rotate a little bit, right? So we can't give you an all clear in Troy or Pike County. What's happened, the original tornado that prompted the warning has passed you, but there's a little rotation back down on the south end of Troy. So we'll watch it. Right now, it's not enough to make me think there's another tornado, but I can't give you the all clear either. I can give some of you an all clear, though. Yeah, for Montgomery, the city of Montgomery, and really points west from there. The risk of severe weather is ended at Monroeville and Camden and Selma, Montgomery, Prattville, Clanton, Rockford, Marion, Demopolis, Linden, Sweetwater. It's done. This is go to bed, enjoy it, wake up Sunday, go to church, and be thankful, right? But ahead of that,
east of there, we still have big problems, including a possible tornado still on the ground in Bullock County. Severe thunderstorm warnings for straight-line wind coming through Tallapoosa, parts of Macon, parts of Bullock, parts of Pike. And then we'll keep an eye on South Alabama as well, down into Andalusia. Right now, the storm's behaving, but you're not out of the woods yet either. So the Wiregrass up into Pike, Barber, Bullock, Macon, Tallapoosa, Lee, that's our core area of concern right now.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, too, is from about I-65 points east of the interstate, severe weather threat continues. West of the interstate, you're done. You might have a little bit of leftover rain. The wind has shifted. That's going to eliminate that tornado risk. And hey, to get them out of here before midnight, to not keep you up all night, that's good news. But you live east and southeast of the capital city, you still need to be prepared. If you plan on going to bed, trying to get some sleep, multiple reliable ways of getting weather information. And if you get those warnings, you need to be able to act in an instant. Be in that tornado safe place. We're still keeping an eye on our friends in Troy. You're no longer in that tornado warning, though. Our friends in Pike County, we're still watching some heavy rain, some small little signs of some potential rotation. We hope that those don't act up, but of course we'll keep an eye on that. As we look off towards the north and east at this cell, you can see new scan coming in. Bullock County, we're still keeping an eye on the possibility of rotation that looks like it's weakened a bit. It has become a little bit more broad. Still something that we're monitoring very closely. The debris signature that was very robust, very pronounced earlier, and was like that for 15-20 minutes, has definitely shown signs of coming down a couple of notches. So the intensity of that debris signature, and it's going to take a second for that to stop too. It takes a second for it to ramp up, for radar to pick up on that debris. It's going to take a second for it to kind of transition back down to no debris at all. Especially when you're lofting debris up to 10,000 feet, it's going to take some time
to fall out,
for things to settle, for sure.
And that's what it's doing. What you saw there, where it was really that distinct blue circle, and then it became kind of softer, was literally the tornado debris getting sucked up into the air and then sort of falling out of the top of the storm. It's always chilling to me to see that signature, because you just know, like, that could be someone's home, that could be bricks and boards and glass, that could be last year's Christmas card sitting on their table that's now up in the air. So
can we take a look from our Troy Public Radio camera just to see what it looks like right now? I will say, still storming, still lots of lightning, still some gusty wind. Troy University on spring break this week?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Good question.
That would, yes. Troy University on spring break. We love a good vacation for the college students.
Especially if there's a tornado around.
Yes, for those who stayed on campus or maybe live locally in the Troy area, whether it's in an apartment, a house, however. Hopefully you were able to heed that warning. For those of people who maybe decided to go on vacation for spring break, you made a very good, safe choice.
Yep.
You probably didn't realize it, but you made an excellent choice.
Could have been
not being in the path of that. And obviously, as the daylight kind of unfolds tomorrow and we wake up, there are going to be several locations where National Weather Service offices are going to have to do damage reports, but obviously we're going to get a lot of light literally shed on what has happened.
Right, exactly. Kind of odd. Jacksonville State University was hit by the tornado back several years ago. They were on spring break too.
I remember that,
So, man, that's, you never want there to be a tornado, but a well-timed one, I guess, if there's a such thing. Raining cats and dogs there. Still watching back here. This is flattened out a little. I like that. We were watching a little, looked like almost the beginnings of some rotation down in the southern Pike. That's relaxed a little now. Can't give you an all clear yet in Pike, but things are trending better. The Bullock County storm still rotating. The rotation has broadened out. Remember earlier, those red and greens, man, they were like just close together, just wrapped around each other. Now, though, kind of back a little bit. So broader rotation. It's also weaker rotation. We noticed that before it dropped the tornado, the parent cyclone above it was spinning very fast. And that was able to kind of tip us off that, hey, this is about to drop a strong tornado. Now what you see is neither of those things. You don't have the tight rotation you had earlier. It's not rotating that fast either. That doesn't mean the tornado's gone. That means that the threat is starting to diminish a little. If you live inside the polygon, we will stay in that safe spot, right? If you live at P Road, Midway, 3 Notch, Comer, stay in the safe spot. The Weather Service in Birmingham is very good about when the threat's over, they will not let the tornado warning just sit there for fun. They will cancel the tornado warning. So when they say the threat is over and they cancel the tornado warning, you come out of your safe place. Until then, course of least regret, storm like this, history of damage, stay put in that safe spot. severe thunderstorm warning just got canceled for Macon, Elmore, and Montgomery.
And the severe thunderstorm warning for Conecuh, Covington, Crenshaw, Butler has also been canceled. So actively, one tornado warning currently in motion, no severe thunderstorm warnings for Covington. That's not an issue anymore. That was an area we were watching. The one severe thunderstorm, though, warning we're watching right now still extends into Bullock, Macon, Southern Tallapoosa, Lee and Chambers. Southwest Chambers.
I think they just cleared Elmore, Montgomery out of it.
Yes, they cleared that out. Okay.
And Macon, parts of Macon.
So this part
still
right
severe.
along that frontal boundary. So,
right.
yeah.
We're getting there. Here we are, 11:32 on a Saturday night. Well, welcome in. I'm Josh. This is Amanda. That's Nick. Madeline's in the back. She is the wind beneath the wings on the WSFA First Alert weather app this evening. She's been pushing out all kinds of alerts. We may be setting our daily record for push alerts on the weather app.
For good reason.
For great reason. We know already we have had significant tornado damage in a large part of Alabama. We know Calera was hit hard up near Birmingham, in our area. We know that Plantersville was hit very hard. Plantersville sits on the Dallas, Chilton, Talladega line, where those three come together. Dallas County High School, there in that area, we know there's been serious tornado damage there. And now we can add Pike and parts of Bullock to that. We know there was tornado damage in Chilton and in Talladega and in Coosa and in Pike. So possibly Crenshaw as well. That storm actually started rotating down in Crenshaw County. So there have been multiple counties affected by tornadoes this evening. We're approaching midnight. The core threat now has shifted into some of the eastern counties of the state. For the city of Montgomery, we can give you an all clear. The risk of severe weather has ended in Alabama's capital city. Now, in far southeastern Montgomery County, we've still got some miles to go here, but the city itself, the risk of severe weather is done. Same in Wetumpka and Alex City and Prattville and Clanton and Selma and everywhere west from there. It's really, if you draw this line right here, anywhere east of that line, there's still a severe weather risk. That's behind the wind shift, so the weather could be bad with that storm as it comes through Covington. Thunder, lightning, gusty wind, but I don't see much of a tornado risk with it. We'll keep an eye on it, though. So central Alabama, West Alabama, where things are starting to improve. Keyword there, starting. Not quite there yet. So tornado warning continues for southern Bullock, northwestern Barber. By the way, your weather radios might have just woken you up if you live in Eufaula with this storm. It's not near you. This specific storm will pass 30 miles, 35 miles northwest of Eufaula. Now, there are other trailing storms back down into Covington that will push through the rest of Barber County over the next hour or two, but that storm itself, the tornado-producing storm, will not. Take you back into this. Keep an eye out. Looks like they've redrawn the tornado warning polygon to not be a confirmed tornado anymore. So that's a new update just passing along in there. Confirmed damage in Tallapoosa County as well. So
yep, there was confirmed tornado on the ground up there.
And lots of tornadoes everywhere. I do have good news. I love good news. Alabama State University has won the men's SWAC basketball tournament.
Congratulations.
They're heading to the big dance.
Go
this
Hornets.
Is great. I love that, man. That's awesome.
As a fellow Hornet myself from a different university / college.
Right.
Go Hornets. I've always said go Hornets since
Hornet
the moment Hornet Nation, let's go.
Dyed in the wool. All right, so there you go. Some good news to pass along. We're not out of the woods with the weather threat, though, so we will we'll focus on that, obviously. Here you see, still watching that down into southern Pike. The reflectivity, this is just, when I say reflectivity, it's just basic radar you're used to looking at. It shows you where it's raining and how hard. That is what I'm looking at right there. See that? Coming out on the west end of Brundage there, but that's just one thing I look at, right? The shape of the storm. We actually have the ability, using what we call rotation tracker, think of this as like an X-ray of the storm, right? We can actually look inside it, see how the wind's blowing the rain around, and so far so good there from Banks back down to Spring Hill and into northern Coffee. So that's good. We don't have to necessarily worry about that right now. Strong straight line wind now, Macon and Lee. We'll check in on the power situation as well across the state. Multiple counties reporting significant power interruption. Chilton County is down to 8,000 now.
That's good.
At the peak, it was at 12. And by the way, there is no power fairy that does that just magically waves a wand. There are men and women out in the middle of all this, climbing up in bucket trucks, doing the work for you and me. So Thank a lineman next time you see one. Pike County, significant power outages, 3,500, the number there. Into Montgomery County, you can see they're significant, right? Several thousand people without power kind of in the middle part of the state up and down this intense line of thunderstorms. And those numbers are going to grow as this comes into Auburn. You know, Auburn, obviously a pretty densely populated area. This is producing quite a bit of straight line wind coming through Tuskegee now. That's a population center as well. So if you live on the campus of, if you live near campus there, Tuskegee University, that storm producing straight line wind. The other thing we'll watch, you get a straight edge like that, sometimes you can get some quick little spinners within that.
Yeah.
So that's something we'll kind of keep an eye on as well. There in Macon County, I don't see anything right now that just jumps off the screen like, hey, that's a tornado, but it is worth watching into parts of Macon. Strong straight line wind threat and, yes, some potential tornado threat. Not enough to make me think, well, there's one there. Back to the Bullock storm. Yeah, it's still rotating. They're going to keep the tornado warning in case it cycles back up, is my suspicion. Weather Service watching that area south of Tuskegee for tornado potential. That'll move towards northern Russell, southern Lee. So that's where we are. At 11:37 on a Saturday night, we have a line of storms pushing through east central Alabama. Some of them have shown some signs of rotation. Some of them have not. But heads up, yeah, Auburn, Opelika, Beauregard. Strong straight line wind headed towards you. We'll keep an eye out for any rotation. So far, we don't see much, but this will definitely be producing quite a bit of straight line wind as it comes kind of through. It's in Tuskegee now. It's past Dadeville. This will head on towards, right now it's Farmville, the Bottle, Wire Road, and then back into northern Macon County around Franklin. That'll keep pushing right towards Auburn and Opelika. And then where we'll watch for rotation is right down here on this south side of Tuskegee. Whenever you get a line like this that then intersects with a large multi-cell cluster storm, that can be an area where you spin something up. So just right down there, that's where we would be watching, south end of Tuskegee.
Getting some reports from a couple of people we know in the Pike County area. A couple of current...
New tornado warning.
New tornado warning. All right. Well, we'll talk a little bit more about that
No, it's
afterwards.
Not.
No?
It's not.
New?
It started flashing. I thought it was new.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Don't do that to me. It's almost midnight.
It's been a night. Yeah. So that's the same
flashing,
warning.
confirmed tornado.
Right. I wish they would cancel that one since they redrew it. That's what kind of threw me a little bit there.
The system just
Hasn't purged it yet?
Purged it yet, because it has on this system over here.
Okay.
What I was saying, though, talking to a couple of people who live in the Pike County area, some of which who live in downtown Troy, just near the Pike Lib area, saying a little too close for comfort. They're waiting to venture out, but safe.
Good.
So we'll try to report back any information that we hear from there and try to confirm of any damage of what's going on.
The storm's there in Pike behaving for now.
Yep.
So we'll keep an eye out for you. And then back up into Bullock, life is good. We'll watch these little kinks in the line south of Tuskegee. Up into Macon, Tallapoosa, everything's behaving there. Strong straight line wind threat coming into Auburn now. Let's look into that. We'll go into the base velocity here. That'll really give us a good picture there. The wind speeds here, not overwhelming, but enough to produce some damage in spots, particularly there. You get up closer into western Lee County. You get up around 45, 50 miles per hour. That could potentially produce some tree damage, some power outages. So, Nick, how you doing, man?
Good. How are y'all doing?
Hanging out and hanging on. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, I'm just watching the same stuff y'all are, constantly chatting with the National Weather Service. They're still watching that potential rotation just south of Tuskegee, north of Fort Davis. So I was looking at the winds within the storm itself, and you can kind of see a little bit of rotation trying to form. So I'll watch it closely. Right now, though, this storm looks like a damaging wind threat at the moment. We'll, of course, watch the southern end of that where we could see some rotation form. So just giving you that earliest first alert, especially if you live downstream of this. I know if you live in far eastern Macon County, portions of Lee, northern Russell, we'll watch that closely. The tornado warning storm that was confirmed earlier in portions of Pike County, mainly the Troy area, has now broadened out quite a bit. Not seeing the tight rotation as we saw earlier, and also looking at the debris signature, not finding that either. They still are holding on to the tornado warning, so definitely stay in your safe spot until we give you the all clear, especially if you live in Midway. and southern portions of Bullitt County and far northern Barber. As mentioned, Josh mentioned this, your NOAA weather radio may be going off and you fall at Clayton. You are not under this tornado warning. Nevertheless, you're seeing some intense rain on the way and lots of lightning within these storm cells themselves. So definitely something we're watching very closely. And then the southern extent of this line, very messy right now. I'm not seeing anything concerning at the moment, but just know we're watching South Alabama, Andalusia, over toward Enterprise, Elba, down toward Evergreen. We're starting to see that move in your direction. These waves of intense showers and thunderstorms, gusting winds, all these are sub-severe at the moment, but they have frequent lightning within them. So definitely just bear with us as we move this line through and then eventually gets out of here and things will return to a lot calmer outside. I want to show you the big picture too. We talked about who can go to sleep now. If you live pretty much along and to the west of Interstate 65, this thing is moving out, clearing out. Calmer weather is upon us. That the power outages we're seeing, the power line crews, they can go out and try to restore the power if you're seeing it right now, seeing it out right now, and assessing the damage. A lot of the emergency managers and storm spotters are going out assessing the damage that's ongoing. Stay inside, stay in your home. Let them do that. Let the first responders go out there and help the people that need to be helped. Of course, when we get confirmed information and we get the latest images and everything coming into WSFA, we will relay them to you on WSFA and of course on WSFA.com. So we will compile all the information. We have a ton of people back in the newsroom right now doing that as we speak. And of course, we'll let you know as soon as we get information confirmed to us, then we can relay it to you. But just a very messy storm system playing out as expected. We talked about the chance for some stronger long track tornadoes. We have seen that throughout the day today. We've seen that throughout the state of Alabama. We've seen a lot of damage already. You know, we know up in Calera, we've seen damage. We've seen images from that. We know over in portions of northern Dallas County near Plantersville, we've heard reports of damage. And we're continuing to hear getting the damage reports coming in from those tornadoes we were tracking earlier up near the Lake Martin area in Tallapoosa County, and then of course down there in Troy in Pike County. So of course we'll continue to watch that. It does look like the National Weather Service in Birmingham has extended or at least issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. So that means the entire county of Lee County, Chambers County, northern Russell, and the far Tuskegee and points to the, I guess you can say to the east of Tuskegee and Macon County, you are under this severe thunderstorm warning. It does include a little bit of Tallapoosa as well. So this is for damaging wind gusts, lots of lightning, could see some hail inside these storms. Winds could take down trees as well. So definitely something we're going to watch as this continues to track across our area and continues to pushing off toward the east. Still watching, of course, this tornado warned storm. That's what prompted us to go on WSFA. Been on since, I guess, the 6:30. We've been on air since 6:30, Josh and Amanda?
Christmas, I think.
Yeah, 6:30. So we've been on for multiple hours. We're approaching midnight. It's 11:45 right now at night. And we're still tracking significant storms that's ongoing here in our area. So just a lot going on, and we will be here through the end of this line. We're trying to get into Georgia. Have a couple more hours to go before it gets there, though, Josh and Amanda.
If it wants to go faster, though, I will not object to that.
I will, yes.
I will help it pack its bags.
Yeah.
I'll give
Please.
it a ride even. Look, you want?
I'll be your Uber.
You want to hop in the truck? We'll go. All right. So we're watching that deal south of Tuskegee there. There's some hint of rotation. Look, you don't need to go in your safe spot yet. You do need to be weather aware. There's a severe thunderstorm warning already in effect, so you know the weather's bad. But there is some risk that this could spin up, right? We're talking southeastern Macon County. This is moving northeast, though, so this will get on over into southern Lee, northern Russell County. The only active tornado warning is down here. It's for this storm, which has a long history of rotation. This rotation actually started in Crenshaw County. That was the initial tornado warning. Then it was issued over into Pike. Once it got to Troy, it started to rotate and rotate pretty significantly, and then that tornado dropped out of the sky on the east side of Troy, between Troy and Banks, and then it moved up towards Banks, Catalpa, Sandfield. We know there has been damage there. We have no idea yet how bad that damage is. We have crews in that area. We know there has been significant tornado damage at Plantersville. We will have a crew en route there early tomorrow morning. At first light, we'll be able to show you some of the damage that we've seen across the state. We will see all of this, by the way, tomorrow morning on the Sunday Today in Alabama edition. That is at 9 a.m. So if you're ready to go to bed, I get it. We are too. If the severe weather's past you and you're ready to go to sleep, go to sleep. If you're interested in what happened, set your alarm, jump back up and get back in with us at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we'll kind of go over all of this.
Yeah, we just got a message from one of our executive producers saying that there was a Facebook post made for Dixie Electric. They're saying for safety reasons, we've called our crews in for the night to allow the severe weather to make its way through our areas. So crews are reporting again at 4 a.m. Sunday morning to resume the power restoration. And we appreciate your patience and understanding and pray for the safety of our members. So I will say, if you are currently watching us, maybe not on TV because you don't have power, and Dixie is your provider, do know that they are going to wait a couple of hours until the severe weather threat completely gets out of the area, and then they're going to go back to restoring power. Thankfully, though, compared to some of the events we've had in recent weeks, this was not as much of a power outage producer. Obviously, tornadoes, very destructive, can cause a lot of localized damage, but when you get a line of straight line wind that goes not just from street to street or town to town, but for county and county and county after another, that's when you get the widespread power outages. So we're not on that widespread scale, but still a lot of people out there this evening after destructive storms rolled in without power, which means that there's plenty of different things. One, it's still warm. Two, you know, you think about the fact that as we still have a continuing severe weather threat, there are some people who are not maybe able to watch traditional television. And then the cleanup process obviously is going to be limited again if you don't have adequate power. So those are all different things that we're going to be watching. Obviously, power outage is one of the many impacts that we've seen, along with damage. We've seen pictures and reports of that, and we'll try to show that to you as we confirm information across parts of Central and South Alabama. Yeah,
been a night.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. And the other thing with the power restoration process, you know, the trucks they use, it's unsafe to get up in one of those bucket trucks when the wind speed goes up above, 30, 35 miles per hour. And it is breezy behind all of this.
For sure.
So, yes, there's severe weather. Yes, it is exiting, but the leftover wind behind the rain and storms also makes that unsafe for some of those power crews. So they will get it on as fast. They will get your electricity service turned back on as fast as possible.
For sure.
Believe you me, they are. That's maybe the hardest working bunch in the world right there.
Oh, for sure.
So straight line wind threat now, Chambers, Western Lee. Hey, this is coming into Auburn right now.
Yeah.
Really torrential rain. That might even be some small hail. That would be out near Alliance and Little Texas, along US 29, where 29 splits north and 80 goes this way. You've got that situation going on. Maybe some small hail right out around here. That's going to head on over towards Beauregard, Sand Hill, Marvin, Society Hill. We do not see any rotation in this. So for my friends in Beauregard watching this, just know we got your back always. We don't see anything dangerous in this. Strong straight line wind, yes, but we don't see any sign of any rotation. We'll keep watching. No plans to issue downstream to Russell. That's for the storm that dropped the tornado in Pike County. They've got the tornado warning still up down here for Barber and Bullock. It's for that right there. They're not going to issue that over into Russell because the rotation has broadened out. And if anything, you may have like a little bit of a
straight line
rear
wind.
flank downdraft, what's called an RFD surge there coming in on the backside of that, probably bowing it out a little bit, probably some strong straight line wind. Absolutely. That's right around Midway right now. So Midway and then back down into northern Barber. But that's where we are, line of severe storms now. You'll note, too, a lot of this is becoming linear. That's good news.
We like that.
It's not a get-out-of-jail-free card, but it does help. You still have the one embedded supercell at the base of the line there. Then you have some more kind of intense cells back down into parts of Covington, Conecuh, and Escambia. So far, those have behaved. The wind shear is less down here, I think. That's the vibe that I get in watching the way that these storms have kind of played out. I suspect there's a little less wind shear down here than there is up to the north. So only active tornado warning now is for northwestern Barber and eastern and southeastern Bullock. We have severe thunderstorm warning for Lee, parts of Macon, northern Russell, parts of Chambers County. That's that straight line wind threat that's coming right into Auburn right now. Pardon me. I picked a really bad week to get sick, but we're here. We're making it happen.
The goat right there coming in sick.
Hey, Got to do it.
Talking through it all?
Got to do it.
Do it for the people.
Theraflu. Theraflu is my boo. We'll watch this line right here. That's an area, you know, the reflectivity keeps kind of saying, hey, look. Trying to rotate, but then you look at the velocity and there's not a dime's worth of rotation in that. So every time I look at it, I get a little nervous, but there's nothing in it. So, hey, that's great. We like that. Strong straight line wind threat up and down the line here. Power outages likely into parts of Lee, Chambers, Russell, Eastern Macon, parts of Bullock and Barber. Elsewhere, life's getting better. You know, you live in the city of Montgomery. This is essentially over. The rain will come to an end within the hour. That's, I would say, yet another one of these where this is going to probably clear out of Alabama a little faster than the models thought, which I like.
Not mad about that?
Not mad about that at all. So it's we're coming in on midnight now. I suspect that this part of the line from Pike to Chambers is going to be in Georgia by 1 to 2 a.m. Mm-hmm. And then we'll have some wiregrass waltz that happens where the storms kind of hang back and come through the wiregrass after that, say from 1 to 3. By 3 o'clock, this is all a distant memory for, I think, all of the state. All right, Weather Service in Birmingham sending us a fine message. They are clearing some counties from that tornado watch. We like when they do that. The severe weather threat now winding down. We can give you an all clear, Montgomery County. We talked about the city of Montgomery being clear. Now, if you live anywhere in Montgomery County, the risk of severe weather has ended. Same in Elmore, same in Coosa, Lowndes, Monroe, Wilcox, Dallas, Autauga, Chilton, Coosa, Perry, Dallas, Clark, Monroe, and Marengo. No more severe weather for you. And they will clear more counties from that tornado watch as time passes by.
From what I've seen of pictures that are being submitted, it looks like we have significant damage in Plantersville. We've seen Calera, not our viewing area, but significant damage from our sister station WBRC in Birmingham in the Calera area. Mm-hmm. I'm seeing damage reports coming in from Troy.
Yep.
Have not seen, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, but have not seen anything from the northern Tallapoosa County, Lake Martin area storms.
But we know it was on the ground.
We know it was on the ground, so obviously there's a couple of different things that go into that. First things first, if you share pictures with us, cannot emphasize enough, please don't share pictures that you saw on Facebook that you took from someone else. If you share pictures with us, which we greatly appreciate if you're able to do that in a safe way, thank you so much, so we can confirm where these damage reports are, pass those on to the local National Weather Service offices. But you need to submit photos that you physically took yourself. You cannot be submitting photos and say, oh, well, my uncle's cousin, twice removed, friend across the street took this picture of this tornado. We need to be able to know that you in fact took it. When you submit that online, we need to know that you are the one that's getting credited with taking the photo. You just can't steal other people's content on the internet. I know there's a lot of stuff that goes around. People see stuff, they screenshot it, it can get manipulated, all these things. So if you were to submit pictures, which we greatly appreciate because we are then able to pass that along to National Weather Service offices so they can pinpoint exactly where they should do their surveying, so they can get an idea of what kind of damage was caused. Mm-hmm. We appreciate it if you only submit pictures that you yourself have taken. We appreciate when you do it, but we do not need you to be submitting pictures that you found on a Facebook group or in a City Uncut page or your mom's best friend sent to you because it looked like it was cool, but we don't even know if it's actually in the state of Alabama or our viewing area. So we greatly appreciate people who can safely take pictures. If you have something in your backyard, in your community, in your neighborhood, please feel free to send those to us, WSFA.com/submit. That's the best way that we can kind of sort through everything. You can put a little caption of information of where it is, what you're seeing, when you took it, and that is really helpful for us to pass on to the National Weather Service offices. They will be busy tomorrow and Monday, Tuesday too, probably going through the survey process across the state. Because if we take a picture that you stole, it's like the digital equivalent of receiving stolen property, which I'm not a criminal law guy, but I think is a pretty bad thing to do. So you can also upload those on the First Alert weather app. If you go to the app, scroll to the bottom, there's a big button that says submit. You can hit that. And that way we can verify who took the picture and give them the proper attribution, which we like to do things the right way. So that's that. Active tornado warning continues. This is in Bullock County. This storm is not what it was. Really not a lot of rotation left in this. I'm a little shocked they haven't canceled the warning, but they haven't. So southeastern corner of Bullock County, stay in your safe spot. That warning, by the way, doesn't have a lot left in it anyway. I think that was until
midnight. Is that right? 12:15. So my suspicion is they'll still cancel it early. They may just be kind of hanging out and.
They did issue a severe thunderstorm warning downstream of it.
Right.
So it's turning into more of a wind event.
They're telegraphing their intentions
and
there a little bit.
They just popped up behind you. So.
Yep. So that's the new severe thunderstorm warning into northern Barber and the rest of Russell County. So now all of Russell is in a severe thunderstorm warning. Most of Lee is as well. Let's take you up into Lee. This is getting pretty nasty in Auburn now. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and gusty wind coming through. The wind is the big player in this. And Nick, I'll give you a second to get wound up over there, but I bet some of those ALDOT cameras in and around Auburn are probably pretty rocking and rolling right now. There's a lot of lightning in this as well. You see all the strikes there. Auburn back up towards Farmville and the Bottle up into Southern Chambers. Really a ton of lightning in this, a lot of strong straight line wind as well. That'll come on through Opelika and Beauregard. We don't see any sign of any rotation in this right now. We'll keep an eye on that, make sure that stays the case, because we know better than to turn our back on a storm like this. Even as it gets late into the night and it starts to transition into that damaging wind threat, never turn your back on a line like this. So we'll keep an eye on that. As this comes into lead, big straight line wind threat.
Yeah, we just heard from one of our producers in the control room that we do have footage from the Troy Recreational Center. If we can pull that full screen, that would be great, so we could talk over that and show you, obviously, what we're keeping an eye on. Oh, that's water.
Looks like, oh, wow, yeah, that's the roof.
Yeah.
That is the roof that we can see through. That's a lot of water.
So that's the Troy
She's going to play it one more time for you guys to see it. So that's the floor of the gym, water. And lots of heavy rain,
that's where the water's coming from. I'm not an engineer, but I think I know where the water's coming from. So that looks like some pretty significant roof damage there. That's the Troy Parks and Rec Center, City of Troy Rec Center there in Pike County. So confirmed tornadoes tonight in Perry, Dallas, Chilton, Autauga, Coosa, Tallapoosa, Pike, Bullock. I may have missed some, I'm not sure. It's hard to keep it all straight. But we know for a fact those counties had tornado damage. We're still working on exactly who got hit the hardest. We know Plantersville was hit hard. We know Calera up near Birmingham was hit hard. We know that was a pretty significant tornado that touched down near Troy, between Troy and Banks, and then lifted up towards Sandfield and Catalpa. We have the active tornado warning that will soon expire down here in southeastern Bullock County. We have a strong straight line wind threat. New tornado warning just popped. This is Chambers. All right, so that's some rotation that boundary, it's still hanging out.
It's still hanging out, yeah. I was just about to point and let you know, hey, we got something popping.
Look at that. So, yeah, new tornado warning. This is south of Lafayette there in Chambers County, near the Boyd's community, south of there, close to the Lee line. This is purely in Chambers, though. So Lee County, you're not technically in this tornado warning. The rotation, though, is just on the north side of the county line. Boyd's. I wonder if that's there was an apple orchard out there for many, many years in Chambers County. If you drove, where I grew up, if you drove to Auburn to go to a football game, there was a place called Boyd's Apple Orchard. And you stop there and get fried apple pies. And they closed many years ago. Oh, it was tremendous. Great people, too. But I wonder, some of these community names, it's really just like a business. I wonder if that's what that is. But anyway, tornado, right? Possible tornado right over the Danway area. This would be, again, north of RTJ, Opelika, north of Opelika, north of the Lee line. This is going to lift northeast towards Lynette Valley, Casetta in the mix as well. So that's your possible tornado right there in the southern section of Chambers County. There you see it. So this would be kind of one of those kind of comma head tornadoes, right? There's a little bit of a bow echo, and there at the top end of that comma, you get a little counterclockwise rotation, and if it spins up enough, it can produce a tornado. That's what we're dealing with there. So your possible tornado would be right there. Movement here is towards the northeast. So this heads on up towards, eventually, Lynette. It may go a tick north of Lynette, but it'll be a really close call. So possible tornado.
So they went with the tornado warning. They're saying they're watching that circulation closely as it's trying to spin up. That's near the County Road 173 and 174. Chambers just west of Coosa. So definitely watching. Some of these storms have been a little sneaky, so they're going ahead with the tornado warning, not confirmed. Not radar indicated, just saying tornado warning. There are signs of rotation. We'll keep an eye on this one to see if it starts to get a little bit more robust, if it tries to get more well-defined. Gives you that first alert heads up if you live between the Lee County border and the Georgia state line in Chambers County. That is where you need to be in that tornado safe place. So
a couple of times of arrival there. Valley, the Valley exit at 12:12, Lynette at 12:14.
10-15 minutes.
Right, and then into the towns of Valley and Lynette around the same time. And then it hops across the state line and it's over towards LaGrange, Georgia by 12:31. Which would actually be, yeah, right.
West Point.
West Point, where the Kia plant is. Yes, if you take I-65, you cross over into Georgia. Those
85.
first couple, 85, excuse me, yeah.
So
What time is it?
It is
late 30. It is late 30.
It is now officially 12:01.
These would actually be 1:31, 1:49, 1:55.
Local
as
time,
you cross
yes.
over into the Eastern time zone, but we don't worry about that. That is our good friend Derek Kincaid's problem. He's the chief meteorologist in Columbus, Georgia. He and his team will be covering once it crosses the state line. They're already covering this one too, I'm sure, but you've got a possible tornado there. Looks like that thing's tightening up a little bit.
It is.
Yep.
All right, so there's your
Smart
possible
for them
tornado.
to go ahead and issue
Yeah,
that tornado
was. That's a
warning.
heck of a tornado warning. When they issued it, it didn't have much to it, but it's starting to tighten up. This would be a little bit west of Coosa. This is going to move east-northeast towards Lynette. So headed right up there. Now, this will cross Alabama Highway 50. That's the road that runs right through here. This will cross that and then head up towards West Point Lake, which sits right up here. So tornado safe place, lowest floor of your home, hallway, bathroom, or closet. They're also watching a few potential areas of interest near Hurtsboro. That's down in Russell County.
Yep.
So we'll show you that.
So that's from that earlier storm where they said they're not going to continue the tornado warning into Russell. But
down
probably
there on that
just need to
side,
keep a little.
there's a
little eye
rotation
on
right
it.
over Hurtsboro.
For sure.
There is a little rotation on the south end of Beauregard. It's not enough to make me think there's a tornado. So we'll keep an eye on it. I don't see anything terribly dangerous with that. Strong straight line wind into northern Russell, strong straight line wind into southern Lee, strong straight line wind into Hurtsboro, some rotation there as well. So
We're seeing debris now on the Chambers storm.
Yes, that ramped up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
That was very smart of them to issue that. Nope.
it does look like a little debris hit, doesn't it?
Yeah, just a little small
Just
one.
a little some right there
Yeah,
with the last scan.
may very well be.
Keep an eye on that for sure.
TDS and Chambers, yeah, so they
Yep.
confirmed it. So,
Okay.
yeah, tornado now on the ground in Chambers County. This is a tornado that dropped very, very quickly. This is a rain-wrapped tornado on the ground on the west side of Coosa. That is in southern Chambers County. This is going to stay north of Interstate 85 in Alabama. So if you live down here at Lynette, at Valley, this is going to, for Valley, I think it's going to stay north of you, but Lynette, it gets a little closer, right? Particularly the town itself. I think it stays north of the interstate, but the town of Lynette is in the path of this. So it shows up best here on the rotation tracker. I said that until it didn't. A scan ago it did. You can see we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Tornado on the ground.
Yep.
It's kind of the way this thing has broken here in the last just couple of scans. So we'll go back to the reflectivity. Pop back, there you go. That may be the best way to see it, honestly. It's that right there. So this is going to track northeast towards West Point and Lynette. So if you have family or friends who work at the Kia plant, that's a huge employer. If you've driven up to Atlanta up I-85, you've seen that plant. It is like, that plant is the size of Slapout. It's huge. So there's lots of people who live in Chambers County who work there. So if you have family or friends working there, make sure that they are sheltering in place there at the plant. There's not a formal tornado warning on the Georgia side yet, but if this holds together, that's where this is headed. This will move right on up towards West Point and I-85 in the state of Georgia. It's in Chambers County, Alabama right now, though, a little west of Coosa.
Yeah, and we're going to keep an eye on this. Obviously, we've seen with previous storms how something can go from nothing to something very quickly. So when we see that bright yellow spot, we hope that we don't get any more of those colors introduced, but obviously monitoring not just this little area right here, but if it grows, that tells us where the debris is being lofted with the tornado that we're keeping an eye on, and we're getting that tornado debris signature. That's why you're seeing the flashing of the polygon. So keep an eye, especially right here, north side of Coosa. We're going to see Chambers County Road 83, and that is literally right on top of Chambers County Road 83 right now. That's going to move closer to County Road 84 in just a few moments, and then eventually moving northward, heading closer to State Route 50 as it heads off towards the north and east. Country Club Road. That is where this is going to be knocking on their doorstep soon. That's the west side of Lynette. So we're going to watch as that heads off towards the north and east. Area of concern where we're seeing that rotation hasn't gotten any brighter, so that means that there's still signs of some debris being lofted. But overall, I will say that this is something that is definitely being confined to this small little area of rotation. Still impactful on all sides of the storminess that's going along with that, but definitely that's the area of concern. So when that new scan popped a couple of seconds ago, that's Chambers County Road 83. So we're talking Chambers County right now, tornado warning in effect. We have a tornado debris signature, which tells us that we're able to indicate on radar certain elements in the atmosphere that are being measured by the radar, saying, okay, we can confirm there is a debris signature. That means debris is being lofted because a tornado is on the ground actively. So as this heads off towards the north and east, we're going to keep an eye on our friends who live in the eastern part of Chambers County, especially those who live pretty close to the Georgia state line. Eventually, then that system will cross on over, but definitely something to keep an eye on. North side of Coosa, I think that's where our biggest concern is. If your address is in Coosa, but maybe closer to County Road 84, this is going to be right on top of you. You need to be in that tornado safe place as we speak.
Looking at the video, got some video sent in. I think it's the exact same video we just aired from the rec center in Troy.
I actually was
gotten that
told
from a few people now.
By our Julia Avant, the rec center is actually where people were sheltering in place. So hopefully everybody there is okay. We're trying to confirm information. Obviously, there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of pieces.
All the
this
time.
debris signature looks like it's getting a little bit wider, but maybe a little bit messier. Right. Not in a sense where it's becoming more organized. I think we're seeing less of the coloring, but still some areas of rotation right there.
Next tornado, this is going to cross County Road 181 west of Lynette, and then from there cross Country Club Road, like Amanda pointed out, and then keeps going, I think, mainly the west and north side of Lynette. If you live south of I-85 in Alabama, this is going to stay north of you. So if you live over on the valley side, anywhere south of the interstate there, south or east of the interstate's the blue line right there, this is going to miss you to the northwest. But it's right out here. This will cross over County Road 181, and then from there cross over Country Club Road, North 18th Street, and then County Road 289, which runs back north, paralleling the Chattahoochee River. And then it will cross the Chattahoochee River very near West Point. The Kia plant's right over here. So we'll keep an eye out on that too. Now, if this holds together, and who knows if it will, this is a pretty quick former. Sometimes they don't last very long. But if this were to hold together, then you could potentially see a tornado threat for Great Wolf Lodge is over here. Now that is, it's spring break for some places. Probably pretty busy, right? So that's something we'll be watching. The Weather Service just now saying the circulation's weakening. We agree entirely, but it's not gone yet. So we'll keep you posted. If you have family or friends that are at Great Wolf Lodge, you don't need to freak out. Just tell them to pay attention to the weather, which honestly probably should have been doing that already with the way the night's gone. But that's your tornado warning polygon. It did drop a tornado. I suspect that tornado has lifted by now, but we can't confirm that. So you need to stay in that safe place, stay weather aware, and just hunker down there. In the southeastern part of Chambers County, stay put. Let's go back and look at the debris signature, see if it's still there. Yeah, it is still there, but you're exactly right. So the debris is now kind of falling out. That's what's happening here. So your pine straw and your bricks and boards and glass, things like that, are starting to kind of come back down. This one was probably a pretty brief tornado, but brief tornado. If it's your backyard, it's not so brief, right? For sure. So you got to take that thing seriously. I want to go back down into Lee and Russell and make sure we're not missing anything there, right? So looks pretty good so far. Still a straight line wind look. You got a little kink in the line there east of Hurtsboro in Russell County, but there's nothing that makes me think there's a tornado there. So the only active tornado warning is for Chambers County, and that will be in Georgia momentarily. Looks like they've
so new tornado warning, no longer confirmed.
Right. So they're telling you the same thing we are with that. They're telling you that it is likely no longer on the ground.
Yeah.
So let me tap over here and clear that. So still a tornado warning, but we are no longer calling it a confirmed tornado in Chambers County. It's now an area of rotation that could produce a tornado, but it's an iffier proposition than it was earlier. Still, as a course of least regret, stay in that tornado safe place, especially if you live in Lynette, north and west. So out Highway 50, Country Club Drive, and then back north of Lynette there into the state of Georgia. So.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to the tail end. Not 100% done just yet, but I will say a lot of our counties, especially if you're west of Montgomery, you're done. And I think we can finally say a lot of people north of Montgomery, too, from Alex City to Montgomery, down to Greenville to Atmore, west. Clear, will be clear shortly for our friends in eastern portions of central Alabama. And then it's just mostly south and east of Montgomery after that. For the next hour or two, I will say most of this is behaving. We've seen a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've seen areas of rotation prior. I will say these do not look as impressive, but still worth mentioning that we're keeping an eye on some lightning. You can see some clusters get a little bit bigger. Here's a ton of activity that's moving through parts of Barbara as we speak. So definitely very bright, very loud storms rolling through parts of southeast Alabama as we speak.
But we're getting there. We're getting on it. These storms also have a lot of competition.
Yeah,
right?
You can see it's a little bit more of a crowded
multicellular mess.
Yeah, this is not going to be a one-on-one storm. This is like you got like 12 people on the field.
Right. Throw the flag.
Yep.
This is an MC mess. That's what this is. Got an MCS.
An MC mess.
An MC mess.
How you doing over there, Nick?
Yeah, how are you, man?
Good. How are y'all doing?
It's
now Sunday. It's 12:12.
Hello, happy Sunday.
12:12. That should be our favorite time.
12:12 on Channel 12.
That's right.
12:12.
Nick, what do you see in the chambers?
You know, I'm seeing the same thing that you guys are saying. I'm not saying the rotation is broadening out. So that's what the National Weather Service in Birmingham, they say the tornado has dissipated in Chambers, which is good news. Still watching it closely, becoming more of a damaging wind threat as that whole line continues to work its way into the state of Georgia. In fact, the National Weather Service at Peachtree City near Atlanta, they've elected to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for the Columbus, Georgia metro, mainly south of LaGrange along Highway Interstate 185. So this line that made its way through Auburn, Tuskegee, down toward making its way toward Phoenix City as we speak. This is starting to push over into the state of Georgia and starting to become an issue for our friends at our sister station in Columbus. Now, we're still watching, as you mentioned, that cluster area, swath of showers and storms ongoing in the Wiregrass and South Alabama. I know, Troy, you were impacted earlier with that tornado. You're still being impacted right now with some heavy rain and some lightning, but this is below severe limits. We like to see that. Also, Enterprise up toward Ozark, we're seeing some heavy rain, some lightning. Andalusia up, Gant Lake over toward Red Level, rain, lightning. So this is very messy down in the southern half of the state, and a lot of competition. So these storms are not forming any tornadoes or anything like that right now. We like to see it. And I continue to watch or look at the rotation detector, and you can see just a lot of reds and greens looking like Christmas on here, but we're not seeing any rotation, nothing close to one another. So we like to see that. Intense storms, though, so heavy rain, heavy downpours, lots of lightning, lots of rumbles, may wake you up, may keep you up as these storms move through. I'm noticing, though, a little bit of an uptick in lightning in this storm cell just south of Midway, north of Clayton here. Looks to be a wind threat with this cell itself. We'll keep an eye out on it. That's probably why they've issued the severe thunderstorm warning downstream of it. The National Weather Service in Birmingham, that would eventually make its way toward Omaha. So as we turn the lightning off, we'll turn the reflectivity back on, the rain. We mentioned who can go to sleep, and a lot of locations can go to sleep now. Pretty much along Interstate 65 to the west, you're done for the rest of the night. We like to hear that. We're trying to get this in East Alabama, the Wiregrass, out of here. We're starting to get the northern extent of it out of here. That's left Auburn, Opelika. Now it's pushing over toward Columbus, Georgia, over toward LaGrange, over toward West Point, the Kia plant, those areas in Georgia. We're still watching what's happening down here. You live here in the capital city, Montgomery, we're dry. You can go to bed. Wetumpka, you can go to bed. Prattville, you can go to bed. We appreciate you watching, but you can go to sleep now because the storm threat is over. All Highland Home, Greenville, McKenzie, Evergreen, you can go to bed. Monroeville, because this storm has done past. Andalusia, got a little ways to go. This is below severe limits, but a pretty intense storm cell currently ongoing right now. Zoom in a little bit closer to Covington County. You can see heavy rain all along all the highways that lead in and out of Andalusia, over toward Opp as well, and just intense rain, lots of lightning within these storm cells stretching toward Elba, over toward Enterprise. Jack, you're getting in some rain. Goshen over toward Brundage, Ayrton. Ozark, very close to the radar site, and Echo, the Fort Novacell radar site, and Clayton getting in rain. Eufaula, there's some rain just to the south of you, but we'll see this line continue to work its way toward your area as it treks closer to the state of Georgia. Let's see, I want to turn on the, see if I can turn on the, font's a little small, but we'll try to turn on the big picture so we can get multiple radars here. Yeah, there we go. Turn that off. We'll zoom things out. And here's the storm system itself. I was watching it earlier in the day. We weren't the only ones dealing with the strong to severe storms. There was several tornado warnings in around the Knoxville area, in portions of East Tennessee. This whole system continues to track through Atlanta. They're rocking and rolling tonight, putting this into motion. You can see it continues to, well, maybe it'll, let's see if it'll, there we go. Trying to load up the data here, and it's continuing to push off away from us. All of this calmer over here in Mississippi and portions of West Tennessee and Arkansas and Louisiana. They dealt with this earlier in the day before it arrived here. So we're starting to get this thing out of here into Georgia, and take a few more hours to get there. Hopefully by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, we can get this out of here and everyone can go to sleep. But right now we're still rocking and rolling with showers and storms ongoing. And as mentioned, we're getting the damage reports in. We're compiling it as we speak. We have a lot of people back in the newsroom still with us, and they're making phone calls, trying to get information. We'll get it to you as soon as we get it confirmed and we get it into our newsroom here at WSFA. If you have pictures, make sure you actually took the picture, and plus make sure it's safe for you to take the picture. We want everyone to stay safe through this. Go to our First Alert weather app. Just search WSFA in your app store today. There's a section down at the bottom where you can click on it and hit submit photos. Then you just fill out a little bit of information so we can credit you for those photos, and it'll end up on our website, and that way we can filter through it as well and get the latest information. And we have our newscast that starts at 9 o'clock in the morning this morning, Today in Alabama special edition on Sunday morning, where we'll have more information as well of what happened overnight and yesterday evening and afternoon. Remember, I have to say yesterday because now it's Sunday.
It is.
Today is, yesterday was Saturday.
It's confusing.
So I'm trying to remember all of this here.
You're doing a great job.
But we appreciate you being with us tonight as we continue to track this storms on our First Alert weather days now.
Right.
We've transitioned over into Sunday.
I'll be honest with you, Nick. It feels like it's been a First Alert weather year.
It has. We've had a lot of them.
January 1, we've had
very busy
severe weather, snow, bitterly cold. We had an earthquake near Mentone a couple of weeks ago. At this point, I'm just waiting on the locust to descend.
Don't put it in the universe.
A little bit of something to look at here. So no formal warning, but I'm seeing a little rotation down here in Barber County, right where Bullock and Barber come together, south of the Russell line. That's, again, it's not screaming, but it's there. The reflectivity data, you got a little bend in that too. So there is some broad mid-level rotation in this. This would be, again, southeast of Midway, north of Clayton in Barber County. Not enough to make me think there's a tornado there, but enough to grab our attention anyway. So we'll keep an eye on that. Elsewhere, back to the north, this is a pretty intense storm complex here. So strong straight line wind likely, northern Barber, still parts of eastern Bullock County, and then from there back up through Russell County. Smith Station, the worst of it's there now. So if you have family or friends who are in Smith Station, they just need to hunker down. There's no rotation in that, but the wind is blowing very hard, and it's not a very fun night. So stay indoors, stay away from windows, just good common sense stuff. But the storms now are crossing into Georgia. We've cleared Opelika, we've cleared Auburn, Macon County, you're in the clear. We're almost done in Bullock County. We've got still some storm activity back into Russell and Barber. And then it extends back farther west into Covington here. You see the scattered storms back there, but those storms have been very well behaved. outside of the Pike storm, I think every tornado tonight has been along that boundary just north of Montgomery.
For sure.
Outside of what happened in Pike and Bullock. So that gives us some confidence, perhaps, that South Alabama, Covington County, Coffee County, Dale County, Geneva, perhaps these storms will continue to behave. As the wind shear continues to lift out, the boundaries removed from here, there's no local boundary to enhance wind shear, so perhaps these storms will continue to behave. That's my hope. I know it's yours as well. So active severe thunderstorm warnings, Lee County. Yeah, that's a rough complex over there, producing strong straight line wind.
Did we get the tornado warning for Chambers lifted?
Yes,
so we can
it's
take
gone.
that lower third down. There's no longer a tornado warning in Chambers County. Let's see, continuing tornado watch for Chambers, Lee, Bullock, Russell, Pike, Barber. So far eastern portions of the state. Your tornado watch has not ended, but Tallapoosa, Macon, you are now out of the tornado watch. So your severe weather threat has ended.
Those are my favorite words in the English language.
Yeah.
Your severe weather threat has ended.
Let's go. All right, so we'll say maybe a little west of that line.
Go to bed.
Go to bed.
Go to bed.
So
Look.
extreme
Live it up.
eastern Chambers, extreme eastern Lee, Russell, Barber, little southeastern sliver of Bullock, Wiregrass down to Covington.
Pike, Covington.
Yep. I think Pike, Troy, north, west, good, south, east, a little bit longer.
Watching, yeah.
Yep. Crenshaw, mostly good. I think you can go to bed. I've had a lot of people in Crenshaw ask. I think Crenshaw, you can go to bed.
Good. Butler, you're done there.
Butler, you're good.
Montgomery County's good too.
Yep.
So, woohoo.
Covington County,
We're
you're getting
gaining
the
on
last little bit of it, so you'll have a little bit more.
Whew. We're getting there.
So no active tornado warnings.
Those are also fun words.
We
in the
like
English
that.
language. So we'll just make sure we don't get anything sneaky right here at the end of the movie, right? It's kind of how it feels sometimes with these things, like you're.
Just still watching what's happening over there near Columbus.
Near Columbus,
Near
yeah.
Yeah, there's
City.
a lot of kinks up and down that right
a
there.
lot of them, and it's just like, what will that do? What will that do?
Just, it sort of feels like any minute now, you know, the Chambers County thing will happen again where it just really
Yep.
flips up
Quickly.
almost out of nowhere. You get a tornado, it's on the ground for 2 radar scans, and then
It's gone.
off you go. But I will tell you, those are frustrating for meteorologists to track. I would much rather be frustrated in that way than see what we saw in Pike County or in Plantersville, where, frankly, those tornadoes are in some ways, they're very easy to see on the radar screen, right? They're gut-wrenching to see emotionally, but from a science standpoint, they're easy to pick out. I would much rather sit here and go, well, I wonder maybe, than tell you that it's on the ground for sure. So this is all good news. Strong straight line wind there. You see that kind of bowing out right there. That's really pretty strong. It's a strong straight line wind signature, right? Getting kind of like a little bit of a downburst look to that. That would be south of Phoenix City and Russell County. Lee County, life is better, right? Beauregard, you're all clear. Opelika, Smith Station, give it 2 minutes. The weather will improve there. Phoenix City, it's coming in right now, though. That's a really rough storm heading into Columbus and Phoenix City. Heavy rain, thunder, lightning, gusty wind. And that curves back down into northern Barber County as well. So that's the lay of the land here at 12:24. So what we're going to do, we will carry this for another few minutes. We'll keep you through 12:30. If we get to 12:30 and we don't see anything dangerous and we don't have any additional warnings, we're going to send you back to programming, and we are going to go help our colleagues in the news department chase down all of the damage reports, because frankly there are a lot of them. This has been a bad night in Alabama. We have had significant tornado damage in many counties, so we will go help with that and continue to watch the radar as we do that. But we will be able to get out of continuous coverage here momentarily. We'll plan on doing that at 12:30, pending the weather permitting, as they say. So we'll keep tracking these for you for another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll flip you back out to
What is programming at 12:30?
what is programming
Sure.
at 12:30.
I don't know.
Did we miss Saturday Night Live?
Is what?
It's the Grand Ole Opry?
Grand Ole Opry.
Oh, the Grand Ole Opry.
Oh, man, we got to
I'd rather
get
them
that.
be
music.
singing than us.
Right, I'm tired of singing. My voice is definitely tired of singing. So, Yeah, so we'll get you to the Grand Ole Opry. That seems like as good a fix as anything. This is turning into a really big wind producer, I think. I think Columbus, Georgia is about to have a lot of power outages just across the river there. I want to keep an eye on the velocity, though, just in case.
They've been sneaky.
They have been sneaky.
And quick.
Right. So that's flattened out down there. We were watching that for a few scans, and Bullitt coming into Barber. Better news there. So that's good. Still strong straight line wind signature here across Russell and southeastern Lee, but I don't see anything that really screams rotation at this point. So I literally think we're about 5 minutes away from being able to kind of ease this thing to bed a little early. Again, I doubt we'll field any complaints about that, right? So a quick recap. As we keep an eye on the radar, we'll just go over it. If you're just kind of tuning in, maybe you were out tonight, maybe you are enjoying Alabama State winning the SWAC basketball championship.
Let's go.
Heading to the big dance. How great is that?
Go Hornets.
So confirmed tornado damage tonight in Perry, Dallas, Chilton, Autauga, Coosa, Tallapoosa, probably Elmore, and then Pike.
Multiple different areas.
Lots of different. We're going to end up finding 6, 7, 8 tornado tracks minimum up here, by the way. And then over into Chambers, same kind of thing. It was that little boundary right there. When we talk about these severe weather events, by the way, we say this phrase a lot, and I'm not sure we ever flesh it out for you when we're in an event. So when we talk about the broad scale pattern favors severe weather, but small scale features will be what determines how bad it actually gets. This is a perfect example of that. Broad scale, the weather threat was big across all of Alabama tonight. The small scale feature that no model could have ever picked, no meteorologist could have ever predicted, was a little weak boundary. You would have never known it was there unless the storms were hitting it, that was riding right through here, right? Just north of Montgomery. Almost every storm that moved across that boundary produced a tornado.
Yep.
That's the difference, right? We're very good at telling you what the broad scale pattern is supportive of and what it can favor. But the challenge in meteorology is figuring out these small scale features. Now, the Weather Service in Birmingham and Mobile and all of us meteorologists in Alabama did figure it out once the storm started. But something like that can't be predicted more than a couple of hours in advance.
Yeah, this is not something that we could say 3, 4, 5 days ago.
No.
Hey, a boundary is going to set up shop right along Perry, Dallas, and every single tornado will happen here and only here. Oh, and then by the way, there'll be one fluke
There'll be a random one in Pike that.
Just so you know.
One storm going haywire. No, I know.
Just so you know.
Dale County?
They're watching a Dale County storm.
Oh, I'm about to be signed out. Please don't do that.
Don't do that, yeah. That could be moving toward Eufaula and Barber.
Okay.
I'm going to vote against that.
Me too. But we want to give the first alert.
We do. So that's it right there.
And big old severe thunderstorm warning.
You get a polygon.
You get a polygon.
So what's happening is Tallahassee issued that severe thunderstorm warning,
Yep.
the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. Barber belongs to Birmingham, so they're watching what's happening down there.
To Dale and Coffee.
Right.
Severe.
Severe.
From Elba, Enterprise, Ozark, Victoria, New Brockton.
Another great example of the cutoff. Birmingham.
Right.
Birmingham. Tallahassee.
Right.
So what happens on that county line? Well, Tallahassee can only control what happens up until the northern extent of Coffee and Dale. And then Southern Barber is the responsibility of Birmingham. So, in theory, if the storm is in both, Birmingham can't issue a tornado warning for Dale or Coffee, just like Tallahassee can't issue one for Pike or Barber.
Right.
They would have to communicate together if they wanted to do a joint warning and be in cahoots with each other.
Right.
Which National Weather Service offices do talk. Okay, that's like literally right on the county line.
Right on it.
So that's an interesting decision to be made.
And just to talk about how strong the winds were in Lee County, getting reports from the EMA about trees down along Highway 280 in Auburn, Grand National Parkway that in Opelika that's heading up to the actual the RTJ golf trail up there, and along Shug Jordan Parkway as well. So probably seeing some power outages in Lee County from that wind. That was just a wall of wind that moved through Auburn, Opelika, Beauregard a little bit earlier, that is now pushing into Georgia and impacting Columbus as we speak. So just a little note there of the power of the wind right now. I guess our computers don't like us. They all restarted.
Did
all
yours
of
just
them.
yeah,
all
of our
every
computers
computer
at
restarted.
12:30 on the dot.
So
just restarted.
I'm suspecting that we have some sort of thing where they all restart
Automatically restart.
Saturday night at 12:30 in the morning, because what could possibly be happening? There's no news, so everything's fine.
That's fun.
So I'm going to talk for a while, and we'll just go with that. How about that? Actually, I think we said we were going back to programming at 12:30, didn't we?
We did, but are we
did.
keeping an eye?
That might be a good thing for us to do, right?
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on this. Look, I don't really see a ton of rotation in that. We'll keep an eye on it, though. That's coming into Barber. That will head up towards Eufaula, but it's really not much rotation. And the overall storm structure there is not terribly dangerous. This is pretty linear. It's pretty messy. Now, that's not to say you can go to sleep on it. If you live in Barber County, stay weather aware. Keep the weather radio plugged in. Have your First Alert app handy. Be ready to get to that safe place just in case, right? But that's where this is now. There's no active tornado warning. The severe weather part of this is now cleared Lee County. It's still storming into Bullock, but the wind shift line has cleared Union Springs and most of the county. So we'll keep an eye on those storms as well. We'll watch Pike. Let's do this before we go, just to make sure we're not missing anything. Okay, everything's good there. Yeah, I don't see any rotation there either. So not a lot of rotation showing up. We need to go help our friends in news, track down some damage reports. We also need to log into all these computers. So we'll get to work on that. We thank you, by the way, for your time, your trust. Thank you for hanging out with us on a Saturday night. You
6
didn't have
hours.
To. Yeah, quite a bit of hangout time tonight.
I'm glad we got to spend it with y'all.
I know, right. So we'll get through all of it. We've got a full report on everything that happened with live reports and crews in the field tomorrow morning on Sunday Today in Alabama. That starts at 9 a.m. So we hope you'll join us for that. This morning, right, yeah, sorry. It's actually 8.5 hours from right now, in fact.
Okay, fine.
So, yeah, there you go. So we've got a newscast coming up then. You can watch that for a recap of all that's happened. Watch the weather app for updates throughout the evening. But overall, I'll leave you with, again, kind of a quick recap. Storms are exiting the state now. It's still storming in Russell and Barber. Those are technically not our coverage area, but we do cover them as a courtesy. But we don't see anything dangerous over there. If you stay indoors, you'll be fine. Back to the west, the risk of severe weather has ended across most of our area. We'll keep an eye on these storms as they keep moving east. And if we see anything troubling, we'll interrupt programming and get back with you. So everyone, I hope you all have a wonderful night. Take care. We'll see you soon.